go. PMPL सिजन 5 अलरेडी टफ लागिरहेको छ मलाई एकचोटि टिमको लिस्टहरू हेर्ने भने प्लेइङ टिम्सको कुरा गर्ने भने चाहिँ हामी आजको यो फेसअप भिडियोमा दुईटा प्लेयर्सहरू बोलाउँछौँ। दुईटै टिमको लागि चाहिँ एउटा राम्रो मौका रहेको छ यहाँ रिडिम गर्ने, आफैले आफैलाई इस्टाब्लिस गर्ने प्रोसिनमा एन्ड सो अन। बट उनीहरू फेल हुन्छन् कि सक्सेस हुन्छन् त्यो त हामी टाइम सँगसँगै थाहा पाउँछौँ। म कुरा गर्दैछु रबाट असल्टको अनि DAXबाट ग्यान्टेको।
हेलो नमस्ते सबैजनालाई, मेरो नाम चाहिँ सुरेश नेवानी। आई प्ले एज अ इन गेम लिडर इन र स्पोर्ट्स र मेरो आइजन चाहिँ र असल्ट हो।
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम समीर गुरुङ, म Atrax Esportsबाट खेल्छु। मेरो इन गेम नेम DRS Gaming, मेरो रोल चाहिँ आइजिएल।
इन्टरभ्यू भन्दा पनि म यो चाहिँ थोरै गसिप सेसन जस्तो चाहिँ भन्न चाहेँ। अनि म रको साइडबाट चाहिँ पर्सपेक्टिभ जान चाहेँ कि टिम काइन्ड अफ अन्डरडग नै भन्दा हुन्छ, बिकज लास्ट टाइम स्टार रोस्टर थियो, अहिले त्यो छैन। सो PMPL को लागि टिम रेडी छ भनेर भन्न सकिन्छ त?
हजुर, म र मेरो टिम यसपालि PMPL जित्नको लागि रेडी छौँ र हामी यसपालि PMPL चाहिँ एग्रेसनको साथ खेल्नेछौँ। लकमा डिपेन्ड गर्नुभन्दा पनि मेन कुरा चाहिँ हामी सबैले हामीलाई चिन्नुहोस्, यस्तो पर्फर्मेन्स दिएर कि सबैले याद गर्नु भन्ने टाइपले खेल्नेछौँ हामी यसपालि।
ओके, हामीले रको पर्सपेक्टिभ त बुझ्यौँ यहाँबाट। DXले के सोचेर खेल्दैछ त्यो PMPL?
योपालि जति प्रुभ गर्न सक्छौँ हामी आफ्नो बेस्ट दिनेछौँ। हेरौँ के हुन्छ, अब डिपेन्ड्स अपन लक। अब गेममा धेरै कुरा हुन्छ के अरे,
प्रिपरेसनमा कमी छैन।
हजुर,
अब बाँकी अब लक फ्याक्टर त कसैको हातमा हुँदैन भन्ने कुरा भयो। बट यही कन्भर्सेसन मैले आफ्नै साइडबाट अगाडि बढाउन चाहेँ। टेल मी वान थिङ, यदि र आफ्नो गेम प्लेलाई कम्पेरिजन गर्ने हो भने केही सिमिलर प्याटर्न छ खेल्ने तरिकामा?
छैन सिम।
लाइक तपाईँको र उसकोमा के डिफरेन्स यदि छ?
ऊ चाहिँ जियो सेन्ट्रिक खेल्छ,
ओके,
हामी चाहिँ जियो ट्याक्टिकल अलि एज
तर स्लो रोटेट खेलिन्छ। र के यो कुरा सही हुन जान्छ रको साइडबाट?
एकदम सही हुन्छ।
Get some kills. Get a chicken dinner. You finally found a little bit of an opening. Otherwise, the door is shut on you already. 62 points before the start of this game. How far can you just convert? And Dulab goes down to the shots coming in from the national champions. Rig over here, taking him down.
हामी उसले भने जसरी नै हामी सेन्टर नै खेल्छौँ, उनीहरू प्रायः एज नै खेल्छौँ। सो बेसिकली त्यही नै हो।
फेरि कुनै यस्तो म्याप अथवा ड्रप स्पोर्ट छ जसले गर्दा रकको कारणले गर्दा आफ्नो गेम प्ले इफेक्ट हुने या त्यस्तो के हुन्छ?
अब मलाई उसको बारे खासै त्यो गेममा चाहिँ त्यसै खासै थाहा हुँदैन। अब ऊ भएर पनि खासै त्यस्तो सोच्नु पर्ने सिचुएसन चाहिँ हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन मलाई।
कुनै एउटा कर्नर हुन्छ म्यापमा, त्यो साइडबाट दुईटै टिम खेल्यो भने कहीँ न कहीँ इफेक्टेड हुन्छ भन्ने सेन्समा चाहिँ मैले सोध्न खोजेको थिएँ। सो द्याट्स वाइ DX लबीमा छ छैन भन्ने कुराले रलाई फरक
पर्दैन।
रले इफेक्ट गर्छ आफ्नो गेम प्लेलाई या मेबी DXले रलाई थ्रेटको रूपमा लिन्छ?
लेख्दैन त्यस्तो के नि छैन।
सो फर्ना बोथ अफ द टिमको आफ्नो आफ्नो तरिका छ खेल्ने। 4 म्यानमा खेल्ने या 5 म्यान रोस्टरलाई चाहिँ कन्टिन्यू सफल गर्दै खेलाउ?
मी एज एन आइजिएल अब हाम्रो ग्रुपमा चाहिँ अब मामा एज अ एन्ट्री खेल्छ, काजी सर्लिङ खेल्छ र रिक चाहिँ फ्री म्यान अथवा फिल्टर गर्छ लेभलमा। सो बाँकी दुईजना प्लेयर खुनी र नेमसिस भन्छ। खुनी नेमसिस सपोर्ट र असल्टिङमा खेल्छ, आफ्नो बेस्ट दिन पाओस् गेममा भनेर यसपालि सफल चाहिँ हुन्छ, 6 जना खेल्न पाउँछ, त्यही नै।
ओके, सो होल रोस्टर मध्येमा सफल गरिन्छ फाइनल भन्दा अगाडिपट्टि ट्राइङ टु गेट लाइक 4 प्लेयर जो फाइनल खेल्छ।
हजुर।
ओके, सो DX को लागि के रहन सक्छ?
हाम्रो चाहिँ जियो अहिलेको जुन लाइनअप छ त्यही लाइनअप खेलाउँछ। पछि केही चेन्जेस आउनु पर्यो भने चाहिँ त्यही
अहिले यदि प्लेइङ 4 तपाईँले डिस्क्राइब गर्नु पर्यो भने कुन रोलमा खेल्नेछ त?
प्लेइङ 4 स्पाइक चाहिँ फिल्टरको रूपमा खेल्छ, चेन आइडेन्टिफायर अनि अक्टोपस चाहिँ असल्टर।
ओके, सो मोस्ट लाइकली 4 जना प्लेयरको रूपमा चाहिँ स्टिक भएर चाहिँ DXले गेम अगाडि बढाउँछ। ओके, असल्ट म आफ्नो साइडबाट रको बारेमा जान्न चाहेँ अबाउट द प्रिपरेसन एन्ड सो अन। रको अलमोस्ट इच एन्ड एभ्री टुर्नामेन्टमा कुनै पनि रोस्टर अलमोस्ट सेम खेलेको छैन। PMNC मा एउटा थियो, PMC मा एउटा थियो, PMPL मा एउटा थियो, मेरा च्याम्पियनसिपमा एउटा थियो। बट आफू अलमोस्ट टिममा पहिलेबाट छ। सो अहिलेको रोस्टरलाई लिएर आफू कन्फिडेन्ट इनफ छ यसमा पर्फर्मेन्स आउँछ भन्ने भए?
हजुर, अब स्टार हो भनेको अलरेडी होइन अप इन द स्काई। सो हामी अन्डरडक्स भनेको चाहिँ हाम्रो एउटा हङ्गर हुन्छ कि एउटा जितौँ एउटा जितेर अब प्रुभ गरौँ होइन त्यही हुन्छ सो अब बाँकी टिममा जति पनि प्रेसरहरू आउँछ त्यो अब मैले ह्यान्डल गरिहाल्छु सो केटाहरूलाई चाहिँ अब पुरै आनन्दले खेल्न दिन्छु र यसपालि हामी सो गर्ने छौँ कि हाउ अन्डरडग्स गर्न प्ले भनेर
ओके र अन्डरडग प्लेयरलाई लिएर पर्फर्मेन्स निकाल्ने भनेर चाहिँ बारम्बार रिपिट गरिरहेको छ अडियन्सलाई सम्झाउनु पर्यो भने डिएक्स कसरी बन्यो अथवा पास्टमा के निकालेर देखाएको छ त्यो बारेमा कुरा गरिदिनु
हाम्रो चाहिँ लाइनअप चाहिँ एकता स्पोर्टबाट फर्म भएको हो अनि त्यसपछि हामीले पिएमसी खेल्यौँ पिएमसीमा हाइस्ट 2 आयो त्यसपछि एट्र्याक्स स्पोर्टबाट राम्रो अफर आयो त्यसपछि एट्र्याक्स स्पोर्टमा गयौँ अनि हाम्रो फोम्यान लाइनअप थियो त्यसमा चाहिँ अक्टोपस थपियो अनि त्यसपछि अहिले चाहिँ हामी पिएमपिएल खेल्यौँ
सो डिएक्स आफ्नो डेब्यू गर्दैछ पिएमपिएलमा कपल अफ प्लेयर्सहरूसँग अलरेडी एक्सपिरियन्स छ नयाँ प्लेयरको एडिसन हेर्दा पनि रिसेन्ट टुर्नामेन्टमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ दे आर डुइङ गुड सो अब हामी बिट मारौँ यो कन्भर्सेसनलाई यदि पिएमपिएलमा आफ्नो र्याङ्क कुन एक्सपेक्ट गरेको छ भने मैले रलाई सोधेँ भने के आन्सर गर्न सक्छु
अब गोल भनेको चाहिँ #1 नै हो सो अब हामी खेलिरहेको पनि धेरै भइरहेछ धेरै भइसक्यो सो रिसेन्टली हाम्रो टुर्नामेन्टहरूमा पर्फर्मेन्स पनि राम्रै गइरहेको छ सो यसपालि पिएमपिएलमा चाहिँ हामीले यस्तो पर्फर्मेन्स दिन्छौँ कि जुन पर्फर्मेन्सले गर्दा सबैले रिमेम्बर गरोस् कि रले पनि यस्तो खेलेको छ है भनेर
ओके सिम्पल अर्थमा भन्यो भने र टाइटलको लागि लड्नेवाला छ भन्ने चाहिँ यहाँबाट चाहिँ बुझ्न सकिन्छ अनि सेम कुरा डिएक्सलाई सोध्ने भने कुनै पर्टिकुलर गोल रहेको छ फर्स्ट टाइम प्रो सिनमा
हाम्रो चाहिँ यो फर्स्ट टाइम हो जो हामी चाहिँ आफ्नो बेस्ट दिनेछौँ हाम्रो त्यो हाई एक्सपेक्टेसन नै छैन जस हामी चाहिँ टप 8 फिनिस गर्नेछौँ
ओके ओभरअल कन्भर्सेसनलाई समराइज गर्ने हो भने रबाट एउटा स्ट्रङ मेसेज देख्न सकिन्छ कि दे आर फाइटिङ फर द टाइटल भनेर एन्ड देन डिएक्स चाहिँ थोरै सेफ साइड खेल्न थालेको चाहिँ देखियो इज लास्टमा हामीले आन्सर पायो कि टप 8 चाहिँ मिनिमम हामी गेस गरिरहेको छ भनेर बोथ अफ द टिम काइन्ड अफ अन्डरडग हो बट प्रो सिनमा त्यो एक्सक्युज चाहिँ पक्कै पनि तपाईँले देख्न पाउनु हुँदैन भन्ने आश गरिरहेको छ बोथ अफ द टिमले इम्प्रेस छ अडियन्सलाई पक्कै पनि गर्नेवाला छ तपाईँहरू पिएमपिएलको एक्सन इन्जोय गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ हामी फेरि अर्को भिडियोमा भेट्नेछौँ
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean right next to me, ladies and gentlemen, and now begins begins the ending, basically, because it's the final day of the final Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. The top 16 teams will be finalized, and, well, the top 16 will head to the finals.
We're in the end game now. That's what he wanted to
Yes,
say. But then
basically.
again, it's like he wanted Captain America to say it rather than Iron Man, himself just, saying it for it. Because I believe your beard would resemble, if you just, shape down, just trim down the sidelines, you might just be the Iron Man coming up, and I
Ooh,
would
thank
be
you.
Captain America. But then we'll talk about all those
I'll
things
take
later
it.
on.
I'll take
Yeah,
it.
we'll talk about all those things later on. But then again, right now, if we just would want to move forward,
Yeah.
we are actually in the end game now. 16 teams from today are going to be moving forward for the PMPL finals, and well, after that, there's going to be another journey. We'll talk about that. The 10 teams from there will be moving on to the championships themselves.
Yeah.
But then again, for all those things to happen, for the finals to start off, we have to clear on this day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, we have to finish this day, the 5 matches that are in front of us right now, ladies and gentlemen. And then we will have the 16 teams for the grand finals for the PMPL South Asia. And then we move forward
Yeah.
to the SA Championship, where, as Ocean has just mentioned, only the 10 teams, top 10 teams from the South Asia finals will get an opportunity to compete over there and also compete for a lot more money, because money matters. And talking about money matters, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a look at the prize pool distribution for the PMPL SA in a little while. And again, I don't think we need to remind our audience as to what is at stake in every single game. $1,000 for the chicken dinner win, and along with that, the 15 points for finishing first in every single match. And yesterday, I think we were sitting at a very interesting point towards the end of the day, wherein DAX were closing in on the players of high voltage. There's not a lot of points separating the two teams, and today anything can happen. Day one, when we started the this final Super Weekend, we felt like, I think all of us felt like top 16 are somewhere fixed now. No one is going to be able to change anything in the top 16, but DAX have done a phenomenal job of proving us wrong.
Well, let's have a look at the format itself when we are just having all these conversations as for what's going on, what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, all these scenarios. One thing is for sure, if you are not in top 16, well, you won't be a part of the upcoming journey. That's going to be a Pro League finals, because today 5 games is all that you have to maybe secure a few more $1,000 for yourself, and then you definitely are just gonna move forward. So it all comes down to today, and for that, Atrax, well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what exactly Atrax will be able to pull off in the 5 games that they have lined up. Although, I mean, high voltage, I want to know what is high voltage thinking. They are, well, being left a little bit behind from DAX in comparison to their performances just for this Super Weekend. So in the 10 matches that these two teams have played together, High Voltage have only managed to secure 48 points in total, and on the other side, DAX have done 74 in the same time. So the average is definitely working out in the favor of Atrax at this point, and if this goes on till the end of the day today, then DAX is definitely going to be in the top 16, and High Voltage, we're going to have to say bye-bye to them from this PMPL.
Yeah, it all matters. It all might just even go down to the last game. Imagine everyone just trying to play it for the sake of the game, and these two teams just trying to just survive. That would be kind of a competition to just have a look out for. But then again, we'll see what happens in that one. As of now, we know every winner chicken dinner gets you $1,000 for yourself, and that definitely is going to be something that these teams are going to be looking forward to. So yeah, and then again, those top 10 teams that will be qualifying when moving forward in the championship, that's going to be one of the things. But right now, moving forward, 1 elimination point for every single elimination that you get, and 15 points for a chicken dinner. Well, that's a pretty good jump that I would say DAX have had their share of yesterday in that match of Sanhok.
I mean, definitely, and they did quite a brilliant job as well securing those points. But along with that, I think just additional pressure is added always with the $1,000 being on the line for the win in every single game. We've always talked about the priority being given by quite a few number of teams to that 1 elimination, 1 point factor. Specifically, I mean, T2K have been quite focused in on that, because even in the matches where we see them get taken out early, they still have a decent number of eliminations. Because of that, the point consistency that we usually like to see from the top performing teams is clearly being, well, showcased by Train to Kill. And look at the end result of that. That IHC and T2K are now just separated by 10 points.
Yeah, they are just there. Today, T2K might just would want to surpass that marker. They have $5,000 for themselves. DRS with the same story as well, $5,000. But then again, there's a separation between DRS's points and the top 5 points, right?
Yeah.
330, 373. I believe DRS, if they want to, they might just want to go for it. But then again, it's still a long shot for them. Phantom still sitting at 10th position. They're not moving anywhere. They won't be able to move again. That's also one of the things for them. But
Yeah.
On the other side of this table, that's where we will see a few teams. Today might just be the last time when we are seeing this table in this sense for the starters. In the upcoming games and all, things might just change. See, well, they have a chance to reach 500-point marker. In the other region, right, when Pakistan, I8 went down to 559 points. That was just massive, right? Dartrax, 122, high voltage, 136. It all comes down to these teams. We get it. Raw, they are going to be staying. Venom Legends is there. 7C is there. ElementriX is there. JyanMaara is there. But high voltage and Atrax. The only way JyanMaara goes out is like they don't perform in any of the games in high voltage and Atrax both perform. Then we can say that they'll go out. But then again, it's a long shot. So Atrax, it is a fight for their survival. A1 Esports, it's a fight for their chicken dinners. But imagine if it's
Yeah, Ocean, now that you mention it about JyanMaara not performing, that actually might be a possibility, because in the last 10 games JyanMaara have played, they've only gotten 20 points. That's 2 points per match average, which is not good at all.
Yeah, but it still helps them survive. It's still an average that they are getting, except for high voltage, which a team that got no points in yesterday's few games. So that's where your average can go down. I mean, when high voltage was not performing, Dartrax was the team that got a chicken dinner for themselves. Think about it, right? That's a massive jump as compared to your averages, and also, well, we'll see. But for A1 Esports, it all comes down. All right, A1 Esports can also qualify, but, and it's a big but, they need 5 chicken dinners or something, right? 5 second positions. It's.
I think I agree with you. A1 Esports, in order to qualify, they need 5 chicken dinners with 10 eliminations in all those 5 matches. Then it's easy, right? 25 points. That's like what, 125 points in a single day.
Wow. I mean, it is going to be quite weird. But then again,
that's going to be the best day a team has had in the history of the game.
If that happens, yeah.
Big ifs.
But then again, we have Dartrax's stats in front of us, just like we were talking, right? 3.2 was their average in the Super Weekend 2. Obviously, Super Weekend 2 consisted of all the games that they played, 15 versus an average of 10 matches right now, which is 7.4. On paper, definitely looks good. If they keep the same momentum, their average would be in the better hands for themselves. But yesterday, the way the team just played, right, that was just impressive. And now they're just not trying to understand the way the lobby's going and flowing. And, well, if they qualify from here, I'm telling you, they will be making a good name for themselves. I mean, we have seen these players. It's not like they need an introduction or something, but it's always good to see a team that did not qualify in the first one, comes in out of all the struggles and qualifies overall. That would be a really good story.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that is going to be an amazing story, but we all know it's a little bit unrealistic to expect that to happen. But still, I mean, Dax have been quite brilliant this particular week, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what the end is going to be like, what the conclusion is going to be like in their race against the lads of high voltage. Now, high voltage, their pace in the matches in this particular Super Weekend has slowed down. Well, it's taken a massive drop, because if you remember, they started this Super Weekend with a chicken dinner win. And after that, they have been completely missing from the matches that they've played. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if we see them make a comeback today. And if high voltage have a very good start at the first game of the day, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Dax to, well, improve their performance even further than what they are doing right now. Right now, it's just a decent average Dax have kept for themselves. They are, well, in the middle of the table, sitting at 74 points secured in the last 10 games that they've played. I think they just need an extra oomph factor I'm not talking about the UMP right here because that's basically being used already in the game.
Factor. It's not the factor, it's the factor.
Factor
I
now,
get
yeah.
it. I get it. But then again, right now, ladies and boys and girls, we're going to talk about a few teams that two teams that are just separated by 10 points, just like you said, Johnny, a few minutes ago. IHC versus T2K. So all the abbreviations just coming out here, and talk about the survival time. It's in the same minute marker, 19 to 20. That's where they are. Talk about their eliminations. IHC has that higher ground for themselves in terms of the elimination numbers as compared to 185 that T2K has. Damage dealt is such a good one with IHC that if they actually just manage to dish out 2,000 damage in each game, or maybe 1,000 or something, they might just be closing in on 50,000 damage marker for themselves by the end of this day. But then again, we'll see if that happens. Well, but this was a brilliant chicken dinner that just came on to the players. I remember this one. IHC, look at how they were just moving on, taking up the fights and everything. They were trying to pressurize the players, but then again, it was all kind of just in the havoc situation. But Alex, this player, you can talk about him. You can talk about him multiple times, and he is delivering.
Yeah, he's definitely delivering, and it's definitely looking quite solid. But from the side of T2K, I think yesterday we saw a little bit of a slip up from Sandesh again and again. But on the other side, Jane, Legend, these guys stepped up quite nicely, and even Seog was doing quite a brilliant job in the matches that T2K performed in yesterday. And it's definitely looking quite intense between these two teams, but I think the main difference, if I was to notice, between the playstyles of both IHC and Train to Kill is just going to be the flashiness of the fights that they go for. I think IHC tend to be a little bit more flashy because of how aggressive Alex can get when he's backed up by Godless right behind him, and how much of a monster Zeol can turn into when his back is against the wall. On the other side, Train to Kill, I think they have their own set of strategies that they like to stick to, and if it works out for them, which in majority of the cases, I mean, they are doing pretty well, so it is working out quite nicely. I mean, they look pretty nice, but as soon as they lose one or two players inside of the match, then they start to struggle, and survival is not something that I think Train to Kill will have completely 100% figured it out. They are 90% done with it, but in those worst of the worst moments when you are just forced to just completely back off from the action and just go hardcore survival mode, kind of what Extreme did in game 1 of this week. That is something that I'm talking about. Yeah.
So I would say, just like you said, Extreme did that in the first game. I get it, but Train to Kill, they are still relying on their raw power. If we had a chance, if we could just have a comparison of maybe the game styles of Train to Kill and Vibes, we could have seen that difference in a massive way if you just think about it. Because Vibes was playing so tactically, so flawlessly. T2K is doing really good, but then again, it is that miss comes up, and well, I guess they're not dropping good.
Yeah, they I mean, they aren't. But talking about drops, we have some drops for you, ladies and gentlemen, and they are going to happen in the Pubgmobile Esports South Asia chat. So make sure you're watching this broadcast on the Pubgmobile Esports South Asia YouTube and their Facebook, or their Facebook. In fact, you can't watch both at the same time. Well, you can, but
if you want a higher chance, you can.
You can, yeah. If you want, if you're too hungry for skins, I mean, you can definitely just multiply your chances. Watch on both. To tune into Facebook on one browser, tune into YouTube from the other one, and just wait for the question and the drops to happen in the live chat. Keep your eyes open, watch the games, be entertained, and also wait for the skins. Skins are fun to have. I think Ocean is going to be one of the spokesperson.
I can vouch for it.
Yeah, Ocean is going to be the spokesperson for owning skins in game from this point. But talking about the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, we do have this game schedule. Starting from Erangel, moving to Miramar, then Erangel, then Sanhok, then Erangel again in the end. And that's going to be the final Erangel of the day of the League Play days.
Today we're going to be...
the Super Weekend,
yeah, exactly. Today we're going to be looking forward to the final Miramar, the final Sanhok, and at the end the final Erangel. But right now we are going to be moving from the third last Erangel, as of now, for the Super Weekend, because we have 3 Erangels only. And you can see Vibes has that higher chance now coming up as against Stalwart. So that's really, really good. But then again, it also comes down to the circles. Yesterday we saw a military circle coming up. That was just so good. Today we might just see some changes. We might not. We'll just understand what just happens in the upcoming games. But then again, with this game, starting off onto the players, I would want to see if they can just make any changes in their play styles. I'm talking about the drop locations, because there are a few teams that we still have to understand, like, do they have a home or they don't? Like, are they dropless? Are they
They
not?
drop less. That needs to be a thing in game now. I think we need to have a phrase, not a phrase, like there needs to be a call out, like, yeah, we're gonna be dropless this game. But how does that work? I mean, if you're gonna be dropless, where are you dropping?
So if a team just gets a chicken dinner, 15 teams are
Yeah.
chickenless.
That that is an actual thing already. I mean, only one
Yeah.
team gets the chicken dinner, so 15 teams do end up chickenless.
I just
Ocean, are you
don't.
hungry? Just be honest about this. Are you hungry? Did you have your lunch today?
See, I have
Are
my
you
lunch,
chickenless?
but I have my lunch. I had my lunch
Was
on
it
time,
chicken?
but then it's kind of a Hulk thingy. That's my secret. I'm
But do you
always
eat
hungry.
gamma radiation for lunch?
I'm always hungry. That's my secret. But then again, let's move on
That's
to
true.
the match. Let's move on. He can vouch for it. I eat
Yeah.
a lot. I eat a lot.
This man
And
does.
But then again, let's move on to see who actually eats that chicken dinner for themselves in this one. And our game, it looks like, is kind of on a halt right now. But then again, we'll see what happens as the players are going to be dropping down to the drop locations. And
Did they figure out that like we were just using the player cams to have
So
fun
they're
with
like, no.
them? They are like, no, not anymore.
well, the flight path comes up from the sidelines in between Zaki to 70. That means T2K can drop down to 70. Dax will go down to Zaki if they want to. Yeah, that is happening. And military base is where Seam's going to be. Stalwart's going to be. So looks good. But I want to see where Skylight drops down.
Well, let's see. As you clearly mentioned, Skylight is one of those teams that are in fact dropless right now. But we do see them dropping on towards Gatka, and I think it's just going to be a standard game from for Skylightz Gaming at this point, because Venom Legends, they have realized the trick that in order to avoid getting eliminated early or getting picked off early by Skylightz Gaming, you just go east, go towards Milta Power. The spot is empty. It's free for the taking, and the real estate is pretty nice as well. So they've been doing that since yesterday's matches, and it has worked out quite nicely. I mean, we have seen some decent games from Venom Legends since they started abandoning the Gutka drop for themselves. But Ocean, look at this now. Now, this is something that can backfire for A1 Esports. I talked about this yesterday. The game did not work out. This time, again, we have a military circle in front of us. And A1 Esports have, again, gone for a 2-2 split drop with two players quite close to the players of ElementriX 2, somewhere on the southeastern side, not southeastern, well, western side of farm. And now on our screens, it's going to be JyanMaara Snipe YT. And on the map, it looks like he is surrounded.
Yep, JyanMaara. Plus, the players are still dropping down. You see the parachutes, right? In the names of a few players. All right, now they found up a vehicle for themselves, maybe few vehicles for themselves. We'll see. And it's just about the initial loot point, right? That is happening for the players, so they don't have to worry about anything. Gunner, he has that buggy. He's coming to rescue his teammate, probably give him a lift. An Uber ride just arrives, and now they're going to be moving forward for their own loot, which obviously is needed for the starters, ladies and boys and girls, as the games have just begun. And right now, on the other side, we see ElementriX's players. Skylight's AJ just gets a vehicle and is moving away.
Well, let's see. I mean, everyone is, well, no one is interested in taking a fight right now, but I think Liquid does not have an option. All right, so just hiding underneath the truck, trying to protect himself, but I think it's a little too late since Memo has already spotted him out while he was running towards that truck, and now he clearly sees him out in the open. This should be an easy kill confirm right here. A lot of damage dished out, but Memo, what are you doing? Just finish him off. He's out in the open. Take him down. No. What? Oh, he got away.
Yep, it did. It did. ElementriX just, feeling a lucky day for themselves. But Memo, I think he won't be able to get away from this one as he's spotted down. Look at the difference. Like, A1 Esports is trying to just, pressurize Memo, who actually has a safer spot for himself. But then again, he needs that backup. The other players of 7C on the other side, he needs them to maybe just, give him a lift or something. But I guess they're not coming to him. I don't know
No,
what's
no,
happening.
no. I think they are going to go to him. It's just Sinister who needs to back off, because while the lads of 7C Esports were a little bit closer comparatively, A1 Esports, as we talked about earlier and so on the map, they have gone for a 2-2 split. So Sinister is pretty much in an isolated position right now. So he needs to back off, and he knows the lads from 7C Esports are going to show up as well. If he goes for this fight, if he pushes this on Memo, then it is going to be a bad plan of action unless he manages to clutch out the 2v1. It is going to backfire on him. But let's see what is going to happen. We could have had the first elimination already, but Liquid just... Well, yeah, he just slipped away, so he lived up to his name. Ooh, revenge. Talk about revenge, Ocean 7C
Precious.
Esports now putting
Yes.
pressure on A1 Esports. And they almost have found the knock, but 6-9 from the Ray is going to take Memo down. And Pressure is going to be stuck in a 1v4, dishing out damage on 6-9, but Dante... Or in fact, Jax is going to be the man finding the opening. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the first blood. Fresh is being finished off. And Memo is going to be shut down as well.
A1 Esports is enjoying it. They're enjoying every moment of this one because, well, they have taken players down. They have been returning the favors nowadays the way A1 Esports is playing. In fact, this Super Weekend, they wanted to make up a big mark, and they're still trying. They're trying to find a good place. I mean, we saw Dante doing really good in the first days, Miramar, in fact, for themselves. But after that, it's been kind of a topsy-turvy curve for these players. But now we'll see what happens as A1 Esports, just like you said, yes, they have taken down players, Jax being the one on the first blood. And now A1 Esports is going to be looking really comfortable. But you know it, A1 Esports, where they're going, they might need to watch their steps later on. But it looks like they are thinking something else, maybe. What is? And I want to know what's on his mind. All right, ElementriX is on his mind.
Yeah.
So we will see.
I think since it's quite a similar circle to the match, I think it was the second Erangel yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ocean. Was it the second or the first Erangel where we saw the military circle? Which one was it?
It was yesterday's first game.
First game, yeah. So again, even in that match, ElementriX crossed before A1 Esports, and A1 Esports, the last time, they just pushed hard towards the military island. They were punished as soon as they crossed over. So I think this time they want to be extremely careful, and that is why we see Sinister stopping on the bridge, just trying to make sure that the players from ElementriX are not, in fact, camping for them on the other side of the bridge. But Mr. Yozu, look at him, just climbing on the support beams, trying to see if he can get an angle on Sinister. And when all this is happening, I want to see which will be the first team to go for a water rotation. Last time JyanMaara did it, and it worked out quite nicely for them. Not sorry, JyanMaara. Venom Legends did it, and they picked off JyanMaara later on when their boat was kind of exploded in the water, and then the players were just trying to go for a swim. They were finished off as well, but Venom Legends did really well in that match. And
Shots fight!
That's the first one.
Fight! We wanted a fight. We're getting a fight, and now Orangey with his VSS is taking down A1 Esports players. Dante, look at him, just on the sidelines of the bridge is where he is. ElementriX's players, you can spot them down. Hyozu is on one side. 6-9, as we can spot him out as well. Jax with that smoke on for himself. Hyozu's position is such a good position, such a cheeky position. There are so many, what do you call it? Like, the miniatures that combine this bridge together. There are so many. So Hyozu's exact position is not known. He can maybe move around, can change his position, can try and take up a few fights. All those things can happen. A1 Esports on the other side, now they are getting a taste of their own medicine. Plus, I don't know if Dante knows that one of the players of ElementriX, that is Incus, is on the other side. So if someone goes down first, it can be Dante.
Well, let's see. I mean, it can be Dante, and I agree with you on that. I mean, he is the one who's in an isolated position, but Mr. Yozu, what was happening to him, just going up and down the beam right there, and he's still... Is he stuck?
Oh, again! I don't know if he was stuck on that, but then again, you saw that, right?
Yeah, I did.
You saw this happening yesterday as well, and now it's today. as
I mean,
we could
hey,
see.
it's just trying out different modes of transportation. Previously, they took a boat. Now they're trying to fly, but Dictator on the other side could have been taken down by high voltage, but managed to get away. Oh, look at this, though. Second man going
all right,
down.
Incas, come on, Kalus. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. He's just going with it, but Dictator has been taken down. On the other side, Venom Legends are just, faltering down in all these situations. JyanMaara's players, you can see them as well, kind of struggling around the blue, but then again, they need to get to the other side. That's important. That is going to be extremely important for the players, JyanMaara, as they are. Right now, they need to make up their marker, but it looks like they would want to give up a few shots on the other side of the players of Venom Legends, who just arrived. But now they were on land, and we know how the game goes down. Although Steel Shot gives up a few shots and takes one player down.
Yeah, I mean, going ham on the players of JyanMaara again. Venom Legends trying to salvage the situation that is looking pretty bad for them right now. They have lost 2 players from their side, and now in a 2v3 situation against the players of JyanMaara. Let's see, Ale was knocked out. He's getting a revive, but Reaper bot from the squad of DRS is going to try and take Legend down as he drives right in front of him. But utility exchange between No Fear and Steel Shot, none of them managed to connect on the other. M4 in his hands, being quite patient. No Fear hiding behind a rock, popping up those boosters. It's the painkiller that he is using right now. On the other side, the 2 teams that like to land on Military Island have collided. Seal Esports going up against Stalwart Esports, and it's Seal who have just found the opening pick.
They have just found that for themselves. But right now, JyanMaara's and Venom Legends players, they're still struggling against each other. Now, this is kind of like, obviously, I get it. You have to rotate and everything, but your time's getting wasted, right? You're wasting your precious time, which could have been just utilized in the rotations. On the other side, IHC in front of Deadeyes Guys. Oh, I thought he would be ramming True Love, but then that did not happen. Alex on the other side, Godless goes for the finish, and he has spotted down True Love, I guess. Deadeyes Guys' players, they are just around here. Godless is shooting in the wrong direction, but then again, doesn't matter, as it was Godless who will take the player down. IC has been taken down on the other side. Now it's time to give him a cover if the players can. And we will see as Shari, with the 3 times, he's just trying to rain hellfire. I don't know if he can, but Chief was getting shot at. So he needs to survive. True Love's down as well. I don't know what Godless can do. Look at Zol's HP. So it's Godless all by himself.
Yeah, I mean, Zol. Oh, he's
Malik wipes.
I thought he was just gonna heal up and come back, but no, Zol is taken care of. IC is gonna be there. It's just Godless and Alex. Zol is gonna be finished off by Joker from the side of Vibes, so they know there's one more team moving in from their rear, and IHC, they will have to be extremely careful about this. Godless finally securing the elimination point by finishing off True Love from the side of Deadeyes Guys, but he has been spotted out now. Joker is lining it up, goes for the trigger, pulls it quite nicely and sprays the clip onto the face of Godless, finding the knock. IHC, well, I think the elimination is just all but certain.
Yeah, it is. Alex, look at him just, surviving. IHC not off to a good start. And you know what, Johnny?
Yeah.
If IHC is not off to a good start, T2K needs to understand that.
Yes.
Point difference. Oh my God.
T2K already have.
I hate to quote one of my friends, though. Fixes, but there is so much masala in here.
Oh, did you just say you hate fixes? What?
No,
what?
I don't want to quote my friend Fixes, but I know he just doesn't consider me as his friend anymore.
What does he consider you as then?
I don't know.
What's the current status between you two?
Looking for friends. Looking for more friends to rank push in the game.
Oh yeah, that seems to be a trouble nowadays with us specifically, because you guys play a lot, and then some of us have taken, specifically me, have taken a long break. I can't grind anymore. I'm not as young. I can't just stay up all night.
Well, don't worry. If you're just talking about it, don't just worry about it. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, this is how We are starting as ElementriX players are just being taken down one by one. Liquid's on one side, but then again he's moving on as Eisenberg was just wreaking hellfire. It's kind of a domination of the bridge. Firstly, it was one team, then the other one comes, then the other one comes. So all in all, now Savage is on the front foot for this fight. Although they have lost John on Hershey, but then again, no hate, just being coming down for the players for themselves because they just understand what's happening. On the other side, T2K is on the receiving end from Stalwart side. Oh, train to kill. The players are going down as Top takes down 3 players.
Wait, what? Top just going berserk and T2K. Oh! Ocean, we were just talking about T2K and how they need to seize the opportunity where IHC were not doing too great. And keep in mind that IHC is still not out. They're still in this matchup. So if T2K get eliminated early, then they lose their opportunity in this game to topple over IHC and secure a spot in the podium in the top 3. And they will have to wait a little while. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Eisenberg from the side of Savage Esports sees the players of Wipes closing in. Now takes a lot of damage from the flying guy. Is going to get taken out. It's Ryu from behind enemy lines. Just doing a phenomenal job reducing the numbers of Savage Esports after Eisenberg and Neef also falls. Sanchir is going to be the last player surviving, and he was just given one task to go find a spot inside the circle.
But
has succeeded for now, but finds himself up against the players of DRS right in front of him, and Wipes still on the bridge.
exactly, he's the last one surviving now. What can he do in the situation? Does not have any teammates, does not have any friends right now to look out for himself if he needs some cover or anything, a cover fire or anything. So that just, might just be a bad situation, but I guess he's gonna just find his way in that house, maybe for a while. And then would want to look forward. All right, Top gets 2 confirmations for himself. Leo on the other side was just there. But then again, no fear from JyanMaara is just wreaking havoc. Takes down 1, takes down 2 with the last bullet. Connecting. And Prabeen is just out there. Just, goes for a retaliation fire. Would want to go for that finish. Prabeen and Extreme are surviving. And we'll see what happens as Prabeen is trying to move forward. Extreme just gets that confirmation for himself. Will they be able to save their teammates? That's one of the questions. And look at that sealed shot. Seal shot, what can he do? Grenades are coming onto him. He needs an umbrella right now because there is a hellfire pouring over on this individual from all the directions. It's Seal, and he understands it. He's taking up a fight. He still wants a fight. But then again, the circle might have a different story for him to write.
Well, let's see what's the story going to look like, but on the other side, let's see. Venom Legends, all the players are really low, just 1 bullet each, and they're going to be taken out. Leo trying to connect his shots, but misses the mark. Now, he's going to take a lot of damage in the trade, but DRS, look at them. Killer YT has been knocked out. Rules, he's trying to see if he can finish off Sanchir, and Sanchir, just a one-man army, just looking to destroy the players of DRS. Rules is barely left with any HP, but goes for not a drop shot with a PP Bison. He prone first, waited for Sanchir, and Sanchir just, well, I don't know what he did. He just ran in his crosshairs and just got taken out.
Look at that. Top is starting off again. Top with the mini takes down 1 player from Skylightz. I know what's gonna happen in all these situations. And Seals Wally is moving on to the other side. The circle, A1 Esports' players. Skylightz, they are inside the circle. But look at high voltage. Oh, they are making moves. They're moving. They're moving. And they're going to A1 Esports' area, I guess. And I guess that's going to be a fight. A1 Esports versus High Voltage is definitely going to happen. Look at this High Voltage players. They're just moving in. Takes down 1 from A1 Esports. That is going to be the end game for the players. But then again, there's one more. They spot him out. But 6ix9ine just takes 1 player down. Want to go for the finish. It's desperation finish that he's going for. But then again, did he go for it? No, he does not have any kills for himself. Oh, he gets taken out. High Voltage. They acquired this place. And A1 Esports is out.
Well, A1 Esports also forced to take an exit from this matchup. And now, let's see what is going to happen to the rest of the teams as T2K also picking up a fight against Venom Legends. Skylightz Gaming also had them pretty much pinned out in the open. So, it's going to be quite interesting to see if Venom Legends can be wiped out early in this matchup. High Voltage is the last 2 players surviving. Extreme and Vadu are going to be there. IHC Alex, oh no!
Wow.
Joker just quite lucky spotting this man out completely off guard, just finishes him off. And Ocean opens up the floodgates for T2K to capitalize in this game. But the unfortunate thing is that T2K are just down to their last player as well, Legend. And Legend somehow needs to make it into the top 4, into the top 5 with a decent number of kills.
Oh!
But after ISC, it's it! No.
Train to kill is out as well. And now we are down to 10 teams, 29 players surviving. If we just talk about it, Seal, they have 3 players, they have 3 eliminations. They would want to go for more, but they can be stopped down from Stalwart on one side. That's playing on the edge, surprisingly. This team likes to play not much from the edges nowadays, but then again, they are just, moving on to their old guards. Vibes on the other side, they are just out there, and I guess DRS would want to go for a fight against Vibes. Will they? Because I guess the players have been spotted down. Jiggle just going for a few shots. He has been spotting down players left, right, and center, but then again, he would be taken down by Reaperbot, and the vehicle follows onto him by Delta, taking him down. Malik's on one side as well. A smoke might just be deployed right next to him. AJ takes down one from DRS. It is not at all looking good. Vibes taking down for the confirmation, and DRS is left with 2 players as one more will follow down. Killer would be taken out of the lobby, and that's a confirmation for Skylightz. Oh, DRS still taking up a fight. They are doing good as they are taking down the players of Stalwart.
Yeah, they're doing pretty phenomenal, but I think they completely forgot about the players from the side of Vibes and Skylightz Gaming, in fact, because Delta is going to be taken out, and well, the entirety of DRS is just going to be completely wiped out in a matter of seconds by Skylightz Gaming and the lads of Vibes just collapsing upon them. But let's see, Venom Legends still present in this matchup. Steel shot, as we do see him finding an opening on the players of Seal Esports, will instantly be finished off. Baron now going for a revive onto Leo. Seal Esports left in this match with just a 3-man roster. Stalwart Esports are doing quite well for themselves, and Vibes as well. Look at that, Vibes have secured 9 eliminations so far in this match, and they are left with 3 players.
Yes, they have. They have just secured good elimination numbers for themselves, and as of now, just like you're saying, right, they would want to go for more and more and more for themselves. We'll see how that just comes up. Pika is moving forward, just getting and making those covers for themselves if they can. And slowly and steadily, though, these players are still trying to make good places inside the zone. Look at Seal. They might just be struggling because they're looking at ElementriX. That's a long picture, but they are not looking at the immediate threat. Incus is still actually spraying down on these players, trying to pressurize them. Pika on the other side. Is he moving on Skylightz? Oh, Stalwart is moving on Skylightz. This is going to be a good fight to witness. Nima had a grenade in his own hand, but then again, he's just waiting for the information to flow.
But let's see when exactly will it happen on the other side, though. I just want to say there's that Dax and High Voltage, both the teams that we were talking about, they are present in this game. They're still present in this game, and this, I think, could be the match that decides Ocean what the top 16 are going to look like. And not decide exactly, but make the fight more interesting. But Skylightz Gaming, look at the utility exchange. Wally's quite close. And that wasn't a position you could comfortably hold. So he's going to be knocked out. Now Leo's going to be the last surviving player, and he gets taken out as well. Skylightz Gaming doing a phenomenal job just finishing off and dealing with the players of Seal Esports. Now we're down to the top 7 teams. 17 players alive. Where's the circle going to shift? Who is going to have the advantage?
Yes.
And the airdrop is in there. And also, Stalwart Esports, look at their position.
Stalwart has a brilliant position in the zone. Vibes as well. We wanted this old Vibes. We're getting it. High voltage. Well, they wanted points so that the gap actually increases between them and Atrax. This game is such a good game for so many teams, so many players. Skylightz, this might just be their game to just change of their destiny so far. Atrax is there. High voltage is there. Both the teams struggling, surviving, doing everything, whatever it takes for them just to move forward. On the other side, Erangel goes down, ElementriX is going down. High voltage would want to go for those confirmations. Get it as soon as you can, otherwise Skylightz has the eyes, but there it is. ElementriX, they get eliminated as AJ just takes down Incus. The other players being taken down by the players of High Voltage. 6 teams and 14 players.
Well, let's see. 16, 14 players. Skylightz Gaming with all their players still present. High Voltage with 2, Dax with 2, Stalwart Esports with 3, and Vibes with just Malik and Joker left. Skylightz Gaming, they're looking to just be the king of the hills at this point. Just taking on everyone around them. Mafia Ninja, we did see him take a few shots onto top from the side of Stalwart Esports. Pika is a little overextended, and that could backfire for the team as nades and utility are going to be lobbed upon him. and he has taken a lot of damage. One more is going to be tossed out along with a Molotov being lined up, but it falls right in the front of the tree, so it's not going to accomplish much. But oh, Galson's nade could do the trick, and there it is. Pika is burning alive, takes a lot of damage, is going to get knocked out, and I think that's just going to be a finish on to the players of Stalwart Esports, as Cry has been knocked out as well. That means it's just stopped the last player surviving for the side of Stalwart Esports. And
Vibes actually collecting those. Yeah, they're collecting those, but I've never seen Skylightz getting so angry. They're angry on everyone that they can see right now. And Johnny,
man.
It's Vibes versus Skylightz versus High Voltage versus Atrax. High Voltage and Atrax, they have their own fight going on.
Yeah.
Both the teams are in top 4. They need those points. They want those points. They want to get those points. Vibes have only 2 players, but Skylightz, well, they have everyone surviving. A few need to heal, but still, they are on their feet.
I think Skylightz Gaming is in the perfect position to win this game right now. But as far as the situation between High Voltage and Dax is considered, I think High Voltage are doing much better because they have more elimination points. And look at that. As I said, Vibes Malik is just going to spot out Gyante from the side of Atrax and finish him off. So Dax is down to the last surviving player, which is Spike. And it's not going to be easy for him to make it into the top 2, into the top 3, since he's all alone outside, quite close to the blue zone, really far away from the safe zone as well. So it's a long crawl that he has to work upon and, well, somehow figure out a way to survive to the late game stages, to the literal end game of this match. Look at Malik and Joker. This can work out for them, but oh, not for Spike. He's just out, down to the top 3. And hey, High Voltage are here in the top 3, by the way.
No one can steal this game away from Skylightz.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's a thin line in being confident and overconfident. We'll see what happens. Mafia Ninja, look at him crawling down to take the information. He can spot down Malik, but will he be able to spot down Joker? That's one of the questions, because Joker is quite close to the ridge and Malik is on a slightly lower side. Mafia Ninja's there, agent. Look at them just throwing everything that they have: smokes, nades, covers, whatever they can just form for themselves. They're just going for it. Their vision from one direction, they want to deny it. They are trying to deny it, but then again, look at that High Voltage. The players are on the other side. Skylightz want to take a fight against High Voltage, but in this, Vibes might just be having a really comfortable chance for them. Look at the players just sitting in that vehicle. The bug is taking those TPP angles for themselves. Badu is spotted down. He might just be taken down slowly and steadily. The players are going for it. But then again, Skylightz, this numbers advantage is all they can play on. Mafia Ninja, jump and punch, trying to be safe, trying to be in his own safer approach and place. Extremes there, a few shots connecting down to him. Few more, Mafia Ninja takes him out. Wadu's the last one surviving. But then again, Wadu takes down one, and that is Galson. But Extreme would be finished because Vibes, the capitalization that Vibes is doing. Oh my god. But look at that, Vibes' Joker goes down and the capitalization gets done by High Voltage.
Oh no!
Skylightz so many elimination points, just not theirs.
I mean, Skylightz Gaming are going to be very upset about this. They could have had 20 eliminations in this match had it not been for Vibes for half the match. And well, now also the players from High Voltage. But let's see, it's a 3 versus 2 versus 1 versus 1. And well, first Dax, High Voltage was out, and then in the end Vibes were finished off as well. Skylightz Gaming securing an amazing chicken dinner at just 12 eliminations.
This 12 could have been 17 if I'm not wrong.
I mean,
16, 17 if I'm not wrong.
I think 17 is very easy. I'm just assuming 3 eliminations getting stolen from you in a game is not a big deal. So I'm just going to add 3 to that and say 20 eliminations should have been the marker for Skylightz Gaming based on how they were playing in this game and how aggressive they were. And plus, I think, Ocean, we were quite critical about Skylightz Gaming this entire tournament. The entire league stages, in fact, from day 1 till yesterday. I think
well,
they
get $1,000 for themselves, right?
Yeah.
That is important. They get those $1,000 coming up, and they're gonna be happy for that. But oh my god, those elimination points, just theirs, but not theirs.
Also, another thing I need to mention is now, as we talked about earlier, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the players of Dax because High Voltage actually has a lead at this point. They got 10 eliminations plus they get 10 placement points. That's 20 points. There was a 14-point difference already. 34 points separating the two teams. Well, 34 points based on where Dax were before. I still need to look what the calculation is going to be like for Dax because I don't remember how many eliminations they got. They have 8
I guess
placement
only
points,
1
so.
or 2 or 3, something like that. That like not
So
more than that.
10,
if I'm not
11
wrong.
points they got from this game. We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, but after this very short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Johnny, that is Ocean Sharma. Match number 1 of the final day of the final Super Weekend of the league stages is done and dusted. The Erangel and the chicken dinner went to the lads of Skylightz Gaming. But, I mean, we are talking about the qualification of the finals where DAX and High Voltage seem to be the teams competing right now. And High Voltage with this particular match have just put themselves a little further outside the reach of DAX. Now, DAX have 4 matches to make a comeback. Will they make it happen? Do they have what it takes? That's what we are looking out for.
I mean, they definitely got more points for themselves, but that just, that keeps it, that still keeps it in the question if DAX can do it or not, because it was just one game. Just like I said, 4 more to go. Those 4 can change a lot of things. And well, let's talk about someone who changed everything in this game. We're talking about the MVP, the most valuable player, and it's going to be AJ with 8 eliminations. 739 damage though, but 8 eliminations. Wow.
Well, they had 12 in total, out of which 8 were for just AJ, and he had 2 assists on top of that as well. So he was doing quite a lot of heavy lifting in this match for the players of Skylightz Gaming. And again, I think as we did mention about SG and our sort of conversations that we were having a couple of weeks earlier in week 1 and week 2, how Skylightz Gaming were not looking too strong. It felt like they were all over the place. This is the match where we saw the same Skylightz Gaming, well, the same set of players that we wanted to see since the first day. The guys who have been, well, one of the best Team Nepal has ever put on the big international stages. And finally, they are coming back together on the last day of the Super Weekend, just before the finals. This has to be some brilliant mind game, I guess, being played by the coaches and the team's players. Like, all right, we're just gonna let them think that we have gone bad, we have lost our touch, and on the final day we're gonna make a comeback.
I don't know though. I don't know. Maybe not. But then again, we talk about AJ, right? He did pretty good. Wadu's there with 6 eliminations. Joker with 5. Malik with 4. So the elimination numbers were just there with all these players. But then again, if you talk about the top 2 teams, definitely, their own performance was incredible. Look at Vibes. 21:58. Almost 22 minutes survival time coming down from them. They lost their players. Still, they managed to get almost similar amount of damage as Skylightz. It's what, 100 damage difference, but then again they did good. So think about it, right? With the players, with less number of players surviving, they got more eliminations. I mean, I get it, a few stealings were done here and there, but that's all part of the game.
Exactly. I mean, it's all part of the game, and I think the ones they stole from are the ones who ended up winning the game as well. So it's quite fair. Trade $1,000 for the points, the extra points. But I think Vibes, their point of concern wasn't even to win the chicken dinner. I think, winning the chicken dinner was a point of concern for Vibes, but they just wanted to do as much as they can because they knew they were not 100% losing out on one of the teammates earlier on in the game, and it was going to be difficult for them to close out against a 4-man roster of Skylightz Gaming, who has finally found their lost form. But looking at the match summary right now, and as Ocean also mentioned this, majority of the match was just between these 2 teams. After whoever could cross to the military island had crossed over. Then if you couldn't fight against Vibes or Skylightz Gaming, you were basically out.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely were just, basically just going out otherwise. But then again, these players, in fact, did really good. And based on that, 27, 25 points coming up for both teams, high voltage. All right, so this is where it is. Now there's an 11-point extra added to high voltage's bank as
Yep.
compared to Atrax, right? They have 9 points, they got 20. So it's an 11-point difference coming up. A1 Esports, the struggles are still going on. Deadeyes Guys, the struggles are still going on with the last week, last day, whatever you call it, right? Deadeyes Guys, they have a struggling phase in that. That happened. ElementriX, they got a decent points in this one, a few decent points. Venom Legends were a part of a lot of fights, but then they were getting shot at.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy matchup for them. I think again, it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how much of the pressure can Venom Legends deal with till the end of the day. But for now, I think again, going into the map of Miramar, Stalwart Esports has always been one of those teams that have gone on to do really well on this particular map. So they will look
Yeah.
to redeem themselves and try and see if they also can challenge Seal Esports, because again, 4 matches are enough to cover up the difference that's there between Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports. Especially, I mean, Seal Esports, they've slowed down a little bit, so I think Stalwart Esports will look to just seize their opportunity, their opening that they have been given. It's not going to be easy though. I mean, if Skylightz Gaming keep playing the way they did on Erangel, I think even Miramar is just going to be theirs, and I think they're going to look to convert on that map as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And well, as of now, we'll be moving forward and looking on to the Oppo F21 Pro moments as well. And we'll see how all these fights just, take place, happen overall. Because you see right now, right, this is how it just started. A1 Esports 7C. But then again, A1 Esports, after pressurizing a team, the team just faltered down later on.
Well, definitely. Team definitely did falter down, and I think talk about not making mistakes. I think this time it was just Vibes and Skylightz Gaming who are doing really well for themselves. Venom Legends, I think, were just unfortunate in the sense that they tried to do the exact same thing they did the last time on Erangel when Circle on military base occurred. But this time they tried to be cheeky about it. Last time what they did was they took a boat, crossed early, went for a 2-2 split. 2 players stayed back, delayed the players of JyanMaara. 2 players crossed over towards the side of, I think, the Novo Repnoi. And from there, they let JyanMaara go on purpose, tried to sandwich them, and then we saw JyanMaara getting finished off in the water. That was the story last time. This time, they just got picked off early and just couldn't move at all, because of which they had to struggle. But then we moved to basically the late game stage, where it was just a free-for-all at a certain point, wherein no one had any cover. Everyone was out in the open. You saw even the slightest hint of a player being present in any certain position, you were going to go for it. There was nothing stopping you. And in the end, Skylightz Gaming finally do, in fact, just show us what they are made of, winning this game and in style as well with the vehicle run over.
Yeah, just, ending up that game in style coming down. So it just, looked quite good. And if you talk about it, right, Skylightz, Vibes, High Voltage, these teams did pretty good, in fact, for themselves with the multiple points getting secured amongst these 3 teams. Think about it, right? They got like what? They wiped half the lobby themselves, whilst the other teams were struggling. So, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was good indeed, but let's see. I mean, can the form be sort of transition into the next match, especially for High Voltage? I mean, the team that's literally chasing them chased them even in this game. But let's have a look at the overall rankings, because from the damage graph, it looked like only 3 teams were playing. But I mean, Skylightz Gaming have taken the 7th position away from Deadeyes Guys with just a 6-point difference between the 2 teams. And I think they're just going to look to keep on moving further and further into the overall rankings. But now there is going to be a slight pause in their climb unless they just pop off in a very unpredictable manner in the next match, because DRS, they are sitting on the 6th with 334, and Skylightz Gaming have just gotten themselves on the 295-point marker. But look at this. This is what we said, Ocean. This is exactly what we talked about. JyanMaara are not doing good at all. They need to step up. Otherwise, they are the ones going out and not High Voltage. But Dax, the pace needs to be picked up. I think this is not going to do it, because Dax, even though they survived in the late game stages, they did that with, I think, just very few elimination points. So they definitely need to just be a little bit more aggressive inside of the game and try and secure those elimination points, which, trust me, they will be very important, and they will be the reason if Dax makes it or not. It's just going to be those elimination numbers.
Oh my god. So right now, if we just think over it, Dax, these 4 games, they'll have to
22
make
points.
Yeah, the most out of it, given the fact JyanMaara doesn't, given the fact High Voltage doesn't. So it is going to be extremely important for them. Obviously, we are left with last Miramar, second last Erangel, last Sanhok, and then the last Erangel coming up as well. So for a few teams, it might just be their last. So they have to make the most out of it. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah. And again, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see what is exactly going to be the conclusion of this last Miramar of the league stages, Ocean, as you mentioned, because it's going to get quite intense. As we talked about Dax, we talked about Stalwart Esports trying to achieve their 500-point marker. We talked about the situation between IHC and Train to Kill right behind them. So there are a lot of teams chasing a lot of targets right now in this last day, and if they fail to hit that, I think they will just personally be a little upset with themselves, a little disappointed, like, already this was our end goal, we couldn't do that, but hey, we got a lot of other things in return, so there are a lot of reasons to be happy about. Not for Dax though. If they fail to qualify, then you have every reason to be upset, because you're not going to be playing the finals. And I think it is going to be quite clear. Ocean, as you mentioned, I think 22 points, the difference is not that much between them and JyanMaara, but I think Dax, they need a chicken dinner right now. If they don't get a chicken dinner on Miramar, and if the next Erangel they also don't win, then I think the chances of Dax making it to the finals, they're going to be very, very slim.
Yesterday, we saw them getting a chicken dinner, in fact, right? You remember? Yeah. And that was the map of Sanhok. So
yes,
this time, we'll just try and understand if they can either. So if they get a chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok, it's just one thing. It should not be too late, because Miramar, Erangel, a team can gather points. So they need it in the next game. If not a chicken dinner, #2 positions in the next 2 games, something like that should be their goal.
I think if they fail to get the chicken dinner, then they need to make sure that they get like a decent number of elimination. A chicken dinner win with 5 eliminations is going to be 20 points. You finish third with just like 5 eliminations. That's 15.5 point loss is going to be there. So you need to make sure that you are figuring out a way to get those elimination points during the mid-game stages, like somewhere around the 18-point marker. After you hit that, with decent squad mates still present inside of the match, you're going to start to see exactly how you're going to get those elimination points. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, I wonder what happened in the first game, but I'm not going to ask that question, because I don't care. I mean, we do have the player cams now, so it's all good.
Yeah. Everyone's serious. I guess this is the last day seriousness that just is coming up for these players. But then again, our match is about to begin, ladies and boys and girls, and this is going to be the second match of the day. So we'll see how this one goes. A match of Miramar, and it's a southern flight path.
Well, it's a southern flight path starting from prison, going all the way towards Impala. Now, this is going to mean we might have some early game collisions in front of us, Ocean, as the majority of the teams we have seen do like to take control of the central area. There's San Martin, Picardo, Power Grid, Hacienda del Petron, Graveyard, all these positions of the map, and most of the teams also do like to go towards the northwestern part of the map. So they're going to have to drop in a little bit earlier and try to find some vehicles for themselves to rotate through their preferred drop locations and get this match started. But it's not going to be easy. Let's see if they can make it work. On the other side, though, I mean, so in the last Erangel that we saw, which was yesterday's second game, we saw a trifecta being present towards Los Leones. We had Stalwart Esports, A1, and the players of JyanMaara, and there was no action between them.
Yeah,
today I want to see some action.
I mean, this is how the games are actually going, right? Sometimes we see the games with a faster pace, sometimes with a slower pace. So, I mean, all those things do happen. But then again, well, The players and the teams are dropping, and look at the cluster in the Lost Learners, right? JyanMaara's going there. A1 Esports, the seal is there, that cluster forming up. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about this one, but then again, chaos is all we want. So maybe that's all we'll get.
I mean, chaos is all we want. That's gonna be our wallpaper from now on. Yeah, I'm just gonna write it on like a document, screenshot it, and then just turn it into my wallpaper. That's very deep, a philosophical statement from Mr. Sharma. But talking about other things, I mean, what's happening towards Valid Elmar, High Voltage, Dax, Skylightz Gaming, all in the same point, and well, finally, I see some movement from Skylightz Gaming, who seem to be moving up north, while the players from Dax are going to look for some safety. But oh, the action has started as with a bolt action and the UMP on his back. Scry has found an opening. ElementriX's orange was taken out a few seconds ago, and then now they're looking to finish him off. That's it. First blood.
It straight up starts and it straight up ends, right? This time, Stalwart, the players are angry. They understand that they would not want any form of mistake happening onto them. So Stry just goes. He collects one sample for himself, and he just comes back, and that's one elimination. T2K on the other side, you see Jane. I guess Jane might be trying to take a few players on. If it'd been a bigger scope, it would have been a different story. But then again, he needs to switch to a different weapon. That is Thompson that he has, and he needs to understand that someone's coming from behind. He's not seeing. He's not looking behind. He's not looking. Action's there. Pika's quite close. Jane needs to move away. He needs to move away as soon as he can.
Well, let's see. Will he be able to get away? Pika is going to be quite close to him, and Janie is just holding still behind the rock, but Legend closing in from the other side might just be spotted out. He's making a lot of noise while he moves in with the buggy, and Pika, he hears it, headed in his direction, is just going to be waiting for an opportunity to see Legend. And look at this, look at his face. I mean, a lot of communication between the lads of Stalwart Esports. Pika just relaying all this information to his team. Top was taken out. Well, just pushed a little low, but he's still alive. Action does not have a weapon. Well, a proper weapon has the Winchester on his back, but I think it's been a long time since we saw the Winchester being used in this particular map. What's been like more than a year, I guess, for me.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a long time, but then again, look at the Seawork is starting up as he takes down one Stalwart. They are in shambles right now. T2K is just trying to turn everything against Stalwart. The players will have to understand whatever's happening might just have a wrong note to it. Tops on low HP, he cannot heal, obviously does not have any heals right now, and Pika might just be the next one to fall down, does not have any bullets. Oh, 7 bullets on Jane as well, but Legend does the job, and Stalwart. Oh, the misery.
Well,
Tops there. Top getting shot at as well.
I mean,
Mini with a holographic scope.
I mean, the words fit perfectly for Stalwart Esports right now. Oh, the misery. Everybody just wants to be my enemy. And, well, this time it's trained to kill. Action. He's just barely left with a sliver of HP. And on the other side of the ridge, Legend trying to see if he can get himself into the line of fire. But Action has managed to put a lot of distance between himself and the players of trained to kill. So he should be able to get away. Oh, he gets away quite nicely. Stalwart Esports almost making a massive blunder in the start of the game. Do manage to survive. Just 2 players left remaining. Top and Action. And neither of them have any HP or any heals. They are going to struggle. And I think they might just be taken out if they get spotted out again. Because they can't heal. They'll be stuck with this HP.
Yeah, they will be. They will be just stuck with this HP. So that's how it's going to be as of now. And then again, if we talk about the players and their understandings, so we'll just, see how it goes. The circle, I mean, it is a standard basic circle, but in these kind of zones, if you're out in the open, you will be caught down. Look at IHC split, right? This, I don't know how good or how bad it is. Again, right now, the Mongolians are, like, things are not favoring them somehow. for today, for the start of the day, to be honest. Let's see if this game actually just favors them or not. ElementriX on one side, Deadeyes Guys on the lower side. Vibes kind of out there as well. T2K on the back lines. Venom Legends has to get inside the circle. Seal just entered in. DRS might just be their first team to of the engagement. 7C on the northern side. Skylightz moving from the creator fields. Dax. This split of Dax.
It's quite risky. And
high voltage is close to them.
exactly, I think this is a gamble from the side of Dax. I mean, going for a 2-2 split this early on in the match, and this just makes their intention clear. Usually when teams do this, they just play for survival. They're not going to take any fights until the I think until the 15-17 minute marker, or if they regroup a little bit earlier in this. But as far as the Dax high voltage situation is concerned, I think there's a massive hill separating those two teams, so they don't have to worry about a collision from that side. I think it's the players up north who have to be worried about Skylightz Gaming just moving into their position and just picking them off. But talk about pickoffs and Seal Esports, it looks like they're just going ham on the lads of 7Cs, as we haven't seen a single trade coming in from the players of 7C. Just Seal Esports, one after the other, are just getting those knocks and securing those eliminations.
I see. In fact, all the players, they are moving. I see these players are ready to just move forward on for themselves. And you can see on the other side, ElementriX's Liquid is just out there. I see is trying, but Liquid would want to move away from all these distractions. Distractions from a chicken dinner, of course. And 7C, well, the players are going to be taken down. And that's the third one coming for Seal already. Third elimination in a player's, like in a lobby of 58 surviving.
Well, let's see. Although, I mean, no squad wipes have happened yet. We could have seen a few of them earlier on, but 7C Esports, they're down to their last player. IC is just going to finish off Liquid over here. There it is, just an early point secured by the players of IHC, as they also are looking to move forward, trying to see how close to the center they can get before they just start running into trouble. And it's still looking okay for the players of IHC. The blue zone closing in the next 6 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and the next shift is going to happen since it's Miramar quite close to the center, I assume. Yes.
Yeah, kind of a central one. I mean, Deadeyes Guys are such a good position in this kind of circle, right? Savage as well, they have a decent position. Whilst teams on one side or the other side, like they will have to just understand what's happening, especially a team like Skylightz, a team that got a chicken in the previous game. Look at how much they are struggling with the zone right now. They're still trying to figure out a place from where they can enter. Chante from Atrax on the other side just, has that hill for himself. He's getting the vision. And then he'll just get that information to his teammates from where they'll just start moving and all those things. High voltage is on a slight backside. Savage's players are quite close. We know how much importance this game actually holds for players of JyanMaara, for high voltage, and they are coming quite close to each other as well.
Well, let's see. They have gotten quite close to each other, but oh, I see from the flank. Deadeyes Guys capitalize, and IHC, they're going to have to reassess the situation. They were just completely tunnel vision on the players of ElementriX. Forgot to check the high grounds quite close to them. And, well, now, on top is looking to capitalize with the mini in his hands, trying to see if he can finish off IC and reduce the numbers of IHC. Alex is going to be spotted out, takes one hit. Can Deadeyes Guys find the second knock as well? Already one elimination has been secured, and now they have the numbers advantage. It's a 4v3 situation between the two teams.
Yeah, it definitely is a situation just held between these two teams. And Joel, on one side, Deadeyes Guys' True Love is still trying to just do everything for himself. Shifu's just around the corner. On top, a few shots on him, but I guess he will survive. Alex, he just needs the boosters to do its job so that he could just heal himself perfectly. And he's moving away. Deadeyes Guys, these players, they cannot rush. I mean, it's such an open area, plus so many ridges here and there. They cannot rush. They know it. But what they could just do is just try, stay, maybe want a few part of the fights for themselves. Yeah. They are trying, but we'll see if it works.
Well, we'll see if it works, and we're going to find out as well. But for now, Deadeyes Guys being extremely careful about this fight. Godless, he's closed in quite a distance, but he needs to be extremely careful. True Love playing quite close to the cliff, and it's going to be very interesting to see how much Godless can convert. Just lining, well, was holding on to a nade, now just switches over back to the fish. But Dax, oh, look at that. Look at the elimination feed. They found Stalwart Esports. They found an opening and they've secured the pick as well. So Stalwart Esports, they're trying to get away, but Demo, will he be able to make it to the other side alive in one piece? Chante going for the spray with the Scar. El has dished out a lot of
that
damage
one
and found the knock. Oh, almost. I think just a few more meters and that from Stalwart Esports would have been out of shooting range.
That one.
Because now you
shot
can't see him. He's not like there.
Yeah, I mean, that one shot just, went down perfectly. And Chant is going to enjoy it. He's still trying, just like you said, just going for that, those few shots. Atrax, they need every single elimination. They need these points. They need to make up their marker. They need every good position that they can get a hold of for themselves. Look at the edge that they are capitalizing right now. Seal's coming from behind of the players of Seal, right? A few players are in front, a few behind. Skylightz is going to come from behind. DRS on one side. Dax, if they play their cards right, this can be a good game.
I mean, definitely, as you said, but they need to be extremely, extremely careful about this. Stalwart Esports have seemed to secured an airdrop for themselves, so we're going to see what they can make happen with that. But right now, Shifusa from the side of Deadeyes Guys again controlling the high ground quite nicely right now, and it's just going to be very interesting to see exactly when will IHC react. But Spike from the side of Atrax, he's looking onto the players of Stalwart Esports, still not quite done with them, have missed out on one elimination already as the player just ran out of the render distance and just survived because the other lad knew he was knocked out there, but he couldn't see him.
Yeah, just could not. And now Deadeyes Guys' players are still trying to just find someone else if they can. ElementriX, just like we said, on the lower side, lower ground. But the informations are not being relayed to the teammates.
Right.
Nowadays, Miramar just has one trend, and that is if you stay on top, you get those, you get that area to just.
Ocean, I have a question for you. Like, since you are the numbers guy, you remember like basically all of this information. The max render distance.
That comes down to 320 meters. But you can mark up to like 700, 800 meters in the game, but it's like the proper rendering does not happen.
Alrighty.
You can see a few things rendering that is like the smoke of the airdrop and all, but players.
So you're telling me we just missed out on an opportunity to actually see a 320 meter elimination, but this was not even 20 meters. Forget about 300. Reaper Bot just point blank takes down Nima, who I think just came over to the shack thinking no one was here.
Grenade was thrown, but the zone's gonna do its job right now. Nima cannot be saved. Skylightz, they are already faltering down. Skylight's players, they thought a slow rotation can work, but it did not work for them. DRS, they look at them moving with the blue only, just trying to find out their place, and they have spotted on the players. Wait, were they exchanging their vehicles? I mean, that's a wrong decision. And now that's a blunder of a decision as the players are going down. Oh my god! Why did they stop? Why did they STOP?
I mean, we will never know, and
why?
Neither will they. It's the same team that won a phenomenal chicken dinner in the previous game. And
ouch! This just reeks ouch.
Yeah, just a massive owie right there. And I think kudos to Dax for just being present in the right moment, like at the right place at the right time, I guess. Let's see. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they still haven't given up on this, have they?
Well, right now, Dax, just like we talked about them, right, they're trying to look to a good place for themselves. Obviously, it's important. They need to find a decent area. Sanchi takes on JyanMaara Snipe. All right, just taking the player down. True Love takes down IHC Godless. That's an elimination that happens. Legend, one more shot had connected onto him. Top would have just guaranteed one elimination for himself. But the Stalwart not thing is, it's just two players, and they let T2K pass. They let a team of 4 players pass. And well, both the teams know how important it is for themselves. T2K versus Stalwart, the position points, they matter a lot now.
Yeah, they definitely do matter for both the teams. Is not just one, but let's see which one of the squads will be able to secure this quite nicely. DRS on the other side, Killer just out in the open, lining up the nade, and that's not how he's supposed to be, so he gets taught a lesson. A quick one as well. Takes a little bit of damage, falls behind the tree, but high voltage up against Dax. That's a fight I want to watch. Like, it's for the survival of who makes it to the top 16, but we're still going to be here. DRS taking a few shots on Esports, and they're being... is DRS being chased? What?
I mean, they are moving to find their own position, right? But then again, in that, Stalwart T2K, hey, that was a wrong place to just go in, as the players will take you out. And there it is. Delta gets taken down. Action. He's surviving, but for how long can he survive? That's the question as well. IHC, they have 2 players again. The Mongolians are struggling right now as Savages. Alef also goes down. And now Action, look at him just jumping and punching. He needs to take one more player. I mean, he can move forward, but it can be a death rush as well. Venom Legends is coming from one side. ElementriX is 2 players. They are still surviving. Action, he's trying to go for the finishes as well. He will loft a grenade probably in a while. Reaper is healing. I guess he understands that. Now the grenade moves forward. Reaper is still there, but then again, the player has not been taken down. Rules was taken down. Delta gets taken down. The confirmations are coming from Action side, but we'll see what he can do more. And there it is. Reaper eliminates Action, and that would be an end coming down on Stalwart.
Well, but let's see. That's going to be an end for now. They will be returning in the future matches, but will they be standing tall? Oh, DRS also getting kicked out. But let's see. Savage Esports, they have the players of JyanMaara in front of them, just trying to destroy those vehicles as quickly as possible. But Hershey takes a lot of damage through the windows. Eisenberg, he has closed in the distance, is going to line up the nade. It doesn't go in though. And JyanMaara, they are feeling the pressure right now of Savage Esports pushing in their direction, and they need to be extremely careful about this as well. It's not going to be an easy exit. Is Incus a part of Savage Esports at this point? He's right behind them.
He's just there, yeah.
And he's focused on JyanMaara as well.
I mean,
That's a different kind of third party.
That definitely is a different kind of third party coming up, but look at that. Eisenberg just putting down a few players. He's dishing out damage. He's just trying to find that pixel. I guess he understands where the other players are. They're coming close. He gets that understanding. He will go for a good nade. This grenade should be behind that tree area. If it is, it's going to be a really, really good one. The grenade goes there. Gunner. Oh, he misses that marker. But then again, his full focus, it's still on the other side. ElementriX's players, look at that. Now they're taking a fight against Savage, who are still just arriving quite close to the cemetery area. Hershey moves on to the other side. I guess he has been spotted on. A1 Esports, they do get eliminated. ElementriX is struggling now, and they are down and out.
Well, they're going to be down and out. Just no countdown. Instant knockout for ElementriX. But let's see. Savage Esports still present. Dax have been reduced to just the last surviving player. High Voltage are down to their... Well, High Voltage are doing quite decent. They have all their players remaining. JyanMaara on the other side. 4 eliminations secured. I think should be enough to keep them in the race. And just keep them a little bit ahead of the players of Dax. But let's see. Only 2 eliminations in the hands of Dax. IHC quite close to them. 2 eliminations for IHC as well. And they are kind of pinned down by Esports for now, though. I think they're looking to find an exit out of this, and it's not going to happen until somewhere someone else eliminates the players of T2K on the opposite hill. And it has to be Esports, because they're the ones who have the line of fire available.
Yeah, definitely. They are the ones. But look at that. JyanMaara's players are going down as well. And oh, that buggy just flipped. So Jiggle might have had a full chance to take him down. UMP is what he's switching on. Takes down damage of 17 only. JyanMaara, they do get eliminated from the other side of the players of Savage. Now we're down to 8 teams, 26 players surviving. And look at that. Look at that. The circle going out in the open. Deadeyes Guys has such a good place for themselves. T2K, the struggles are still going on as Vibes is coming quite close to them. And I guess this might be the last time we'll be seeing this team. Oh, the grenade from the teammate takes the player down. But then again, that elimination just comes in the hands of players of Vibes. Look at them just moving forward. One player goes down. Malik is out there. He's wreaking chaos in the situation as he just, moves in, takes on a few players. T2K, they're not surviving this.
Vibes they are playing on a whole another level today. I think they just want to take the 4th position away from the competition, and 9 eliminations secured already by the 4-man roster of Vibes that's still doing quite well for themselves in this particular game. Let's see if they do in fact walk away with the winner chicken dinner and the $1,000 from this finish on Miramar. Although, I mean, Savage Esports, High Voltage, they can sort of just take this win away from them. Deadeyes Guys smack in the center of the circle, trying to see if they can control the high ground. It's not going to be easy with Savage pushing on them from the southeastern edge of the circle. Spike, oh, Assassin. That's unlucky. Spike could have had that pick, but now he's been spotted out, so he's going to be finished off.
Yeah, he would be just finished off, and all these situations. Look at that IHC, the ultimate exit the circles going small. It's getting small. High voltage. The players are just there. Atrax get eliminated. High voltage, they have such a good area for themselves. That just means that now they are comfortable. No one can just take them out. They are in top 5 in back-to-back these 2 games. And now High Voltage, Water gets taken down. True Love is moving forward. He wants to go for the finish. But then again, he would be traded out straight up. Shari with that AUG. And on top, on the backlines, they are just, moving forward as well. But will it be enough? That's one of the questions. Praveen is just on the backlines with that MK. Will want to go for the revive. Will take that top TPP. Unif takes down Shari. The Deadeyes Guys is done for. And that means High Voltage is in top 4. Seal is there. Savage is there. And Vibes is coming up as well for this game's chicken dinner. We'll see which team gets it.
I think High Voltage have already set themselves up in a position from where the top 16 is pretty secure for them. But let's see, 4-man strong in this game. Will they be able to get the winner chicken dinner? A very big, important win. This one can be for the lads of High Voltage, but Seal Esports, they're just getting absolutely destroyed. Malik going for the push along with Jiggle, and they are not scared, the players of Vibes at this point. They have 12 elimination points secured. They are the Grim Reapers of this game. It's a complete 4 versus 4 situation between Vibes, Savage Esports, and the players of High Voltage.
Vibes is real. Already he's just going for that buggy, maybe taking down. He's just, he's trying to understand if someone is. I mean, it's a safety precaution just, being taken up by him. High Voltage, the players are doing really good. Vibes on one side, Savage on the other, and just like I said, 4v4 situation. Everyone has everyone for themselves. Such a great Miramar is what we are going to witness right now. And alright, a few more shots just being taken, traded out here and there. But then again, the zone's closing in. We'll have to see, Johnny, who has the circle now.
Well, who will the circle favor? It does become pretty important at this point. It looks like it's with the players of Savage Esports. And all of a sudden, the team from Mongolia finds himself with a massive advantage in the closing moments of this match. Vibes, they will have to go for a push, and I think this can work out for Vibes as they were just timed the aggression quite nicely and just pushed together with the players of High Voltage. But they are on different teams. So there is absolutely no coordination between them. I think High Voltage will just try to deal with Vibes, or Vibes will try to take out High Voltage first, but that's not the case. Savage Esports, they've been spotted out. Assassin with a brilliant flank takes down Sanchi, dishes out the damage to Anif, and this is the opening High Voltage were looking for. Look at the jump and punch mechanic being used to move quickly towards the players of Savage Esports, and quietly as well. One more knock is going to be secured. Savage Esports almost getting done and dusted, but no, they fight back, and Hershey from the backlines with the weapon that he recovered from the airdrop is going to try and see if he can dish out more damage, but no, he's almost getting taken out. High Voltage have lost 2 of their players. Extreme is down, Wadu is down, Praveen and Assassin still remaining, but they have to be extremely careful about this. Hershey's going to go for the duel, and he's going to get eliminated. Vibes, they can win this game, and they've done it again. What an amazing day Vibes are having. Another one in the bag.
3rd position coming up for Vibes after this one. 15 eliminations, 30 points. Oh my god.
They went straight for the jugular.
The Mongolians.
They went straight for the jugular, Ocean. I mean, they were 5th and just the bounce to the 3rd.
They have toppled the Goliaths. They have just toppled the Goliaths.
I'm just gonna say this.
Brilliant one.
I'm a happy man. I've been begging Vibes to just be on the podium since day one of the Super Weekend. Since day one, they were struggling. They were just always very close up against the players of IHC, who were on the third position for a long time. Then Stalwart Esports was close. Vibes again tried the level best to close in the distance and see if they can get themselves on the podium. And on the final day of the Super Weekend, well, even if it's for a moment, I'll take it. Even if it's just for this game, I'll take it. Vibes, ladies and gentlemen, have made it to the top 3.
Oh my god, this time South Asia, they finally have just, they have woken up. The alarms were at the right time. They have just known what it is. They understood the game plan. They went for it. Overall, top 3 is where they are seeing themselves. Wow.
I mean,
wow.
I'll be honest. I did not think Vibes was going to be the team winning this game, but
I thought, I thought even if they win, they
high
might
voltage
just,
is savage.
they might be at the I thought if they win, they might be at the 4th or something, but
straight in the top 3. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in the market soon. I believe Necro just went to check it out yesterday. I am going to get his reviews as we are trying to figure out how to get our hands on this device. And yeah, because I mean, if you get the Oppo F21 Pro, it becomes very easy to secure those chicken dinner wins, especially for the two of us. I guess we need every single advantage that we have. Ocean, he has his own crystal ball that just keeps telling him where the circle is going to be. So
all right, well, now it's time for us to look on to the MVP. Now, while obviously we'll be looking forward, but Vibes, what a brilliant gameplay, game sense coming up, and oh my god, the way they have played, they just enjoyed every part of it, and they just, went forward on moving forward to it. But then again, let's have a look at the MVP. Let's talk about the players that made it possible for themselves. Joker, 6 eliminations, 690 damage, 1 knock, 2 assists, 2405 survival time for this individual. And wow. The position, they got it. It was just so good. Now it's time for us to just move forward and look at the top players as well. In a while, we'll be looking forward to the top players, and we'll see what they have been just capable of for themselves, because this team just comes down to the podium for themselves. So let's have a look at the top players. Praveen comes in with 4 eliminations, 640 damage for himself, and then it's Eisenberg, 4 with 531, Malik with 434, Assassins there with 2 eliminations, 630 damage coming down. So they have done pretty good for themselves, just like we have said, and they are definitely going to be enjoying it overall, and I guess we're going to be enjoying it as well. Vibes on the podium.
Exactly, and Vibes, amazing chicken dinner for themselves. Well, hey, I'm back now, Ocean. Johnny's actually on a break a little bit. But yeah, now I'm back. And Vibes, amazing way to kick things off, at least in the final day over here on the final Super Weekend. And Vibes currently, they're just doing a great job showing themselves up. So, and the players from Savage too also had a decent amount of game. I did see one of the players from Savage wanting to take out a player in the front, but unfortunately just got out of the render distance, and he was not able to find the confirmation onto him. The stats comparison is over here too in front of us as Vibes in high voltage. Now Vibes, of course, they're going to be a little ahead over the players of high voltage, but still a great amount of damage dished out, even from the side of high voltage.
Yeah, pretty good damage, isn't it? Dish out from the side of high voltage. We'll just talk about it. So that just looks pretty good. They are going to be enjoying it. 1772 damage. They played really good, right, for themselves, and it just came up for the performance, and the performance was just incredible. We enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The elimination numbers, just like we said, not that high coming up for a high voltage, but then again they're securing their position, right? That's important. Yeah. Joker just comes up as three different categories. He's gonna enjoy it. Delta with the longest in elimination, and there it is, Eisenberg with the highest knocks.
Yeah, I mean, look at Joker, man. This man's just a whole nother breed now. It seems like Joker also wants to get his hands on the top 5 top players of the elimination leaderboards, and maybe Joker will be able to do so if he keeps on putting up numbers like these. 6 eliminations, as you mentioned, 690 highest damage too, and then highest assists too from his side with only 2 assists. Some of the players with DRS were over there as well. Now, Savage, as I said, had a quite great game too. Savage is one of those teams, it's hard for them to secure a chicken dinner, but they're still somewhere in like the mid-pack all the time in every single game. And then they get like somewhere down like these kind of pop-off games where they find themselves in the second match ranking.
Yeah. But then again, if we talk about a team like Savage, just like I said, yeah, they might just pop off again and again, but a team that got a chicken dinner in the first game, Skylightz, they struggled. They're at 15th. We talk about Atrax, they got 6 points from this one. JyanMaara needs to beware. Although JyanMaara did get points, but then the gap, it's slowly and steadily coming down. Atrax, they're still out of top 16, but then they have to get in there. And with 3 games remaining, they can, they might not. It all depends on how they're gonna play till the end, till the last game. There are still chances. Last time we saw Wizzes with Vibes winning the championship in the last game, whilst the team was at 4th position, right? They jumped till the 1st position. This time a team might struggle, but they end up getting in the top 16, so there are still chances.
I mean, the chances will definitely be there, but let me tell you, chances won't be here anymore for Avon Esports. I mean, at this point, just count them out there. It's done, dusted. I mean, again, me and Johnny have been talking about this. Even if Avon Esports aren't really able to make it, there's no point in hating on the players of Avon Esports. Even they're trying their best to stay up top. But unfortunately, sometimes, I mean, the players do have the mechanics down, but sometimes it's just the team error, right? It's just the communication error that teams have. I mean, again, we're not amongst them, so we don't exactly know what sort of problems they're having. But for now, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really did kick off in the previous game. We did see quite a lot of we did see quite a lot of long-range duels in that previous game.
This is how it just started off. Stride just moving forward, getting the player down, and just going back onto his
with
own
the iron
safe
sight.
Yeah, they know it. But then again, T2K just arrived, and it all just started going down for Stalwart somehow. T2K just they know how to just go for the pressure on the players, and well, they went for it as well. 7C on the other side, they were still just struggling it onto this one, and well, that was happening. So yeah.
Yeah, I see too. Look at him with a long-range barrel spray on a liquid, and he was able to find the knockout too. I'd see as well a decent showing from their side in the previous game, but not really able to capitalize that well. And then Deadeyes Guys over here, they were just creating so many problems for the players of IHC. A great spray from Delta all the way from the top here, was able to just be the Overwatch, and he blows out the second vehicle too. Man, I mean, I knew Delta is like one of the best clutch players in the squad at DRS, but damn, those are some clean sprays.
And these were the final moments. You see how aggressive High Voltage was just, at this moment. Took down a few players. Then you see that switch of MK to take down the players. I mean, Praveen, he was like, let's go all in. Although there were 2 players of High Voltage, right? So the players were being taken down. And Vibes after this one, look at how happy they were. They knew it. They succeeded on such a good note. And they just had it for themselves. 15 for placement, 15 for chicken is what they... 15 for eliminations is what they get. High Voltage with 6, just like we had the conversation. But look at the top 5 damage overall, like 1958, 1351, 1574, 1772, 18. So the damage was very well distributed from Deadeyes Guys to Vibes.
Exactly. As you said, the damage pretty much top 5 teams. They've had quite a lot of damage right there. Seal, though, unfortunately, I mean, I'm not really accustomed to seeing this, but Seal, they're not really currently leading the damage in numbers in these top 5 teams. But again, a consistent performance from the side of Seal. I mean, at this point, they've nailed that first spot down. So Seal, even if they do let things lose in the final moments, it's not really going to matter unless they want to cross over that 500 points barrier. They only need 9 more points, Ocean, and this can be thing that should be written down in the book.
It's not about Seal right now. I get it. They can, they cannot, they might not. Vibes, now it's confirmed. Now it's obviously official as we see them on the 3rd position with 2-point jump, and 428 is the total points that they have for themselves. 242nd highest placement points is what they have accumulated, and in terms of the eliminations, they are at 5th highest eliminations. So the placement points are definitely helping them. They have $3,000 for themselves in the bank. IHC, Train to Kill have been taken down on the road. Deadeyes Guys, they mark up their jump on the 7th position after this game. 299, 295. We'll have to see which team gets to the 300 pointer first in terms of these 2 teams. But Atrax and JyanMaara, this is a slight difference that you can just see and understand in between these 2 teams. 158, 137.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like that little cushion is still being built from the side of JyanMaara, right? They're not really letting it loose. JyanMaara, too, they realize even if they have the cushion, they cannot just let lose any of the games. It's not a cushion to rely on unless if things go south, then maybe that's a cushion they can try to play off of with something. But Dax, too, they're trying their best to close things up, but unfortunately, the games, too, are running away from their hands. So Dax, they got to be really quick on their feet to make sure they're catching up with that 16th spot. If not, then JyanMaara are just going to run away with it. On the other hand, we talked about the other teams on the top. They're going to be pretty much chilling on over here.
Yeah, definitely. And well, ladies and boys and girls, if you guys are enjoying it, make sure that, obviously you take part in the live item drops as well. You can go to the official esports channels. You can watch the stream on Facebook, on YouTube, Pubgmobile Esports South Asia channel. And definitely, there are going to be drops that are waiting for you, those gifts that are waiting for you. I mean, the players, the teams are winning. The audience should also be a part of those winnings, right? So this is where you get it.
Exactly. This is something to give back to the community. And of course, you guys should take a part in this. I mean, look at those nice UMP skins, right? UMP is in the meta too currently. So might as well try and get your hands on one of those skins and also flex on your friends. Now taking a look at the schedule, we're going to be moving on over to the 3rd game of the day. Erangel is going to be the map. Now, again, Miramar was dominated by the players of Vibes. Erangel was dominated by Skylightz Gaming. It's time for IHC to step up and get their spot back again in their hands and prove Vibes wrong. Now, the top 3 Mongolian, we saw that in the past. It's being broken now by Vibes. I mean, what do you say, man? Like, do you want to see the Mongolians on the top 3 or do you want to see some variety? I personally love it. I mean, I love this war between the top 3 right now.
I've always said it, right? I would love to see the variety coming up. I mean, if a team just stays there, it becomes it becomes stagnancy for them. They're like, yeah, we are the competition, but they need to get that reflection, right? That yes, there are the teams as well. There is a competition that's just coming forward for you. So the variety is always. I mean, there's no question asking on this one. Everyone would love to see that switch up coming around for them, right? Because the change is the only constant thing. So yeah.
Well, I mean, makes a lot of sense too. Yeah, like this also brings up a lot of surprises for every one of us. This also brings up a lot of emotions, a lot of dramas for every single fan in the chat too. But Vibes now, they're currently in the top 3, and the Mongolians are not going to be happy about that, especially IHC. It's their time to take a revenge. It's their time to take a toll now. And in this Erangel game, it's their time to pop off. It's not going to be the case, though. That's what we need to find out, because playing flat path is one of those things that's been screwing over these teams so hard these days. At least in the final week, though, I've been seeing a lot of hard shits from the circle. I've been seeing a lot of plain fly path that's just screwing over a lot of teams. So again, it really does come down. But what I love about IHC is that they have 2 drop underneath their belt. Even if the plain path is going to be on the right side, they like to drop near shelter. If it's going to be on the left side, then George Bull has to be their main drop.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, we'll be moving forward on to this game to just understand what is going to happen in this one. And we can see a few players here and there. And obviously, they're going to be ready for this game for themselves. And let's see if a new team just actually comes up or not. As for the game, it's going to be extremely important for all these players, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be ready with their own drop locations that they have for themselves in their minds. If not, things might as well just change. So, ladies and boys and girls, game is about to begin as this Erangel, the plane has taken off.
Oh, and here we go. The planned flat path again is going to be starting all the way from down right, and now it's going to be going all the way towards Georgia Pole and Zarky. And now this is the planned flat path that a lot of teams are not going to have problem with, unless some of the teams that like to drop towards fair pier, for example, teams like ElementriX, they will have to travel through a bit. But again, it's not going to be that big of a deal for them too. Shouldn't really be that tough. Stalwart Esports, again, a free drop for them. Nova Pro is where they like to go. That's not going to be that big of a deal for them too. Now, one of the teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out for has to be Dax in this game. I do realize, as I said, the games are running away from their hands. And JyanMaara currently, they're trying to nail that spot down. Even if they do go down, JyanMaara making sure they're at least going down with some points.
Yeah, they would want to just go out with some a few points for themselves if that can happen. But right now, the teams are definitely just dropping down to the comfort zones, comfort spots. So this becomes, so here's the thing, right? Skylightz, a team that likes to drop to Gatka nowadays, they're still gliding. It might just be a slower movement for them, but then again, it depends where the circle is going to be. If the circle is actually having Gatka for itself, they can wait for a few zones, and from there, they can move forward. 7C, they drop down to Pochinki. That's going to be their own place. ElementriX, this time, they're not going to be in Ferry Pier. And just like we said, the circle is going to be out there, so they're going to face no problems. And ElementriX, this time, they drop down to the areas of Zarky. I'm pretty sure Atrax would have spotted them down gliding, so they might as well just change their position. And yes, they are changing their position here, and their vibes though in such a split.
Interesting. Yeah, look at vibes too. I'd see this time they opted out to drop near shelter, but again, the circle is something that's going to be screwing over the teams that are all the way on the right side, and we might just see some early bodies hit the deck, and that's what exactly is happening. The players of Skylightz Gaming, they're quite dispersed, and now 7C, they're trying to capitalize on top of it. AJ2 was spotted out, but hey, they're going to be able to at least make sure that Skylightz Gaming are going to be handicapped this early off in the game. Nima got taken out. He was not really able to get his hands on the buggy. 7C, they're going to get away with a nice elimination points. Great way to kick things off, and it's going to be Memo who gets the first blood on his hands. 7C is one of those teams, too, that do need these kind of points to start the game off with. This is going to boost their confidence up.
Yeah, definitely is going to just boost up their confidence, just like we talk about it. And those early eliminations, they always help. They always help you, right? How they are just, how you are in fact just trying to spot down, find out the players, what they're doing, what they're not doing, etc., etc. So it kind of just helps them. Skylightz players, they're trying to just maintain their composure. I mean, a team that got chickened in the first game, now they're struggling. In fact, in the last game as well, they were struggling. So the team needs to understand their priorities. They need to prioritize their work overall. They need to just understand the work ethic as for what's going on in the game, because see, you have players, everyone has 4 players. You have weapons, everyone has multiple weapons for themselves. But then it's all about the communication. It's it's not just a game sometimes, right? It's a performing art, and you need to showcase why you are better than the lobby with your strategies, with your understandings. And Skylightz, I get it, they got a chicken dinner, but still the struggle is going on. They either have the best of the games or they have the worst of the games.
That is true. I mean, this is like the prime example of hot and cold, right? In one game, you're completely hot, and in the other game, you just fall down cold. And that's what something Skylightz Gaming are facing the problem with. But again, they're in the top 16. They're going to be moving on over to the grand finals, and hopefully this is not going to be the same case from their side. But then at the same time, while I'm saying this, I'm also trying to convince my mind is that why would a team not want to have their hands on those $1,000? Is this a team that is actually struggling, or are they doing this on purpose because they want to hide some strats in the super, or because they want to hide some strats in the grand final?
It's not about hiding the strats exactly. I would say they are struggling. We've seen some very bad rotations from the team as well. We've seen some very bad decisions. In fact, in the last Miramar, we saw how the players were taken down. This team will never do that sort of a rotation, but this team was taken down. You can call it experiment, but it's not an experiment in which the entire squad goes down. That's not an experiment overall. That's a blunder. So that's they are struggling. They're 100% struggling.
Yeah, and I mean, would you call it like Skylightz Gaming? They aren't really able to scout the areas out properly, or do you just think that they're just in a bad state of mind
decisions? It's hasty decisions.
Okay.
Because what happened in the last game is like they had all the 4 players surviving. Then they decide we'll switch vehicles in the open area.
Oh,
why?
All right.
That's the thing. Why? First thing. Second thing, the players are deciding we'll go out all alone in from the open compounds, open areas. Delta spotted them out, he took them down. So that sort of a decision is not what a team in fact, would want to take, but Skylightz is struggling on that.
Yeah, it's like they're taking those odds with them. You know, they're like, all right, it's okay. What are the odds that we get taken out? And then they just take those odds and they actually do get taken out. And that's something Skylightz Gaming. Well, okay. Well, didn't see that nade coming right there, but that's a great nade from these out of pressures. Neither did the player of IC saw that coming his way. But now, man, I talked about IC. They'll need to start things off on a great note. And I'm sorry, IC. I did not mean to curse you guys.
Well, I mean, it was a note, but not a great one. But IHC, yeah, the struggles have started. 7C. I mean, 7C taking the players down, I love it as well. But then again, I would want to see how much can they just, keep on going forward with this one. So, we'll see, though. We'll see. But then again, Precious is trying to spot some other players if he can. I'm pretty sure there's going to be no one around. They're inside the zone as well, so nothing bad for the team.
And, I mean, one thing I really noticed about Skylightz Gaming, right? Even though they won the previous game, it was AJ who was considered to be the support of the team. And he was the one who had, I think so, 8 eliminations on his name. And being the support, he was able to pull that off. That also makes us questions about the fraggers in the team, right? What exactly is going on? Because AJ, he did not just have the eliminations, he also had the damage numbers to back it up. So, I mean, it just makes me wonder what exactly is going on with Skylightz Gaming. Where are the fraggers? Why are they not able to show up with the firepower they need to? And we talked about hot and cold, and yeah, messy decisions. That's what you called, and I feel like that's pretty perfect.
Yeah, they are getting those hasty decisions on themselves, and they're letting it go for most of the game, right? The most of the game is just revolving around those kind of decisions, and that's kind of a reason as for what is happening. So yeah, we do get it.
Yeah,
but then again, these players, they're still just trying to go for something good if it can happen. But we'll see though. As of now, the struggles for Skylightz still going on.
Well, there we go. Indeed, they are. And look at that.
Coin exeg.
They had to do it, huh? They had to do it. They had to do it. They also like.
I want to see our observers, showcasing a normal buggy in this cinematic way someday. Buggy lives matter. Come on. I get it. There are Jescos, there are Lamborghinis. Buggy lives matter, man.
It's not just that. It's normal skin lives matter. It's no skin lives matter. Players like me who don't have a lot of money to spend on video games, we like to play with normal skins, man. We don't got like these fancy skins. Like, you guys are just making us jealous at this point. Please, man. It hurts.
Orange is like, I'll show you a Lambo now. So he's just, using that Lambo.
It sounds so good, too. It sounds so good.
I love the way, right, if you're outside the Lambo and if you hear the sound, it's a proper 3D surround sound that you hear of a Lambo, like an actual Lambo. Because I've seen an actual Lambo as well. I know, like, the way, that just comes up, right? It just comes up so good. But then again, as of now, Venom Legends. All right, so this team has its own story. I wouldn't call them bad. I wouldn't call them good. They have their own story. They're not playing to just, have an impressive game or something. They're playing to enjoy the lobby. Sometimes it definitely feels like that. Sometimes they'll just rush on anyone. They'll take a fight against anyone. They'll be there. But sometimes it's like, Eisenberg with one of the bolt actions taking down Venom Legends players. We were just saying, right? They were enjoying their time, and now enjoyment's over.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening today, dude, but we're cursing these teams hard. I mean, I said IT needs to pop off, and one of the players got taken out early. And now you said Venom Legends, they're going to have fun, and, well, they're not anymore. And the man also got instantly eliminated out the game, too. So, Savage, this should be free loot for them. Yeah, Smoke's tossed in, making sure there's going to be no angles. And this is what we exactly talk about, right? Not even going for the odds. Playing it as safe as possible, even to loot a little bit of death crate. They utilize 2 smoke, and now every single player is going to be also taking their little part in this in the loot too. As airdrop 1's going to be on the board, and it's going to be MK14 with the AR suppressor with it, and also a couple of upgrades if the players want to go for it. 7C now. one of those teams that's in the compound out right here, and high voltage. Currently, at least,
All right.
they're out of the danger zone in the overall rankings.
I want to ask you a weird question. Like, out of all the airdrop weapons, which is the one that you love the most and which is the one that you hate the most? If like, is there any?
Okay, look, I love the Groza.
Uh-huh.
Because, of course, you know, it's just really good. It's really good at this point. So Groza has to be my favorite weapon. It's not... I really hate a weapon. I feel like all the airdrop... Yeah, that was a good one. That was a great shot. But yeah, it's not like I hate any weapon, but I still feel like there is one weapon which can be proven to be quite useless. I mean, in my opinion, which is AUG. I mean, I don't look. I mean, I would use M4 any day.
I same. Like AUG is a weapon that I would say it's good, but then again, hey, I mean, guys, do you remember I want to ask the audience, guys, do you remember the old times when M24 used to be in the airdrops?
Yes.
Oh, those were the classic times. M24 used to arrive in the airdrops. And we used to have like 2 different airdrop bolt action weapons, like AWM coming in, M24 coming in. Oh my god, the game has aged like a fine wine, my friend.
Yeah, and then I also remember the time when DBS was in the airdrop, and I was like, how are you supposed to use a shotgun in the late game? I mean, back in the day, we were...
DBS's arrival was like not... the DBS arrival was just, you know, it was just so early, like so close, but that is just like the prime pristine time of
Pubgmobile, that's like the OG times, yeah.
Yeah.
When it was like just new. But yeah, again, M24 was like one of those things. I was like, okay, if you have Car 98 and M24, it was same thing like AUG and M4.
A grenade, just, you know, the grenades are flying close to Dante, but then Seal is coming quite close to these players as well, so they might just, you know, want to get hold of a few eliminations. On the other side, Stalwart Stop takes down one player from Deadeyes Guys. Look at them just, you know, using everything that they have in their power, but then again, nothing's touching Dante as he's just out here. He sees that that Molotov's splash damage as well. Oh, Seal gets shot from the backside, just like we were saying. Seal's gonna enjoy it, and looks like Seal is enjoying this one, and Stalwart on the other side taking the fight against Deadeyes Guys, taking the players down. So yeah, it has just been happening. A1 Esports is Dante's on low HP, but look at the cover. That's such a brilliant cover being given up by 6ix9ine. Obviously could not take down the player, but then again, his job is done. The rush did not happen on Dante, and the team is playing so boldly. I love it.
Yeah. Absolutely great way to play things out. But again, A1 Esports, unfortunately, one of the players got eliminated. So even though this fight is getting pretty close for them, but they're still already taking a casualty. Somewhere down line, fight really not worth it for them. I mean, they're all the way like bottom in the overall rankings. So at this point, A1 Esports might as well just try and camp some teams out. They might as well just start targeting some teams if they don't like them. Because this is their chance to try and ruin someone's game, and they can try and do so. Without a doubt, RX is going to find another opening. Oh, that's Rafa taken down. Great precise shots from his side. Venom Legends now, the pressure is going to be felt.
Yeah, the pressure definitely has to be felt down here. As if we talk about the players, right, they are trying to maintain the composure, but that's exactly not happening with a few players, a few teams. In fact, A1 Esports and Venom Legends, the fight is still going on. They're inside the zone, but then again, that doesn't matter. What matters is like who will survive, who will be the last one having a good final laugh for themselves. Oh, 6ix9ine's on such a low HP. Steel shot. He can maybe push, maybe he cannot, or he's not deciding to push. That's one of the things right now, but he's spotting down the players, and that is an important thing. And look at that, 6ix9ine just heals himself, and now they're ready. Alex on the other side takes on one from ElementriX, and Venom Legends, the players are trying to just, you know, find good spots, good places for themselves. Venom Legends' Rafa is the one that we can see in all these situations, all the good purples. As for he's just trying, but then again, think about it, right? Venom Legends cannot push in the open. If they do, Jax is there. Jax needs to connect a few shots then.
Oh, he needs to. And then Rafa right here too. Look at him. He's just trying to eye out the players in the front. And now A1 Esports. This fight has came down to at least stalemate for now. We do hear some shots ringing though, but they're not able to find any connections, and that's something that needs to be found as quick as possible. A1 Esports. At this point, they're just trying to find a nice knockout that will buy them enough amount of time to try and enter in. And there you go. That's something that they were looking for. A great find from the side of 6ix9ine boy. Steel shot taken down. Nade was cooked into prime too. Another nade tossed in. It's going to be a little overshoot right behind the player of Rafath. So 6ix9ine boy is now going to try to charge on in. He knows one of the players was knocked out. RX Jax too. able to bait out a couple of shots. ElementriX Esports playing this one pretty patient.
As of now, yes, they're playing it out pretty patiently. But
And
then
now-
again, they are being taken down. And now look at this. A1 Esports needs to understand if they can put a full stop on this fight, because Vibes is coming from the backlines and for that 6ix9ine is coming, but then he'll be taken out. Oh, they need to heal. Venom Legends' players, Rafat needs to heal, but Jax with one good nade, but he needs to understand Vibes is on the backlines. T2K, the players are taking fight against IHC, and in a turn of events, IHC gets to say GGWP.
What's going on with IHC? I mean, IHC too is one of those teams that's been cold after the first Super Weekend, pretty much. And that's something IHC will need to try and capitalize on. JyanMaara too will take it on the 15th spot. Oh, now maybe Dax will have a huge chance to try and capitalize, but unfortunately, SpikeX has went down. That's one of the style players, or that's one of the showmans for the side of that team. So SpikeX needs to be up for Dax having a great performance. But again, the rest 3 players also can try and put on some numbers. Now, all they need to do is just close in a bit. Maybe even like 5 or 6 elimination points with a decent amount of placement. That should be more than enough.
That definitely should be. Just not coming out more than enough. Just like I said, Vibes is Malik onto the back lines right now. A1 Esports' players on the other side, just like we said. They are there. 250 meters a distance for a few teams to get inside the circle to find a safer spot, a better spot for themselves if they can. That's going to be an important one. A few smokes just, being deployed. A few bait smokes, in fact. Jax understands that. He just stays there. And now, ball is in the court for Jax because he can switch to FPP, can sit down, and maybe take one player down. But look at that, shots are coming on Jax as well. He just, changes his position. 2 players are coming in. First one enters, tries to take him down, but no, Jax takes one down, switches onto the weapon. But that weapon switch animation was his demise as he would be taken out.
Yeah, and he gets taken out. I had a little question for you. Which is your favorite color on a supercar? I mean, yeah,
My
like
favorite.
Lambos and stuff.
So I'll tell you, I don't like Lambos that much.
Okay, which do you like then?
I like a Bugatti or a Pagani Huayra.
Okay, if you ever buy Bugatti, which color would you go with?
Black with a hint of blue.
I would honestly go with black with the red neon stripes on it. Like cool. That would look pretty cool if you think about it. But again, let's get our heads back in the game as Joker is on a move from the side of Vibes, and the entire squad too is now on a move. They do spot out the rotation from the players of Venom Legends, and Venom Legends is now they're in a big world of hurt, as now there's going to be so much trouble piling up on top of each other. It's a little grand theft for the players of Vibes. They're just trying to chase down those elimination points. Jiggle too now will get the call, and Vibes, these should be some free points to wrap up. Seal too, they're trying to pepper some shots, just trying to take the advantage of the same situation, but that's not the case just yet. Stalwart Esports is still alive, one of the biggest threats in the lobby. They should be taken out and neutralized.
They would be just taken down right now. Skills players, they are just here. And look at that! Venom Legends are going down one by one though. Right now, Rafat, he gets a taste of his own medicine, and Jiggle is going to move forward. He's going to go for that elimination for himself. They're going to open their bank account for this game slowly and steadily. And look at him. Came through the smoke, conquered through the smoke, went through the smoke.
We'll talk about conquering things, though. TDK, right here. All 4 players up, too. I mean, TDK has been like one of those teams that's been the burning torch, at least from the Super Weekend 2. Final days of Super Weekend 2 to now Super Weekend 3 of like a complete consistency. Every single game, they just get taken out with like at least a decent amount of points to back himself up with. What a nade.
Yeah,
also kind of mispositions the buggy a bit.
Yeah, pretty decent one, just, coming down from the players right now. As we see them, DRS All Right rules is just, around the corner. 36 players, 11 teams still surviving in all these situations. Vibes, well, they're definitely moving forward. As of now, they have 3 players, but then they have started off their elimination markers. Stalwart's there, Seal. They have 8 points remaining to touch a 500 marker if they can do in this one. High voltage, I mean, again, they have secured good place for themselves. But then again, the question still remains. Atrax, If not this one, if not next one, well, we'll be having a top 16, 100% sealed.
Oh, talk about seal though. The next circle's gonna shift right on top of the players of Vibes. Oh, I love this. Might just see a little bit of coastline ending. 7C tossing some smokes. Memo realizes he's in right middle of nowhere. Doesn't really have a lot of cover to play with, so these smoke grenades are going to be his only saving grace. Did toss in like 3 smokes, and now Savage and Stalwart Esports, they're going right at it against each other. And DRS, it seems like they're going to get eliminated on 11 spots. Savage too, they're in a world of hurt as one of the players gets taken out. This nade right here from Wadu, it's so well placed. Gonna crawl right next to Eisenberg, and he will be taken out as well.
Look at the Savage. They are stuck in the situation now. They are out in the open. High voltage. They're just, using their utilities to just, take a part of the fight. And now they're going to go and revive Vadu as well. Whosoever they can see, they'll try and take the players down. Look at them just dishing out damage. Extreme, if he has 1 more or 2 more nades, he can definitely take the players down. But look at that. From the backlines, they're getting shot at as well. Seal and Stalwart taking fire of their own. Savage on the other side. Oh, Stalwart, they are out. They are out. Assassin is using an SLR. Well, I love it, but Savage now. The struggling pace for Savage is starting, but they are going head on to Hell's Gate. Seals there.
Yeah, they are right there. Sanchir too. 1 elimination with a grenade. High voltage right here. So, yep, as you mentioned, Shield, they have all their players alive. And Seal, they're going to be one of those teams that's going to cause a lot of chaos in the final zones. Skylightz Gaming too up here. 2 players up for them, 3 players up on the side of TDK, and this is a fight that's going down currently as TDK, they might just have a little bit of upper edge on this fight. Gelsen too is taking a lot of damage on the play zone, and that's going to be more than enough. Easy, light work coming through from the side of TDK, but now they will have to try and go against another wave of enemies, which is going to be high voltage.
Look at that. Skylight's players, they mark up their exit as well. Down to 7 teams. 18 players surviving. Vibes is there. Seal, the tabletoppers are there. Deadeyes Guys, they can't just change everything in their pace. They are there. T2K, they are struggling. High voltage will move forward. They're spotted on the players' high ground, low ground curve. Puffle is happening, but Praveen, he has to move back. And the revive, well, we'll see if that's going to happen. Yes, it definitely is. The grenade moves forward. Praveen's still there, but then again, I guess he's not in the vicinity now. Oh, yes, he was previously, but then again, he healed on time. He's going on with the FPP switch. UMP is overpowered, and he showcases it. That why is that?
Yeah, the hip fire on that gun is a little too broken, I'm not going to lie. And now Seal 2 right here. Oh my god, look at Demo. It's just in the middle of the streets. Doesn't exactly know where to go. Extreme 2 is going to be in the front edge. High voltage currently also, they're one of those teams that have all their players up. Vibes though on these coastlines. They have this little ridge to work off of it where they're just proning, shooting, proning back again. Just doing some movements that's also tricking the players in the front. Seal now, they're currently on the receiving end as one of the players got taken out. Vibes, they're just trying to find some confirmations through the smoke, but no find just yet.
Yep, nothing, just coming up right now. But then again, these players are trying to find good places, in fact, for themselves. And look at that, Seals players. They are trying to dish out damage on anyone and everyone that they can just see through all these areas right now. Slowly and steadily, these players are trying to find good places and good fights. High voltage. They're trying to situate away from each other, but this grenade from Extreme might as well just change a few things. Oh, yes, Assassin is down. It was Demo taking on Assassin. High voltage would be taken now. This circle, it's a shoreline circle. And look at how Venom Legends is securing points. They're in the water.
Oh, they are. Look at Ale. Yeah, as you said, he's just able to dodge all the eyes on him. And so far is also safe, at least for now, though. A 7C right in the front. Seal 2, I mean, they're still able to make it alive with all the players up, even though the zone wasn't really favoring them. Seal currently, they're just able to clean up the lobby. And look at Ale. Yeah, as you said, he's in the water, making sure he's dodging all the eyes. He does spot out each and every single player from the side of Vibes. He has so much info to work with, only if he had teammates that could be used to something.
7C again. Will the second curse prevail for them? That's the question. I mean, they always come down to the second position, although right now there are still 4 teams surviving. But 7C, they need to just stay here for a while. They need to let Seal engage with Vibes on the other side. I mean, Vibes is the only team inside the circle. These teams need to stop worrying about fighting outside the zone and they need to start worrying about how to get inside the circle. But then they're just not thinking about it. Look at this. I mean, Wally is just getting a few more things from that crate. Maybe did not find anything, and now they are thinking of making up their marker. Look at them just throwing everything that they have, Molotovs, grenades, everything just, right around the players. But now Seal, I guess they understand it, that getting inside the zone is going to be important, and Seal will try to make a run for it. But if they do, if Seal runs onto Vibes, 7C can win this one, because 7C would want to third party in that situation.
Indeed.
And look at how Seal players are crawling down.
At this point, every single team in the lobby, they're just trying to take an advantage from each other's demise. And Ill now finally spotted out Joker. Misses those shots, but it's okay. Ill too is going to be quite quick in the water lines. Seal now, they'll need to try and take this fight. Finally, they spot out the players of 7C moving out in the open, and they capitalize on that. Joker is still trying to look for that little shark in the fish, and Ale will be pretty much taken down by the play zone anytime soon now, and yes, he will be. 7C getting eliminated on fourth spot, and the final man was able to secure his team the third spot too, and now it's all down to Vibe and Seal.
It definitely is happening. Vibes, the players are just out there. Seal's players, they're trying to move forward. Seal, the table toppers. Vibes, a team that has just toppled down the Mongolians. Can they do this in the final zone? That's the question. That grenade was so close to Malik. Joker is the one with good HP for himself. He needs to just give cover so that Malik can heal. Another grenade comes in. Malik goes down. Joker surviving. Oh, those throwables were just brilliant. But Joker takes on one. The MVP of the last game is just at it. One by one. But no! Seal just gets it for themselves. What a brilliant winner chicken dinner. And well, they are at the first position. Obviously, we know that.
Another $1,000. Damn, that's what matters. I mean, damn, Seal, at this point, if you guys keep on doing this, like, if you guys keep on playing like this, you might as well just buy a Lambo in real life. Oh, boy. Seal, what a way to close things out. 13 eliminations, and still, the final man right there. I mean, not really the final man. One of the men from Seal, he was running out in the open in the coastlines, and then he just hits a reflex shot on one of the players right behind him. I mean, it was Joker. And he did it to Joker as well. Joker is one of those elimination leaderboards, and he still managed to reflex Joker out the game. I mean, that's nuts if you think about it.
Yeah, it's just so good. Just think about it. The way the game has been just played, we all enjoyed every part of it, right? Seal, they got it. They got a brilliant winner with the chicken dinner for themselves, and they definitely going to be enjoying it. But then again, the way, Vibes tried to have a good fight for themselves, things kind of just, faltered down. But still, doesn't matter. At the end, Seal, they are enjoying every single bit of their success right now.
Well, I mean, they better, right? And hopefully they have some fuel left over even in the grand finals, because currently they're burning through a lot of it. I'm telling you right now, but hopefully they have something new to come up with in the grand finals, because grand finals is somewhere every single team will need to try and showcase themselves. At this point, we might as well just conclude that the Seal, they pretty much are the league stage winners at this point, because they have a huge lead. They've also crossed over the 500 points barrier, and that's one of the biggest marks pretty much overall.
Yeah, that definitely just came up quite good for the players, to be honest. But then again, we'll understand what goes on in the upcoming games next round.
Exactly. Well, it seems like it's time for us to push your short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. I mean, off to a great start today as well. Vibes are on a complete domination spree, without a doubt. Even in the previous game, a consistent performance on the second place ending. Vibes now, they're trying to overtake even Stalwart Esports, which can be a little bit of struggle.
I mean, we'll see though. Stalwart and Vibes, where does that kerfuffle end, right? We still have 2 games. And just like whilst we're seeing the struggles of Stalwart, they might just go down. Whilst we're seeing the way Vibes is performing, I'm telling you, South Asia is finding its new fan favorite team right now. Obviously, Vibes has played previously as well, but this time Vibes just plays a bit differently. Joker's edition is just just coming up perfect when it comes down to it. We have seen him play with different names previously in previous tournaments as well. He started off just like with ASL Joker, and he has been performing extremely good since those times. Has been MVP capable in those times as well, is doing the same right now as well. But then again, with this game, I mean, Seal just sealing the deal. We'll have a look at the MVP of this one, and we'll try and understand what sets him apart from 63 other players in the competition, because then again, that's how it goes.
I mean, yeah, let's take a look at the most valuable player of the previous game, and let's find out who is going to be the man of the hour. As you predicted, well, Joker, well, that's not the case. Demo is going to be here on the MVP side, and this time, with 6 eliminations and 6 knockouts and 3 assists with damage of 910 all by himself, ladies and gentlemen, and the survival time of 25-11. Demo has proven to be one of the best players that Seal has ever had. And I mean, without a doubt, right? We've been talking about Seal 2, one of the most consistent teams, and now Vibes 2, they're pretty much doing the same thing throughout the tournament. We talk about burning through a lot of fuel in these end days, and hopefully they have something left over in the tank moving on over to the grand finals.
6 knocks, 3 assists, 25-11 survival time. That's just so good. 9-10 damage, 6 eliminations. Demo definitely just comes up as Demolition, and he is Demolition, the demise of the opponent's Wally on the other side with 1 elimination and 867 damage. Wow! Just coming out here, and we see all the players of Seal in the top players list. There's Leo, there's Baron, everyone's there with a slight hint of Sanchi.
I mean, at this point, if there was 5 players, then even the 5th player would have been there. But yeah, jokes aside, Sanchez was able to find himself in there in the 3rd spot with 4 elimination points and also 433 damage wrapped up. I mean, Savage too, we know, of course, they should be there. And Savage, in the end, unfortunately, the zone was something that went too cruel on him, and they had to try and move on in. And then Seal was one of those teams they needed to fight against. And Seal, it was a pretty easy job for them to just hold the players of Savage off at bay. Stats comparison in front of us, and Seal this time, they're going to lead the charts miles ahead. Look at the eliminations, 2 and 13. Damn.
That's actually, quite good. And the elimination numbers that Vibes got, obviously not a lot. But then again, think about the knocks, right? That means they were giving knockouts, but they were not being able to confirm it. That's one of the things that just, showcases here. 846 damage received on Vibes with 1130. 1130 damage dealt in only 2 eliminations, right? There's a difference that just showcases out here. And obviously their average survival is quite low as well as compared to Seal, because till the end Seal had all the players surviving. Vibes, they lost one of their players early on. They had 3 players, and they were trying to just maintain the game overall with those 3 players only. So yeah.
Talk about maintaining the game, though. I mean, Vibes, again, we talked about it. They were just being a little mature in the lobby this time because they realized the zone was being really cruel on every single team in the lobby. So they prioritized the rotation first instead of those elimination points. And it kind of paid off, too, with a decent amount of points wrapped up. 14 points with 2 eliminations to add on as well. So a decent amount of showing even from these side of Vibes. I want to take a look at the match rankings, though. And I want to find out, are Vibes going to be on the 2nd spot in the match ranking? Or is it going to be some other team who got a lot of elimination points? Because indeed, we saw a lot of teams trying to be the cleanup crew, just trying to clean their way inside the lobby. And now Matt Summer in front of us, as Demo is going to be there pretty much almost all over the place. But then Wally too is going to be there, and top from the side of Stalwart Esports with the longest distance elimination.
In a while, we'll definitely just look at the top rankings, definitely. But then again, these are the stats, just like I said, of the match summary of this particular game. We see Demo, Wally, Demo, like just coming up with a hint of top as well. So again, this game has been a Mongolian domination overall. This Erangel looked like a pretty good one coming down, and I guess we've stopped counting, but if I'm not wrong, the Mongolians have like 14-15 chicken dinners all for themselves. So it's like $15,000 just going at one place. We get that. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, as you said, just $15,000 going at one place to one particular region. But yeah, moving on in though. I mean, Stalwart Esports too, as you said, they're one of those teams. They're kind of like faltering out in the end days. And I mean, again, if they want to, they can just sit back, chill, and relax. If they really do care about their spot in the overall rankings, though, then they cannot. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they will need to start putting up numbers right now, right here and right now, or else Vibes, they're going to start catching in. Because Vibes, it doesn't seem like they're even letting lose one of the games unless some of the teams, they start just capitalizing on Vibes early off and they just start targeting them. Vibes, they're actually going to be in the second place. So the previous game, we didn't really see a lot of teams going for a lot of eliminations. I mean, we're not really, unless TDK is on 7.
Yeah, unless that happens, right? But talking about this game, again, that A1 Esports struggle still goes on. DRS, I don't know what's happening. A team does pretty decent in one game and the other one, it just falters down. I just, don't get it. IHC.
Oh, boy.
We just know the way IHC performs, and now we see that weird change coming up, and then we're like, no.
JyanMaara 2 was just 0. Man, this is like so many chances given over to Dax, and unfortunately, even Dax is one of those teams that's not able to capitalize. So, don't know what to say at this point because Dax, these were like your free chances to try and topple over JyanMaara, but you were not able to perform at that time. And now JyanMaara, hopefully, they're not able to just show themselves up in a great fashion in the upcoming games. Then, if they are, then it would be like next to impossible to try and catch up because that was your only chance to capitalize. But moving on over, we still have a couple of games to go. Before that, we have that little tradition of just going up against each other with the team deathmatch, which should be lined up in a short while. But now, previous game out the equation, Vibes doing absolutely phenomenal. This kind of proves that a little bit in the in the grand finals, what sort of air we're going to be seeing. So I feel like Vibes in the grand finals too, they have to dominate, but I personally feel like Savage can be one of those wild factors that will come in and just dominate the grand finals as well.
They can. I mean, they can be that factor, just like you're saying, right? We might just understand them being a factor. But then again, before we actually just, move on to the future things and all those, obviously we'll be looking at the Oppo moments as well and all those things just, coming out around to just understand. But then Vibes right now, they have just had their own momentum. But let's talk about the rotations of the winning team right now, because we know where they like to drop around on the map. It's kind of so their drop always just constitutes of the southern side. So from here they have only 2 ways, 3 if you count the water lines. They have only 2 ways specifically to move, and that's where there's go for. First rotation just kind of shows that they wanted to just get a hold of the central area of the zone as quickly as they can. Not exactly the center, but as close to the center if they can. That was their first move, the first marker that they wanted. Then the circle moves around, and then they're like, no, we need to get to that position as well. So they're just trying to find that position for themselves. They're trying to move around those positions for themselves. And look at how they're situated. Every player is trying to hold different areas. They're rotating around, finding the information, getting the information. As soon as a circle forms up, they're like, yeah, we be a part of all those fights. And after the circle, they understand it. Yeah, it's going to the shorelines, because after the third shift, if third to fourth shift happens and water is still involved, the zone has to go to the water lines. So they understood it, and they started taking the shorelines. Not exactly the shorelines, but they were quite close to the shorelines.
Yeah, I mean, over here, the rotation isn't really something that's catching our eyes, right? They had straight rotations all the time in the zone. They didn't really have a lot of problem. What's catching my eye is the split that they had. What's catching my eyes is the amount of info they were able to gather while they were trying to make those pushes too. And they were just being so quick and proactive on their feet, is that what just paid Seal off of in the end. In the end, I honestly thought when Seal, they're going to try to cross the open ways, that's when Seal might just be capitalized, but that was not the case. These two teams, they were quite, I don't know. I felt like if they wanted, they could have tried and made Seal's day even more miserable, but that was not the case. Seal, they were pretty much free, even though they were quite open, and then they also had those little bit of smoke pathways built up for themselves. But again, we've seen a lot of times in the past, some teams, they do like to spam through the smoke, but that was not the case here.
Yeah, that was just, not the case, just, coming down onto this situation. But then again, if we talk about the way the momentum shifted, right? Because the zone was just shifting to the sidelines, and that's how the game just shifted. So I would say we kind of enjoyed every single part of this one, like coming and moving forward to, and yeah, this nowadays all the games they are starting off on a really slow momentum for themselves somehow. And what we used to think is like that, the players might just go YOLO, they might just try to have their own strats. They are trying YOLO, but then again, their YOLO is just not exactly the YOLO that they should just go for. We'll see those in the open moments, as well as we'll see a few fights happening here and there. So we'll definitely just see and understand what just happened overall. So there it is.
Well, there we go. Let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments and let's find out how things really kicked off. And yeah, this is where it really did come down. It was one of the players from Skylightz Gaming got caught off guard. Beautiful way to take him out the game too. And it was Nima who got capitalized quite early off. And then this one of the players from IHC got a handicap too quite early. Some of the big teams got handicapped, and that's something that caused a lot of problems. We saw this nice skull cracking shot as well from the side of Eisenberg, and instant confirmation to follow it up. Deadeyes Guys as well. Talk about switching vehicles out in the open, and Deadeyes Guys too made a similar sort of mistake.
And look at this, right? You're trying and you're watching and you're understanding what was happening overall, right? ElementriX's players, they were just, being taken down. T2K, they had their own good, decent fights, in fact, but T2K could not convert it. And then the fight that was dragged on for such a long time, the Venom Legends versus A1 Esports fight.
Yeah, I mean, it did come down to quite a lot of stalemate in the end, but hey, at least in the end, they were able to get rid of them. And now Venom Legends over here too. Look at him just charging on in on the final man of A1 Esports. He got taken out the game too. ElementriX just doing some light work on the players of Dax. They got caught off guard in the rotation. Dax, maybe they should have tried to scout the areas out in the front, but that was not the case. They started booking it with all together, and then ElementriX 2 Orange got taken out outside the blue zone. As I said, the zone was being cruel on a lot of teams, and a lot of teams got taken out because of the zone as well. They were not able to make it in time. And now each and every single team cannot be one of those teams to make it inside the zone as quick as possible. No, there has to be some of the teams who will try to play on the outskirts and who will try to rotate late, and that's where things do tend to go south. Again, playing late has its own pros and cons. If you are able to find yourself a nice spot in there, even though you're playing late, then maybe you will be rewarded heavily. It's like high risk, high reward.
Yeah, it's that sort of a situation, right? Obviously, high risk gets you high reward, and this is the risk that Seal just took in the last moment, right? They were like, yeah, we have players down, but then again, Demo is just, going for 1 feet of those throwables, and he definitely went for those throwables as he pressurized the team, and Seal, they enjoyed that win for themselves, and that definitely just, comes up, it definitely just, comes up pretty good. So they enjoyed it. But right now, if we just talk about all these situations moving forward, we saw how these players just played, and that's where 2,700 plus damage just arrived for for the team of Seal, whilst the other ones, they were struggling a lot here and there. So yeah.
Yeah, 27-10 damage dealt from the side of Seal with 13 elimination points, and then Vibes with only 2. We saw that. Not really that damage heavy, not really that kill hungry game for them. Venom Legends too, with just a couple of elimination points and a couple of placement points to play with 7C. They were one of those teams that were alive for quite a long time in the game. And Venom Legends, the only reason why they have the 3rd spot over here is because they had that one man alive in the water lines who got taken out at the last moment by the play zone right after the players of 7C, and that's why Venom Legends were able to sneak away with that 3rd spot. The overall rankings in front of us, of course, Seal, they're going to be toppling over that 519 marks barrier. But look at this now. Vibes so close to the players of Stalwart Esports. Stalwart with 455 points and Vibes with 442. Not a lot of distance.
Yeah. It is closed out, and they can just get that, but then again, they need to understand what their opponents are going to be doing, right? It all just comes down to their opponents and the understanding. As for Stalwart, if Stalwart just picks up the pace in only one game, it's going to be difficult for Vibes to just get back. It's all about that one game that can change a lot of things. So that's one of the most important things. But then again, top 10 just looks like it. Phantom still just out there, 203 points. Nothing's gonna just go wrong for this team. We are left with only 2 games, and on the other side, the red zone. Well, that red zone is forming up on a few of the other teams. We'll see that though in a while. As for what happens in 11 to 20, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the latter half of the board, of course, has to be in the danger zone without a doubt. Venom Esports, even though they did not really make it in this Super Weekend, still they're chilling on that 10th spot. They've accumulated enough amount of points in the first 2 Super Weekends so that they can chill out and relax in the third one, and that's why Venom Esports, they don't really have anything to worry about. I do want to take a look at the latter half of the board, though, because Savage as well, so they're doing a great job closing things out against the players of Skylightz Gaming, but they're just not able to topple them over. Taking a look at the overall ranking, second page right here. Venom Legends on 11th. Okay, Dax and JyanMaara still pretty close. 138, 158.
20
and
points.
the cushion is just right there. It's not taken over.
20 points. I mean, Dax do understand that JyanMaara is also going for it. So they are also going for their own points. Dax needs one chicken dinner to pressurize JyanMaara, and then they need JyanMaara to falter down on that chicken dinner. So the top 16, the race of 16-17 still goes on, but with only 2 games remaining and both the teams playing, if JyanMaara gets a good game in the next one, if they are in top 3 and Dax is not there, then it's obviously done for.
Indeed, it's done for. And then now 7C2 on 14th spot. I mean, after that previous game, a decent showing for themselves as well. They have pretty much nailed that spot down without a doubt. Sanhok is going to be the upcoming game, but again, I want to see how things are going to be looking like in the Sanhok map. But before that, as I mentioned, there is going to be a little bit of TDM to play with, and I personally am excited to find out which teams are going to be there. I mean, if I make some guesses, I want to see some Mongolian teams against some South Asians. What do you think?
Oh, well, that definitely would be a good one. But then again, we'll see, though. We'll see in a while what we will get to see. Because just like you said, Mongolians against South Asians, I know obviously everyone would just love to see those kind of matches. But then I want to see a few of other teams as well, just popping in, dropping up. Because like teams like Atrax, right? We want to see them dominate in these kind of TDMs as well, like all those things. So maybe if that happens, we would love to just, have that understanding as for how do they perform and all. But in a while, that TDM it's gonna start, and we will see which place that TDM is gonna happen today.
Well, yeah, we would want to find out. Yeah, yeah, that's a great point from your side. We're not really going to be seeing like the normal TDMs now. Of course, we're going to be able to find out which place or which random spot is it going to be this time for the TDM to happen. But now one of those things as well, I really wanted to focus on. Now you brought up Atrax and the way they played in that previous game. It really did seem like they were just straight up trying to book it to the location that they wanted to. This time, Atrax did not have a proper scout who was scouting the areas out of the front. We saw that a little bit of glimmer in that overall Oppo F21 promo. And unfortunately, they just didn't have a scout who was scouting the areas out in the front. We got really taken out, I mean, quite early off. And that's why Dax, they were handicapped early in the game and they got taken out. And that's why they weren't just able to build that momentum for themselves and the compromisation we talked about, right, between JyanMaara and Dex, that just wasn't there. They fell down quite hard. And now this upcoming game of Sanhok has to be a huge glimmer of hope for Dex because they're one of those teams that do quite decent on Sanhok.
We hope so. We hope so. The upcoming game of Sanhok just, gets really good for them. But then again, before we get there, yesterday, I mean, in fact, we have to remember yesterday they got a chicken dinner in the game of Sanhok only, right? So if they have to just get there, this one should be theirs as well. Now, as per yesterday, what we can say is like they have a good rotational understanding of the map of Sanhok. They know how to rotate, they know how to play. So we hope that happens. But before all those things do happen, we obviously have to understand and go through again this TDM. That still stays there.
Yeah, the team deathmatch is something we're looking out for. We're just waiting for the players to get ready because I just can't wait, man. I'm just having my seatbelt strapped on and I'm just waiting for the TDM to start because this has to be one of the best TDMs out there. I mean, we still haven't really gotten the call which teams are going to be facing off against each other, but just kind of excited to find out which spot is it going to be on the map, which random spot is it going to be on the map to find out where the TDM will be proceeding.
See, I love the Pochinki one. I love the 12 packs one. The 12 packs one that's onto the bridge side. Like those are really, really good. So yeah, that is those are a few, but then there are Georgia ones as well. So yeah, there are a lot. But then let's head on to the game for ourselves, and this is all right. They have just changed the locations all around. This kind of an open place TDM that we're gonna be seeing, and everyone's just ready for it.
Oh, it is, and I think so. It's Yasnaya, yeah.
ElementriX versus Atrax. Here it is.
Ooh, Dax too. I mean, you wanted to see Dax play, and there you go. Dax are right here now, and Dax are off to a great start against ElementriX, but ElementriX too, they're able to reply back. Orange at least able to reply back with that nice grenade, and then some shots from the back too from the side of Gyante is going to be playing with the UMP. Come on, man, UMP in a deathmatch? No.
I mean, whatever sails their boat, right? They would just, want to use those things for themselves. Gyante is just going to go for it, but then it looked like he was over-peaking a bit, and that was a bad decision. Octopus has full HP but has only 7 bullets, so we'll have to see what happens right now. He needs to go for the reload on the other side. Liquid gets taken down. 6-6 is the score right now, and the players are trying to take each other down. 7-7 is the score right now. ElementriX need to take this one seriously, as well as... oh, Liquid was just shooting his own teammate.
Well, I mean, ElementriX, indeed, they're taking it seriously. Look at their scoreline. They're able to topple it over with 9. Now, they also have 1 point lead. Well, it might just be taken away. No, make it again, 10-9. Elimination for now. ElementriX, there you go. They are still on 1 point lead right here in front of us. As one of the players, Octopus, okay, well, he's just chilling, enjoying the eyesight. The players of Dax having a bit of issues here and there, but now it seems like they're back. And Dax, they will need to try and get the lead back up on the players of ElementriX.
Look at Chanta just, moving forward. He understands someone's just quite close, and that's why he's just spraying down. Goes for a drop shot. He stands up, but then again, he gets taken down as Yosu was just there. Chante, those jump shots. He's just, trying to understand where to throw that grenade. Oh, why? Oh, that was such a good nade by Gyante. Perfectly good. Takes down 2 players.
Oh, he does, and now it's 15-13. ElementriX, they're having a great job right here. And there you go. Incus taken out. Chante is going to be the man to seal the deal on him. 15-14 currently is the scoreline. ElementriX, they look like they're going to be the unstoppable force. Incus almost could have taken out one of the players from Dax, but Dax too, they're playing this quite safe and sound. Dax, they're going to be able to find those nice entries for themselves. And again, the lead is just being tossed on over from between both these teams. Who is going to be able to close things out? So that's something I want to find out.
Yeah, we will definitely just find out what's happening in all these situations as these players are trying to find a good place for themselves. 19-21. All right, 2021 is a score right now. It's a good, decent score. 2022, the year that we are in. And Orange is on such a low HP. 21-23 the score line. Orange, he just wants to heal all by himself. Obviously, that's one of the things. But the grenades. So the thing about Dax right now is they're all situated around this one house only. So how difficult it can be sometimes. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there you go. And Cost just, taking out the play in the front in the doorway. 27-23. Currently, it's the scoreline, and Incus from the side of ElementriX is just trying to take out the players. Jumping around in the buildings, too, and Dax, they are trying to compromise or at least capitalize on each other. At this point in time, players of Dax, they're just waiting for ElementriX to make any rookie mistakes. There should be an easy, free confirmation right there. SpikeX will be able to take him down. Gyante, too, able to find some nice openings with those UMP. And ElementriX, so far, it seems like they're on a struggling phase for sure, as Dax, they're running away with a lead.
Definitely are just, running away with the lead for themselves. I mean, Atrax 32-33. They are increasing the numbers in their favor. 34. There was a time, 35. There was a time when they were actually trailing behind, but now looks like they are picking up the pace. 27-37. They need 3 more. Oh, they need 3 more. And I guess they can get those 3 more easily. 2 more right now. 28-38 for ElementriX. The game might just be lost from them, as only 1 elimination is needed, and Incus can be that one. He's on one side, gets taken out. There it is, 17 for Gyante. Wow.
Wow, I mean, Gyante just went absolute ham in that previous one, taking out the players of ElementriX one after the other, doing some light work, making it look really freaking easy. And now, again, that's the first TDM out the way. I mean, I do want to take a look at the map of Sanhok too, but the previous TDM, man, I did not really expect Dax to do that great of a work on the players of ElementriX. I mean, Dax, they came out on top.
The lead.
Yeah, the lead too. That's something that was gained over the players of ElementriX.
They did not have the lead for the first time, right? Obviously, ElementriX was getting a good lead. ElementriX was the first one to go down to double digits. They were the first one to hit 15. But after that, they were not the first one to hit 20. So something changed in those 5 elimination markers of ElementriX, and Dax just they cemented themselves on a really good role for themselves. So yeah, they were looking really good after that. But then again, before all those things just happened, right? we know what Dax is capable of. We understand their close range fights are really good, etc., etc. But I missed this Dax in the actual game, so I hope we see them in the last 2 games.
Well, hopefully. I mean, we've talked about this, right? They're pretty solid on the map of Sanhok, so hopefully they're able to replicate the same sort of performance even in the future games of Sanhok. But again, moving on over to Sanhok has to be some of the most intensified games without a doubt. And Stalwart Esports too, they're currently in the red marker if they want to secure that second spot in the ending of the league stages. Now, it seems like we do have the second TDM lined up too, just for you guys. More fun without a doubt. Fun's going to be unlimited between the players of JyanMaara and 7C. And well, here you go. There you go. Kujad just able to start nice in a great fashion. Susan there too to try and able to take out the players in the front. No Fear is going to be there as well with a half HP. Precious as well, taking down a half HP. Memo as well. Now it's going to be taken down from the back lines as JyanMaara. They were running away with the lead, but now some are down line. The players of 7C, they're trying to capitalize and they're trying to just make or at least equalize things over here. Precious now just jumping around here and there. Precious too now taking down 7C. Well, things are really not going that great for them. 7C, 6 points, and now JyanMaara with like 10. They have a decent lead.
They definitely do have a decent lead just coming up for themselves, and now obviously they would want to just move forward with more and more coming down right now. But look at this situation, right? 12-8 is what the scoreline reads right now. 13-8 is how it is. It's slowly just going forward, moving forward. In fact, 14-8. So JyanMaara is definitely getting that good lead for themselves. But 7C, I mean, they would want to just come back onto this one. But the thing for them is they haven't reached 10 double-digit markers, and JyanMaara is just getting points even with the Scorpion. Suzanne, oh, those 6 kills.
Yeah, and then Precious right there too. Oh, look at that. Nice shots from one of the players from the side of 7C. And then JyanMaara too now. Well, they're running away with a huge lead without a doubt. 18-11 is the scoreline. 7C, that needs to be acknowledged, and 7C will need to try and put on some insane numbers. Precious barely surviving on survivor health. I mean, the HP bar wasn't even visible at that point. JyanMaara, but they're still trying to fight back as strong as possible. On the other hand, 20 points, and now let's look at 7C. Oh, they're closing in slowly and steadily as it's 16-22. And now, well, 7C, they're indeed going to be having a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be having that bit of a pressure for themselves. 22-16 is the score right now. Suzanne has 6 eliminations, definitely, just like we talked about it. And Gunna's using a P18C. They're just trying to bully down their opponents, as you can just see whatever it takes. They'll just go forward with it. They'll just try to move forward with it, and they'll just do everything that just goes down on for the players right now. So yeah, it's looking really good. Only 13 points remaining for JyanMaara to win this one. Looks like they are trying to finish every elimination in style. Maybe just going for a few grenades here and there. The damage was done, and that grenade was perfectly lofted. It was as like he just read the player.
Yeah, exactly. It indeed did. And now look at this. Again, huge lead gathered by the players of JyanMaara. They're just doing some light work in 7C. How are they going to try and capitalize on this? Well, this is something I'm wondering too. Ripson from the side of 7C just trying to find that sweet tuning, trying to take out the players in the front. Finds one, but that's all he's going to get, as the other player of JyanMaara will be able to secure that 35-22 scoreline. And now JyanMaara, they're just running away with the lead. 24-36, make it 36. JyanMaara, what's going on? They're just making it look so easy. 7C, they're being proven unparalleled.
38, it is going down 39. And definitely now we are moving forward to see the final elimination. There it is. Suzanne gets it for the final one. And 40-27 is the score line right now. You can see the players. Definitely their KDs coming up. And No Fear had 2.6 KD. That's just so good. That's just so good.
Yeah, it's insane. And then, yeah, as you said, 2.6 KD right there with 13 eliminations, or 13 defeats, as you'd like to call it. Insane KDA, without a doubt. And now moving on over. Well, that's hopefully, that's pretty much it's going to be the final TDM, if I'm not wrong. And after this TDM, we're also going to be moving on over to the Sanhok map, which has to be one of the most interesting. So without a doubt, the aggression should be amped up a bit, because we know it's the final week. It's time to just go all in, all guns blazing. But on the other hand, teams like Dax, it's their time to approach the game a bit more clinical and tactical.
Well, the Sanhok is arriving. That map that we were talking about, right? Dax's favorite map, probably because they got a chicken dinner yesterday in that one. A map that can save Atrax. A map that can make up history out here. But then also depends on how JyanMaara is going to play it, right? JyanMaara, the momentum should be with them. If that does not happen, things might change.
Things indeed might change. We'll talk about changing things. It also seems like it's time for us to toss to a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How you guys doing on today? I mean, of course, it has been a fantastic day without a doubt. The players are putting on an insane performance. So welcome back to the PMPL South Asia 2022. Of course, brought to you by Oppo F21 Pro, one of the most mightiest devices, or one of the most glorious devices, if you like to call it. It's currently out in the market, so go ahead and grab it. But now, Johnny, moving on over to the game of Sanhok.
Yeah.
This is where Dax will have their chance to get a revenge. I mean, in the previous game, they were not able to capitalize. Even the JyanMaara, they got taken out quite early.
I mean, exactly. And JyanMaara is also one of those teams that is definitely standing in their way. So, as you mentioned, I mean, it's a chance for revenge and redemption for Dax at the same time. And let's see if they will step up to seize the opportunity in front of them right now. And it is going to be the map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Stalwart Esports, we do see the encouragement coming in from the players for each other. And what is that? Just some snacks.
Wait, where? Wait, someone's camera is completely in the dark. Wait, is he sitting in the dark or the camera's just gone? Man. All right, well, here you go. Match number 4 on the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the map of Sanhok, and the plane's going to be flying in the sky as the plane fly path will be in front of us in a short while. It's going to be starting from Sami all the way down south and all the way to the north side. A little tilted on the left, but still, it's the map of Sanhok. The teams there are not going to struggle to make it to their designated drop spots.
Yeah, teams are definitely, they never struggle on Sanhok. This is, one of those maps wherein you do have quite an easier time getting to your preferred drop location, but after that, I think, is when things get very, very tricky. And especially if you were one of the players from the Deadeyes Guys side in the early days when we saw them clash again and again against the players of IHC, but that hasn't been the case in the last few matches they've played. But this time, Deadeyes Guys once again heading towards the Camp Alpha Island and going for a 1-1-2 split drop. On top, sir, he's quite close to a few of the players from the side of IHC, but they are not looking to engage. And we do have the circle this time as well centered around Query, a southeastern circle on Sanhok. It's quite rare, but it's going to be exciting as well.
Indeed, it's going to be quite exciting. Well, as you just said, it's going to be tilted a little bit on the bottom right side. That means Skylightz Gaming might just have a decent showing. Look at this split from them, though. This is something I'm not really a huge fan of. 2 players down south, 2 players up north near Camp Bravo. At 7C, they might just surround the players of Skylightz Gaming and they'll try and take them down because they know it's just 2 players in the front and the entire squad of 7C. If they decide to push together, then Skylightz Gaming will be screwed big time.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be quite difficult for them to survive, but let's see if that is actually going to happen. 7C Esports, as you mentioned, they do have the opportunity, but talk about opportunities for Dax. Look at where RX Jax is from the side of A1 Esports. He was in the middle of Stalwart, Dax, and Savage Esports, just quite far away from the rest of his comrades, and it's going to be quite difficult for him to actually regroup with them. But as we were talking about 7Cs, we do see them on our screens, and they are, well, currently just pushing further south from where they dropped, headed towards the city. Kujod is who we are seeing, and now switching over to Memo. I think just looking for those early loot items, all the players from 7Cs.
Ooh, interesting. And now Dante, right? Oh my god, 9! No! 6-9 boy got taken out by Seoul, and he's not one of those players that's going to miss those shots like that, and he actually takes him down from a bike. This shows the amount of skill set this player has. It's tough, man. With a bike, especially, just to take out a player like that and also track him like that. It's only some of the most skilled players can make it happen. And, well, there you go. What better than Zol?
Well, yeah. They're very quick. And, A1 Esports called it a little bit earlier as well. They were going for an interesting split, but not the lad that I expected to get taken out. I thought Jax was going to be the first casualty of the game, but 6-9 just being very unfortunate. And now Sinister is looking to get on the bike as well. Just be extremely careful about this one, though. He's going to fall back, pick up Dante, and then move towards Jax's position. Since he is the one quite in a safe spot inside the circle. And again, ladies and gentlemen, a replay of the first blood in the game. Zeol just spotting out 6-9 and going for a wonderful, wonderful spray. I think just the fact that 6-9 was heading right towards him made it easier for him to aim the first few shots on his head, and then him just turning around, finishing him off was, well, quite easy for him. He made it look very easy. But on our screens right now, it's going to be Sanchit from Savage Esports, as we do see them on the northwestern edge of the circle in a very safe spot for now, at least. But Savage Esports, they will have to think about the pressure that's headed towards them, because T2K are going to be right next to their spot. Venom Legends is going to be closing in from the north. So Savage Esports, they need to be extremely careful in about the next 5 minutes.
Ooh, the next 5 minutes. And A1 Esports, they already took an early blow. At 6-9 boy, we did see him getting taken out, and again, the series for unfortunate starts continues for them. One of those teams that has been on the struggle or on the unfortunate side of things in the entire PMPL. Don't know what they can do to try and overcome things, but one thing we know for sure is that they're proven unparalleled, and they will need to try and come back even stronger next time. How they're going to do so? Well, we got no clue. try and figure things out amongst yourself as they're down to a 3-man squad now. We talk about the rotations on the map too. Currently, I mean, we're not really seeing a lot of movement. Teams, they just drop down, and so they're going to buy the initial phase of the zone or the initial phase of the game to get as much as amount of loot secured in their hands.
Well, but let's see. Seal Esports on our screens. A lot of bikes being... Oh, nice slide. So to do that in real life, it's going to be very scary just to slide your rear tire like that. But inside of the game, it's all good. It makes you look cool.
How do you do that, though? Maybe you just like brake and then...
You use the front and the rear brakes at the same time and then just slide the weight. Like you push towards the rear and just gently slide it in the direction you want to slide. Just very, very slow, gently. We're talking about pushing and putting pressure in directions. Let's have a look at Stalwart Esports, who do find the players of A1 Esports in front of them. Let's not forget, this is going to be a 3v4 collision between these two teams if they do end up fighting over here.
Yeah.
But still, Pika is, well, in kind of a tricky position as he's slowly trying to crawl towards the players of A1 Esports, trying to close in on the distance. It's not going to be easy, though. Not easy at all.
Yeah, we'll talk about going slow and gently. I mean, Stalwart Esports will have to do that against the players of A1 Esports. And there you go. First openings being found in action, too. Punch boosting his way on in against the rest of the players of A1 Esports, as he will now try and go for the confirmation onto Dante. A1 Esports just oblivious of the fact that Stalwart Esports could also be somewhere on the left, and it's Dante who was in the front lines. And again, that split not really working out. A1 Esports, they're just not playing together. Where is the team play?
Well, as you said, where is the team play? I think we're just going to see those individual pickups in these early stages of the match, and just the coordination, just a lot of coordination, in fact, lacking. A1 Esports now with 2 players down. How do they recover? I mean, on Sanhok, especially in the recent times, the strategy has been to go for heal battles, and that could be a possibility for A1 Esports, but just looking for those first aids in those compounds, even that can become a challenge with just 2 players surviving in the game. And Eisenberg from Savage Esports just crawling behind the tree right in the nick of time before Stalwart Esports started shooting in his direction. I think he's going to be quite happy with that he's still alive and kicking. But how do Savage Esports plan on taking this fight? It's a big question, and it's a big responsibility if they, well, in fact, are willing to undertake it.
Talk about undertake, though. Man, currently Savage Esports, you cannot undertake them. You cannot just take them for granted, because I honestly am talking about, I mean, I talked about this with Ocean too, and I feel like Savage Esports has one of those teams, or that has to be one of those teams that will dominate the grand finals.
Yeah.
And I am telling you, Savage Esports should be somewhere in the top 3.
Well, I want to see the first day of the finals before I, well, make a prediction. But look at that. I think they heard you, and they are willing to prove you right, Necro, as Hershey has just found the opening. Pika from the side of Stalwart Esports is just going to be taken out. He was running out in the open, and Hershey was just patiently waiting in this watchtower. And as soon as he realized Pika was close enough for him to take him out without any risk, he just went for it. But now he has revealed his position in action. It looks like his position pushing in his direction, but he's quite far away as well, so it's not going to be easy for him. In fact, he was headed towards the players of A1 Esports, and Sinister, he steps out with a brilliant spray, takes down action. The nade being lobbed might just be the thing finishing the job, but no, it's the spray. Action steps out from behind the tree to, well, deny the nade damage, but steps into the crosses of Sinister, and that's Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, losing 2 players as well.
Well, they lost 2 players already inside this game, and we talked about Stalwart Esports, right? I mean, Vibes, they're closing in on their spot. And after this game, Vibes might as well close in if they do get a really good game in this one, too. But again, as I said, if they only do get a really good game, and now Top is trying to fight back in this one, but Savage is one of those teams that has the mechanics down too at the level of Stalwart Esports. Savage is one of the most strongest teams when it comes to firepower, and you can't just challenge it like that. And oh my god, another Natus just sealed the deal. Eisenberg's going to just topple it off with a nice chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. I like that phrase. And talking about things I also like is early eliminations, as we do have Stalwart Esports getting taken out. The first team to go out in Sanhok. Something we never expect, but they're not having too great of a day today. Stalwart Esports, Savage Esports just, I think, going to be happy about the fact that they do end up getting the most points out of that fight. But let's see, A1 Esports still with 2 players, Sinister and Jax, just running together, sticking together. And if they manage to survive, I hope A1 Esports scores a lot of points in this game.
I hope so too. I mean, again, at this point, it's just Dunzo, right? For A1 Esports, we'll just rule them out the entire competition. It's their time to fight for the pride. And how are they going to do so? Well, they will need to figure it out themselves. I mean, time to fight for the pride, not for the position in the game. And how will that happen, A1 Esports? That's something up to them to try and figure out. As now these two teams, they found themselves against each other, ElementriX and Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys, of course, being the Overwatch and also the team in the front. And now look at this, right? If ElementriX is going to be there in the front lines, then Deadeyes Guys have a little advantage because they also have the high ground to play with. But unfortunately, there's going to be another team who might just eye on them, which has to be Vibes. And that can be a little bit of pain in the shoes for them.
Well, it can be, but I mean, they will have to try and figure out exactly how they want to move forward with this one. On the other side, though, I mean, we do know the circle again is kind of moving towards the western side slowly and steadily. The center was earlier right on top of Query. Now it's between Query and Kampong, so in an open spot where Dax seem to have taken control of the center quite nicely, but it's going to be contested by 7Cs and JyanMaara.
Talk about being contested, though. Currently, Dax in quite a decent compound for themselves as one of the players is all the way in the back, or two of the players all the way in the back. Do like this spread, but again, those two players in the back too will need to try and watch out their backs themselves, and that's something that might just add a bit of more pressure on those players. Deadeyes Guys over here. Decent showing, decent positioning too to play off of with. Not really in the smack center, kind of in the outskirts. Or kind of in the off centers, and they're just trying to hold the players of ElementriX off at bay. What? He's panning the air.
Oh, well.
He thinks he sees a ghost.
Yeah.
Talk about a ghost. Are you a fan of ghosts?
No. Ghosts are scary, man.
Oh.
Who would be a fan of ghosts?
They're pretty cool. No?
How? I mean, the only cool thing ghosts can do is just pass through things. I think I would love to have that ability just so I could beat traffic every single day getting to work.
Man, you know what?
Imagine
I
never
wish.
being late.
Johnny, you know what I wish? Yeah. Okay, so one thing that I wish that humans should have been able to do fine even if they do not sleep, you know? That's what I feel.
Oh yeah, that would have been awesome. I mean,
yeah, like even if you do not sleep, you're okay. You know, it's chill.
That's an eight extra hours in your day, man.
Yeah, and from what I heard, like there's like certain amount of years that a human sleeps in his entire, like 25 to 30 years. A human, like it's again, like average number.
To do the calculations, we need the mathematician who seems to have left the building at this point.
Well, that's what I saw, like a little fact on one of the YouTube videos that I was watching earlier. It's like 25 to 30 years a human sleeps in his average lifetime. And I was like, damn, that's a lot. I wish I never slept and still kept going. You know, I wish there was like a thing you could do. But unfortunately, humans cannot do that. They need to regenerate energy. And to do so, they will need to sleep.
Yeah.
Man.
Otherwise, I think the alternative is just becoming a vampire.
Oh,
or even vampires, cool. I mean, they're forced to rest during the day.
Yeah, you cannot get out of your houses. But again, we're just casting over here. You know, we're chilling.
Yeah.
We don't need to leave our houses.
We can work from home. Unless it's LAN.
Unless it's LAN, yeah. But then also we can just travel, you know.
At night?
Yeah, we can just travel at night. We're good to go.
Yeah, we're good to go. But, I mean, talking about not being good to go, I mean, finally, Esports, we do see a little bit of action as Esports and DRS, they're going at it. One knock traded from each side, but Esports, they've confirmed the elimination. Now, DRS, they're left in the match with a 3-man roster. Demo, he's going to look to see if he can find another pick from the flank. And, well, we did see a lot of players on the bikes. Now it's time to enjoy some scooter rides, ladies and gentlemen. DRS, is this team going for a counter push right now? Are they serious about this? Baron is going to be spotted out, takes a little bit of damage, but is going to instantly switch over to the nade. It's being lined up, but Leo with a weapon is going to be enough. Takes down one, Baron with a second, and DRS get absolutely destroyed in a matter of seconds for nothing. They didn't get a single pick from this fight, and Esports got all 4.
Man, Seal just doing some light work. Making it look so easy, too. Effortless is what you'd like to call it. And, well, that squad wipe right there was outstanding. But now look at this. Talk about outstanding, though. Currently, Venom Legends, they're standing on top of the players of T2K. Jane's position might just be an instrumental one, too. He's all the way in the back. He will be the Overwatch, too, and he will have some free line of sights on the players in the front. Jane will need to make sure he's keeping his position anonymous for as long as possible. And that's what he's doing. Just trying to take the TPP angle. Doesn't even need to peek out. And Hershey, though, is going to find a nice knock on one of the players of Avon Esports. And that's something Avon Esports isn't looking for. They cannot take any more downsides onto themselves. As Rafa will now eject out the Weekle at the last second. But the Weekle gets blown up. How did the Weekle get blown up? Who blew it up?
I think just getting sandwiched is not going to be enough. And... well, T2K, they do see them. Oh, it's going to be easy for Sandesh to take them out. A1 Esports on the other side have been eliminated by the players of Savage Esports. And now T2K with 2 players from the side of Venom Legends out of the pitch. They're going to look to wipe out the entire squad. So a Steel Shot will have a vehicle run over him. I mean, he's going to be not going to be able to do anything about it. Venom Legends, they are down to their final surviving player. And Ale, it's just a lot of pressure for him to be the man responsible for securing all the points for his team from this match.
T2K, why so good? Why? Just took out Venom Legends like it meant nothing. It was like a piece of paper, piece of cake. But now high voltage. Assassin was taken out. Again, the reset should be there from their side. 7C is one of those teams that are quite separated out, actually. One of the players in the front, it's going to be next to impossible to get the res back up. The 7C might as well just count him with a 3-man, and now trying to kill. They're trying to just take out another team in the front. Jane finds an opening against the players of Skylightz Gaming. The man gets knocked out. Are TDK gonna try to press on in, though? That's something I want to find out.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see what's going through the heads of T2K at this point. This is not gonna be an easy fight for them. Skylightz Gaming, they have the trap laid out. Quite perfect as well. AJ is in the perfect spot to take down Sandesh, but he needs to be extremely careful. He does see him, gets up to take the shot, starts shooting, and does find the first knock. That's the opening for Skylightz Gaming, but Legend is here with the vehicle, and whoa! It's a knockout from IHC Godless, but Legend just confirming the pick for his team. Does see Mafia Ninja as well. Blocks the shot with the car for his teammate, and now is looking to take down Mafia Ninja, but Nima is going to be there. The Guardian Angel protecting his teammate, allowing Mafia Ninja to secure the pick for Legend. Now, it's this fight has been brought down to a complete 2v2, but it's looking very intense between the two teams.
Oh, man. And look at Mafia Ninja right here. The glimmer of hope for this side of Skylightz Gaming to try and flip things around, but is he going to be able to? This is going to be interesting. A little note for you guys. Help us make PUBG even a better esports. There's a little survey linked up in the chat too, guys. So go ahead and take that survey and let us know. Give us some feedback. You know, help us improve the esports. Your feedback will mean quite a lot for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, no matter what suggestions you make, I think the production is there. People are there looking at all your suggestions, and we'll see what we can do. But for now, I think ElementriX also need to figure out what they're going to do about the situation on the elimination field. Look at that, JyanMaara, they are getting destroyed. 7C rips in, just going berserk on the lads. Wally on the other side is just going to line up his nade. Go for a toss towards the players of ElementriX, but does not find anything. In the meanwhile, Demo, the snake, has arrived, finds Liquid out of nowhere. The flank working out quite nicely. Orange is waiting along the wall and does see Demo, but fails to find the return knock, and this will leave ElementriX in a very awkward spot. They know Liquid is bleeding out slowly and steadily, and he's going to be finished off. Orange is getting pushed upon. There's a lot of pressure on that player. He's barely down to around 20 HP. If this Molotov hits, it's just going to finish him off, and the other two lads are also not going to survive from their side. They have to be extremely careful about. The Stalwart Esports have everything going right in this squad fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've just surrounded the players of ElementriX, and they cannot even move out at this point. They're trying to suffocate ElementriX down to their death. It's Savage Esports too. Another fight panning out between Deadeyes Guys and Savage Esports, but this time it's going to be Deadeyes Guys who steal the cake from them, and they're going to come out on top. And oh, what is this circle? A Kampong circle. Did not see this coming, though. As High Voltage, they're going to be in the prime spot. And High Voltage, you better start taking some base positions for yourself, because there's a high chance the circle might just hard shift outside the city.
Well, let's see if the hard shift is going to happen. In fact, it's right on to Kampong. High Voltage, as you mentioned, for now at least, are in a very wonderful position, but the other teams not so much. Icy, look at him, just laying down the smokes, trying to protect himself. Dax on the other side only have one elimination till now. They're trying to disengage from the fight that's headed in their direction, trying to keep themselves safe, but it's not going to be that easy. Icy is completely sandwiched from either side. Dax, they know that once Icy is taken care of, T2K, well, they will have to deal with them. And Shane, he's looking to, well, go for a counter push, but Icy gets up, starts shooting, takes Spike down. A few shots in his direction from the flank, and he's still staying alive. But the blue zone is dishing out a lot of damage, and Icy could have done a lot more to cause a lot of trouble for the players of Dax, but they are getting delayed. The blue zone this time is not going to be as merciful as it would have been in the early stages of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, ElementriX, they have been taken care of already. We're down to the 8 teams, 17 players surviving. Deadeyes Guys are going to be eliminated from this match as well. And now 16 players left alive in this game. Vibes Esports still just with a 2-man left behind. They're trying their level best to survive. 7C Esports are going to be shown the exit as well. And now Stalwart Esports, Wally and Demo, they have 6 eliminations already for their team. Can they get a few more before they get taken out?
Oh man, their eyes are just so sharp. Able to find a nice opening against the players of High Voltage, buying enough time as well to be a little comfortable inside the zone. And now Demo is going to try to charge on in. It's just trying to march on in. Does realize maybe the compounds to play off of it has to be one of the best things they can try and go for. And Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja, position's kind of compromised. High Voltage knows exactly what's going on around them. And they also have all their players up. I mean, it shouldn't be that tough of a task for them to get the reset back on to follow them in. And look at Mafia Ninja, is just trying to punch boost around. So High Voltage, they have no clue just yet where Mafia Ninja is. Maybe now a little bit as he's giving some foot cues away. Tossing in some nade, trying to delay the push, find some more time off for himself. Is the final glimmer of hope alive for Skylightz Gaming. And now is catching some insane amount of bullets. And High Voltage, a really good way to take him out. They just wrapped him around.
Yeah, they knew a head-on fight would be risky, so they just went for a collapse from multiple directions, and now it's down to the top 4 teams. Stalwart Esports, T2K, High Voltage, and Vibes still present. Ryu knocked out, but Jiggle is still going to be there. Stalwart Esports, it's a 2 versus 1 versus 4 versus 1 situation. Vibes, well, Ryu is going to be finished off, so it's just a 1v1v 2v4. High Voltage, they have a massive advantage in this final fight. Extreme is looking to push forward from the blue zone, does know where Jiggle is, goes for a few shots. This is out a lot of damage, and this might be the end of Vibes in this match, as Praveen does find the final pick. Extreme is down to around 50 HP, but Praveen, he knows where the lads of Stalwart Esports are. The shots are going to be fired inside the smoke, but none of them connect, and Stalwart Esports, they do manage to be safe for a few more moments. Now the circle has shifted away from Vibes, so they will have to abandon their safe haven inside of the city and step out in the open. But before they do that, they need to make sure that Stalwart Esports are not waiting for them.
Indeed, they're not. And now Seal, look at him. Tossing in some nades in the front lines. Creating a nice pathway. But this nade, though, finds a return knock in the front. Assassin able to take care of Demo. Wally all the way in the back phrases as well. And this nade from Assassin, another nade tossed on in. It's going to crawl right next to the players of Seal. Oh no, still a bit off mark. That rock is just being the saving grace. Another smoke tossed in. Now this Molotov is going to try to buy some more time. Nice nade from the side of PUBG. They're able to pin down the players of Seal. A nice amount of pressure, insane amount of pressure utilized on the players. And now Volley realizes it's his time to try and step back and wait for something miraculous to happen. And it's trying to kill unintentionally, potentially, maybe helping out the players of Seal. He was able to find one. Maybe that's going to be able to buy some enough amount of time for the players of Seal to try and move in. But Volley's pinned down behind this rock. Is he going to try to go for some plays, or is he just going to keep on medding? That's what I want to know, because he realizes he's the final man alive. Now, he can try and go for some med strats without a doubt, but again, he's not going to be able to win this game. High voltage, they've got this win secured.
I completely agree with that. I mean, winning this game, it's not going to be easy for him. Wally, I mean, with the M249, is just running out of opportunities. Burns himself alive. Now, that is a way to go out in style, but still,
I don't know how is that.
It is high voltage. You walk away with a chicken, and then look at that necro. Oh my goodness. I mean, they are making us eat our words. They are making us eat every single thing we said about them yesterday. At the end of the day yesterday, I mean, we said they were struggling. We said high voltage was not doing good, and now who is the one who is having the final love? They've made it to the top 10 all the way from the 16th position.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, right? Not even having a lot of days to play with, and still high voltage is able to make that mark for themselves. And what a great showing in that previous game. Nice things to win, and winner chicken dinner from the side of high voltage. Great way to end things off right there. Yeah. And I just want to see much more greatness. Oh man, I'm telling you, this is just a great setup for the grand finals. We're just getting warmed up.
Well, definitely, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what the last game is going to look like for high voltage, because they've done phenomenal today. I mean, they have been very consistent so far, and have secured a few extra cash for themselves as well. Plus, I think, again, as we said earlier on, high voltage, they were struggling to just stay in the top 16, and all of a sudden we see them sitting on the 10th position in the overall rankings. I mean, I'm getting hyped up. I want to see where they end their day. Hopefully not on 10, at least they end on the 9th position. But this team is just fun, and now it begs to question, like, why weren't they playing like this since day one? They could have secured a lot more money, and well, we would have seen high voltage in the top 3 based on right now they are playing. I think definitely top 3 is where high voltage need to be.
I mean, I don't know about that. Okay, that's a bit too much. Come on, like,
you're trying to very well.
Yeah, they did really freaking well without a doubt. But I mean, hey, look, Vibes, they've got themselves the top 3, and the only way they were able to do so was because of the consistency. Now, form cannot be forever, but what can be forever is consistency, and that's what Vibes has. But it seems like it's time for us to push to a short break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How you guys doing? Hopefully everything's going out great for you guys, because this is the PMPL South Asia 2022, where things are off to a great start. As I said, we're just getting warmed up for the grand finals, because the stage as well is going to be heated up as soon as the grand finals start. Before now, we're currently in the 3rd week of the Super Weekend, and we need to cover that. As Johnny said, the final game is going to be in progress soon.
Yeah, exactly. The last game of the league stages, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Erangel is going to be in front of us. And before we head towards that, I think we need to have a look at the stats of the previous one and see exactly what high voltage are doing, because they have been absolutely incredible in the matches that they played. But again, I mean, the fight for survival, who's going to be on the 16th position and who is going to be on the 17th, what's different looking like going into the last game? Because if it is anywhere under 20 points, I think it can still be covered up. If it's more than 20, then you might as well just forget about it and go YOLO in the last match.
Yeah, let's take a look at the most valuable player of the previous game, and let's find out who's going to be that man who put up some insane amount of numbers. And this time it's going to be Ripson from the side of 7C. I mean, oh man, interesting. 7C with 2046 survival time, 722 damage dealt, 4 elimination, 4 knockouts, and 0 assists. Ripson, I mean, indeed, finally able to show himself up. I mean, Ripson from the side of 7C. I've been talking about this lad, and I honestly feel like this man has a lot of potential.
Well, yeah, he has a lot of potential, as you said, and I mean, he, almost destroyed an entire team all by himself. So was already pretty incredible inside of the game, and Ripson, I think, has been quite a key player for the lads of 7C Esports. But now what we have to see is, can 7C Esports keep this going in the Super Weekends? The Super Weekends, in the Grand Finals. But looking at the list of the top players, we do have Hershey sitting on the second position with 395 damage and 4 eliminations as well. We have Vadu with 335 damage and 4 eliminations. And then we have Wally and Extreme with 2 eliminations each. It's just the damage number separating the two teams. So from the MVP to the 5th position, we don't see a lot of eliminations on the players of individual teams. So I believe the elimination, when we have a look at the match rankings, they're going to be quite nicely spread out in the entirety of the leaderboard that will be in front of us soon.
Exactly. Well, these were the top 5 players in front of us, and now let's take a look at the entire stats in front of us soon. Well, we're probably going to be seeing the match summary lined up as well, just to find out how things are really looking like in the previous game. But before that, let's take a look at the stats comparison between the team of Seal and High Voltage. Pretty much neck and neck with each other.
Well, yeah, pretty much neck and neck, as you said. And 30-3 damage dealt, 13-32 damage dealt by Seal. It's just the damage received numbers that I would say are in the favor of High Voltage, because they ended up taking less damage in the entirety of the game. Just 587 elimination numbers also in the favor of High Voltage, and of course the survival numbers, since Seal Esports were reduced to a 2-man roster a little bit earlier in the game, and from there on out we saw them struggle, but still securing those 12 extra points. I think they are going to be happy about it.
Exactly. Well, now as we take a look at the match summary in front of us, as Wadu G is going to be there too, and the 7C Ripson as well is going to be there. Assassin as well from the side of High Voltage will be able to see, will be seen on the highest assist marker, as the longest distance elimination will be done by IHC Zol. I was about to say Zol, and I was like, damn. But no, I'm not going to lie, IHC is one of those teams, or at least one of those organizations currently. This 2022 year has been a great year for them. I mean, having a great Pubgmobile team as well, and also flourishing in some other esports and some other titles. IHC, this organizations, they're having the stars aligned.
Well, yeah, definitely. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how exactly, when the stars are going to be aligned in the grand finals, will IHC react? Because in the last few tournaments that we have seen IHC in, when Stalwart Esports is also playing, they have not had a fun time at all. And I think that is one of their own personal demons that they have to beat, and also try to figure out how to take on the lads of Stalwart Esports. But look at what I said. I mean, the elimination points quite nicely divided among all the teams. We have 8 on High Voltage, 7 on Seal, 6 on T2K, and so on and so forth. Even the teams at the bottom walked away with like 4-3 eliminations each, which I think made up for not being able to get the placement point. At least you get like 5-6 points from this match. Like, at least you get minimum 4 points from this match. So I think that is quite a decent performance that we saw. But again, going into the last game, this will just add as another catalyst to increase the pressure that will be on the IGLs, on the players when they drop out from the plane.
Well, let's take a look at the Oppo of Tony on Pro Moments, and let's find out how things really went down, as we're probably going to be seeing some highlights and find out how things really started. And this is how Zal was able to take over and easily get rid of one of the players of Avon Esports, 6ix9ine Boy. His lifeline was cut off pretty early. Then Dante too followed it up. Stalwart. It's like Avon Esports were just a meal for every single team. They just got dismantled early off.
Yeah, they just got absolutely annihilated, and I think they tried their level best to react. This was a couple of consolation picks for them, just getting 2 from the side of Stalwart Esports, but then Savage Esports head towards their direction and they just finished them off in the mid-game stages. Stalwart Esports, I think it was a big blunder trying to force those fights.
talk about big blunders though right here. Look at the spray from Ripson, and this shows exactly why he's currently on the elimination leaderboards. And wow, look at Hershey, barely on sliver of health, also tanking the blue zone damage. For a second, I thought Hershey got knocked out and he just got 2 players back to back, but no. Well, I guess that's one of the advantages of doing a drop shot, so it makes you think that the player's actually knocked out. But that's not the case. Well, yeah, this is something I also had a little conversation about in some other region, and this is like drop shot just has some of the most insane things, right?
Well, let's see. All right, so there's the final molly, and all right, sheesh.
He just goes, sheesh, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, high voltage.
Yeah.
You know what? Just because of that, I'm going to start rooting for you guys from now on. I love it.
I mean, they
Let's
jumped
go.
up 6 positions, and that wasn't enough for you, right?
That
So a
wasn't
little bit of
enough.
a backstory. The lads of high voltage, I believe, the same meme was used the last PMPL as well. And since all of us are boomers over here, apart from Necro, he's the youngest of the bunch. None of us knew what that was. Only he was able to figure it out. Like, that means they were right. That's a meme. Just means sheesh. We were all like, whoa, what's that?
They're like, oh, what is a sheesh, man? It's a sheesh, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, damage graph in front of us, and look at that. The previous game was definitely a lot of damage heavy, without a doubt. This is what we expect from a game like Sanhok. Moving on over to the overall rankings, and still Savage are not able to topple over the players of Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming, they're just maintaining that distance
Yeah.
with Savage. It's like not a lot of points distance, but they still have that going, and Savage, they're still struggling to take over from the side of
Social-
Skylightz Gaming. Yeah.
Just a little bit of social distancing between the teams.
Someone
Skylightz
quarantine
Gaming
them.
is just like, yeah, they're just like, yeah, this is far enough. We are not going to let you move any closer. But talking about moving closer, JyanMaara. Well, Dax, they are not looking good now. That's what, like 16 points? 16 points is the difference. Dax, they have to. I'm gonna say it, Necro. Like, win this game to qualify for the finals. Otherwise, imagine getting so close and not being able to make it.
Yeah,
That's gonna be heartbreaking. Yeah.
Oh boy, talk about heartbreaks, man. I mean, yeah, I feel like Dax, as you rightfully mentioned, if they're not going to be able to do so, that's like one of the most like heartbreaking things. I mean, A1 Esports, they're not going to have that much of a heartbreak because they just did not have anything to expect going inside this. But Dax, they're so close and they're trying to fight back to back. They're trying to make it in the top 16. They're giving it all they have, and they still have one more chance to go in and try and do so. As we do take a look at the live item drop, make sure to go to the official esports channel of the Pubgmobile Esports South Asia, and you can also tune in on the Facebook page. But now taking a look at the schedule, we're done with 4 games for the day. We're going to be moving on over to the Erangel in the final day. A final chance for Dax to try and make something happen, Johnny. Are they going to topple JyanMaara over?
Well, let's see what is going to happen. I'm super excited for the last game of the league stages, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel is going to be the map, and as Necro has made it clear, this is going to be a fight for survival between JyanMaara and the Atrax. Now, I would love it if throughout the entire day we could just see, throughout the entire match, we could just see these two teams' perspective, but we know that's not going to be possible, and that's not going to be fun at all, since majority of the time in a game of Pubgmobile, you are trying to protect yourself, you are trying to survive, and not necessarily just running towards the gunshots. So, I mean, we're going to look at all the teams, but you guys believe us. Me and Necro will keep our eye on that elimination feed, and we'll make sure we are keeping a check and keeping track of what is happening with these two teams in particular. But along with that, I think it's going to be super exciting to see what is going to happen with high voltage. Will they move up the rankings? What is Savage Esports going to do? That desperate to just move ahead of Skylightz Gaming at this point. I mean, it's been a while since they've been stuck on that 9th spot.
Talk about being stuck on that 9th spot, man. Well, Dax, do or die. Words of wisdom for you guys from my side. Coach Necro, speaking to you guys right now. Listen, all right? This is the moment you guys were born for. If you guys are not going to be able to perform now, you guys are going to be out. You guys were one of those teams that came in as dark horses, and you guys are able to show yourself or prove yourself up till now. You guys are not far from the destination. One more spot to take over, and JyanMaara will be kicked out of top 16. Now, time for some words of wisdom for JyanMaara too. JyanMaara, the threat is not eliminated just yet. You guys will need to be consistent, and you still haven't nailed that 16th spot down. So keep on going. Eye for that trophy right there. Eyes on the prize. Do not get distracted over anything, because this is the final game. A final chance for both these teams to get the spot in the grand finals. Coach Necro out.
I think not yet, Necro. I mean, we need Coach Necro back because you need some words of wisdom for the chat as well. Have you forgotten about the chat?
Oh, for the chat.
Yeah.
Listen here. Fan bases of every single team in here. Every single team, they've done a lot of hard work. All right? No need to hate. Show them all of love. And chat too. I'm pretty sure you guys are trying to climb some ranks. Trust me. Have some faith in yourself. You guys will climb some insane ranks. And someday, you guys will be the action and top of your lobby and off your days right there. Make sure to grind in and day out. And just make sure to put in some hours and hard work. And I'm pretty sure, chat, you guys will be there. You guys will be one of the best players, just like Action and Top.
Yeah, and we are waiting for you to show up in these lobbies. So you guys prepare yourself. But for now, at least, we're going to enjoy the action as the last game of the league stages. The final game of the third Super Weekend is underway, ladies and gentlemen. The trajectory of the plane, it's going to be starting from the Stalwart Hill, headed all the way towards the military island, leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map. And Dax, look at them being the first ones to take the exit. They are going to approach this match extremely slow and extremely carefully, starting from the Stalwart Kameshki side of things. Now, Necro, where do you expect the circle to go?
I want someone to target someone. Please, just do it. I'm pretty sure there's one of those teams in the lobby that's watching these two teams go out. And, just target someone, please. It's the final zone. I don't care about the circle at this point. I mean, just target. Please, target, man. I want to see some fights right off the bat. I want to see some huge targeting to the point where it will just be an insane drama on the social media. But, yeah, moving on over, though, Johnny. Man, for the chat, too. Chat, your final chance to lock in the bets. Make your bets. Which team will win this game? Type it in the chat right now, because this is the final game of the final day of the final week of the Super Weekend 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the PMPL South Asia 2022. And after this game, the league stages will be concluded, and probably the winners are going to be sealed because they have ran away with an insane lead.
Well, let's see. I mean, they do have a pretty insane lead right now. Look at that. I mean, Necro, you wanted this, right? You wanted someone to get targeted.
Oh my God,
with
let's
IHC.
go! Two military circles.
And 2 military circles in the entire day. I mean, this game is going to be very fun to watch, as we have a lot of chaos right now. Apart from the teams that have gone for their standard drop locations, look at ElementriX. They are not going to Ferrypia. They are like, why waste time when we have to rotate early? Let's just straight away head towards the military island. IHC Esports, not in the middle of nowhere exactly. They are present towards the shelter position, surrounded by Venom Legends, DRS, A1 Esports, High Voltage, Savage Esports, and JyanMaara. So IHC are basically in a circle of death. Will they be able to find a way to exit the situation? That's going to be interesting. Wally headed towards the players of Stalwart Esports. Does see Mr. Yozu is going to look to finish him off, and he has a weapon to do this as well. He has the AKM in his hands. The buggy is going to be in an uncomfortable spot, because if he goes on the other side, if he moves just a bit north, he's going to be spotted out by the other players of ElementriX pretty close in the distance, going after Mr. Yozu. The shots are going to be hit. Connect, and it's the PP Bison that does the trick now. That's ElementriX losing out on one of their most important players as soon as the game starts. The first blood of the game, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed very early by Stalwart Esports.
Target! Seal! Talk about targeting and Seal. They're doing exactly what is needed right here against the players of ElementriX, and now we're seeing the chase for the prize. Chase them down, Seal. It's your chance to take them out the game. I mean, ElementriX, they're already in the top 16, so even if they do get taken out here, it's not going to affect them a lot. But, hey, all I want to see is a lot of action off the bat, man. I want to see a lot of drama right here, and this is what's going down. Seal, they're straight up going to ram their recalls in, and ElementriX, the threat is just toppling on top of each other, stacking on top, and how are ElementriX going to get rid of this huge threat that Stalwart Esports are bringing it to them, and a nice return knockout, as Incuss now is going to be another player in the clothesline.
Well, let's see, though. Incuss has the UMP. It's going to be quite deadly at this range, and Baron is just going to be taken out. Stalwart Esports being a little too overconfident in a situation like this. Orange with the pistol was the one who found the finish, but Leo is going to show up, and Orange has upgraded to the Scar. Is going to dish out a lot of damage to Stalwart Esports. They could be eliminated in this fight as one after the other. The players are falling left and right. Demo is going to be knocked out as well. Incuss doing a pretty phenomenal job. one of the players from the side of Esports. Leo did manage to go up to the first floor, but he has nowhere left to run away. He's just pinned out in the open,
my
and that's
God.
the end. But by Seals, the Seals have gone extinct in this matchup, and we're down to 15 teams already. ElementriX, that is a comeback.
Boy, I mean, Seal, thanks so much for that content right there. But damn, ElementriX too with a great reply, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about targeting teams, and Seal, they heard me. Seal, they were like, all right, well, you guys want us to target. We're going to go ahead and target. At least they were able to dismantle. At least they were able to handicap one of the big teams out there. And ElementriX, they got handicapped quite early off. And look at this. Skylightz Gaming now, they're trying to capitalize. And Skylightz Gaming, they probably saw Seal taking an exit in the kill feed. So now Skylightz Gaming knows maybe potentially the military island is, or the military base is uncontested. So that's where they're trying to go now.
Well, let's see.
I mean, Johnny, I feel like Seal, they took an early fight and got taken out. It's probably because they wanted to celebrate. Now they're going to go and have a party.
I think so.
Let's go.
They've pretty much done their job. They're sitting on the first position. There's no one near them. But what more do you want? They've been consistent throughout the entire league stages. I mean, they do deserve a little bit of a celebration, but not right now. I would say after the finals. Win the finals and then you celebrate.
I would say it's okay. A little celebration, just like a little food treat, you know? Wait. Like
All right. For a second, I thought we were seeing a replay, but no, this time it was T2K's legend
fight.
who just got charged upon by the players of 7C Esports. And, well, T2K have lost one of their own as well. And now on the other side, Precious, it seems like, has spotted out. A few of the players from the side of A1 Esports went for a few shots upon them, but does not find an opening. And we'll have to readjust. T2K, CEO is also going to be taken out.
Oh boy, talk about some early fights, man. And this is what I said. The final game has to be one of the biggest, games that is out there. And this is what exactly is happening. Just early fights all over the place. Every single team just bringing in that random factor and just doing whatever the hell they want. The 7C just tapping over some shots, and now also Military Circle just spicing things up. Oh boy, I love it. I freaking love it. And now Mullik too got taken out from the side of Vibes. Vibes, they're just playing with 3-man squad because Vibes knows they're going to take this final game pretty light.
Well, yeah. But let's see when their time comes, what are they going to pull off? Mullik getting finished off by True Love. 7C Precious getting the point for Precious, just bleeding out to death. Deadeyes Guys, they do have an opening for themselves, but again, ladies and gentlemen, the teams of the hour are going to be JyanMaara and Atrax. Those are the teams we are looking forward to. And talking about them, JyanMaara are they're moving towards Milta Power, and Atrax have taken their opportunity to rotate along the eastern edge of the map of the main island. So they're going to be moving along with the blue zone, but A1 Esports going for the lighthouse. This is going to be very tricky to make it work, but on the other side, high voltage up against the players of IHC. Now, Godless does see one in front of him. Praveen, it's going to be an easy knock for Godless to secure, and goes for the elimination as well. 4v3 situation, make it a 3v3 as Extreme finds the opening. IC is going to be knocked out.
IC indeed now knocked out, and look at that. He's also going for the confirmation. Did spot out a little pixel. Look at him. He's just playing with some little pixels, and IC, oh, he thought he was getting shot at from somewhere else because IC thought he was just safe behind that buggy, but that was not the case. And now Zal too got kind of taken out, right? Or at least taken down quite low. He's going to patch himself up with the first aid. Also has a decent amount of boosters to work with. Extreme in the front lines, but IHC, they cannot ignore any of their angles and just tunnel vision onto Extreme. IHC, one of the players are taken down, and on the other hand, the high voltage, they're completely on the receiving end. And look at Alex just charging on in. He has no care in the world. It's the final game. Do whatever the hell you guys want.
As you mentioned, it's the final game. Just do whatever you want, whatever you feel like. And, well, Extreme, he feels like going for a head-on fight, and well, runs forward, finds the knock on Alex, but will be instantly taken out. IHC is Joel getting the final pick. So 4 elimination points secured for IHC. Going for the revive on to Alex now. And a voltage have also been taken care of. They have been eliminated from the match. So 2 teams already out of contention. And Circle is right
Let's
on the
go.
military island. Let's
I'm
go. ElementriX in the center along with the players of DRS. And look towards prison, Necro. That's where Dax are.
Imagine if this circle takes a hard shift away from him. And I'm honestly worried for Dax now. How are they going to try to close in the military circle? Because we know if a team is going to be rotating all the way late in the circle, in the military island especially, then things might just go south for him. And this is what Dax exactly are doing currently. Oh, the late rotations won't really work out. And look at Deadeyes Guys. What was that? The man just flew in like Superman and was still able to survive somehow. And Deadeyes Guys, for now, they're going to be able to save, or at least they're going to be safe for now. As Avon Esports, they're currently on the receiving end, even though things were really aligned for them. They were destined to win this fight, but still, Deadeyes Guys, that one player in the front is just, proven to be a menace. And now it's catching some bullets from the back. A nice capitalization from 6ix9ine Boy 2 at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, doing a phenomenal job securing that pick for his team. Now, he has to try and go for a revive on Sinister, and Dante will try to cover his teammates while that happens, but it's not going to be easy for them to make it work. Krula from the back lines is looking to see if he can pick off a few extra people from the side of A1 Esports, but oh, goes for a bolt action shot. 6ix9ine from the other end, trying to connect a spray. It's not going to be easy. The lads, well, they do not care though. They just want to go ham in this one.
Oh,
had he had this weapon, had True had an arm in his hand, then it wouldn't have even been a fight. Just that first shot, knockout, and then he would have gone for the finish.
Oh, this is not worth it, though. Going for this airdrop is not worth it. I mean, it's pretty much out in the open in the waterways, and when you do get taken out in the waterways, I mean, even though you can still swim when you're knocked out, it's pretty much a donezo at that point. So, might as well would not risk yourself with that. Avon Esports currently just being the team who are trying to hold off the teams at bay and make sure they're not going to be able to cross over on the other side. Deadeyes Guys, I don't know what the game plan is going to be for them, but they definitely need to watch out because they're about to be sandwiched soon.
And it's not going to be easy to find their way out of this, but sorry, we do see him getting pushed upon A1 Esports. The entire team, they want to go for this. They do not want to leave anyone from the side of Deadeyes Guys behind, and True Love, he is also getting pinned out in that watchtower. A lot of utility being lobbed on the first floor, and Jax, he managed to connect. Just the last player from the Deadeye squad remaining. Sinister, Jax, Dante, and 6ix9ine, they've managed to secure this team fight win without losing a single player so far. The nade is going to be perfect. True Love can get out of the way, and the answer is going to be yes, at least for now. The second one is going to be lined up as well. Sinister is trying to go for a push. Will be spotted out in the open. Jump shot coming in from True Love. It's not going to connect. Sinister at point blank range. This is going to be brutal onto True Love. Finds the, well, goes for the angle. Tries to find the opening, but the answer is going to be no from A1 Esports as the denial comes in. Sinister finding the final pick of that fight. And, well, bye-bye, Deadeyes Guys.
Yep. As you said, bye-bye, Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys out of the equation now, and also tanking a bit of damage is going to be Avon Esports. And look at Savage now, flipping the tables against Avon Esports, and Savage now are going to be one of those teams that will try to hold Avon Esports off at bay. Oh, no, this is not what you want if you're Avon Esports, man. Savage is one of those teams, we've known them. They have a really strong firepower, and they have the capability to stop each and every single team that will try to make it on the bridge lines. And I talked about the firepower. There you go. That's a little demonstration of that.
Well, let's see. I mean, Savage Esports right now, they do have an advantage in this fight since they won't be taking damage from the blue zone, and A1 Esports will also have to think about it, but will they try to just contest the bridge, or will they try to figure out a way out of the situations? And there are going to be a lot of teams closing in from the rear as well. Dax being one of them. Vibes is going to be joining them as well. And it's not going to be easy to come out on top of that team fight, but Savage Esports, they do go for a switch up, just move completely on the military island. And Jax, he does hear the players of Vibes moving over. Ryu is going to be the first one getting taken out by 6ix9ine, and now it seems like Jiggle is going to be caught out in the open as well, as he does take a lot of damage from the rear. Does know one lad closing in from the front. 6ix9ine is going to be spotted out in the open. A little bit of a damage exchange between the two lads. 6ix9ine is going to be knocked out. Jiggle trying to go for an elimination secure, but it's not going to happen, as from the back, it is going to be Jax. just finishing him off. So a lot of elimination points coming in the hands of A1 Esports in this match already.
Yeah, talk about the first day too. It's going to be out there. Oh, 6-9 boy did not really expect things to go this way for this man, but unfortunately that's going to be the outing right now, as the circle might just be moving all the way down south. Venom Legends, I feel like they're currently positioned so well. Just keep on playing on that edge, and Venom Legends, things will be aligned for you. Stalwart Esports, DRS still up too. Some of the big names got taken out quite early. IT, if I'm not wrong, they still need to make their presence inside the zone, and I don't know where IT exactly are. Let me take a look at the map. Yep, IT are nowhere to be seen, so maybe they're still in the outskirts.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, IHC, I believe they are still on the Noah bridge. They are going for a very late rotation, so we have to see exactly.
Oh yeah,
how
they are. We saw
to,
Godless.
Yeah, it is going to be a very difficult game for them, but we do have the third airdrop coming in with the Groza and the level 3 kit being present. Military West, there's going to be the helmet and the backpack in there. A1 Esports on the other side have made it all the way to the military island, and they have the southern edge of the military base where they want to position themselves. And the circle is also moving towards the southern shorelines of the island. Stalwart Esports, still a 4-man squad, but haven't really been part of the action till now, which is quite a surprise. But look at that. A1 Esports are finally taken care of, and it's Savage Esports to finish them off.
Yeah, Savage, all 4 players up too, man. They're looking like a dominating force in this one. And now the next circle is just going to shift right on top of the players of Venom Legends. I told you, Venom Legends are in a really good spot. Man, call me the fortune teller, because currently I'm just guessing these zones.
I don't think fortune tellers are called fortune tellers because they just guess, Necro.
Well, I'm a fortune teller that guesses.
Oh man, that has to be an interesting display of skill. Like, just yeah, let me think for a minute what is going to happen to you in the future. I'm going to guess.
let me
I'm
think
just
for you,
going to
Johnny.
make a guess.
Well, let me tell you what's going to happen with me. I'm going to be screwed over.
Why?
Man, I'm just. Well, you know exactly why. I don't think so. I want to bring it up right now.
Oh man, I don't think that's going to happen. Don't worry about it. But I think the same might not be said for Savage Esports, because they're about to be surrounded. They have Skylightz Gaming closing in. They've already initiated a fight against Venom Legends. And on the other side, though, IHC Cordless out. Who shoots like that? Out in the open, tries to go for a pick. And, well, instead just gets traded out because ElementriX Liquid were, well, he wasn't entirely exposed. IHC, they are going to be struggling for a bit, but let's see how they react. This is the last player from the side of IHC surviving. And this game is just nuts, Necro. 11 teams remaining, 35 players surviving, and it's just 17 minutes. It's 17 minutes.
Oh boy, look at the play zone now too, just taking the digs on some enemies right there. Not looking that great. Venom Legends 2 are going to be there with a 4-man strong squad. Dax though, one of those teams that I was eyeing out for. Currently I just took off my eyes a bit for them, but the problem for Dax now is they will need to try and breeze through Skylightz Gaming defense to make it inside the next zone, because Skylightz Gaming, they're trying to hold Dax off at bay. Oh boy, I mean, JyanMaara, how well are they currently doing inside the game? I mean, they're all the way in the outskirts. For now, they're pretty safe. And JyanMaara too, they realize this game is going to be quite important. So JyanMaara, they're making sure they're not catching any eyes on themselves as this fight between DRS and ElementriX. ElementriX, they're quite hurt. TDK as well, they're going to move in from the back lines. And this might just be best chance for TDK. Can third party. And now Dex. Oh, unfortunately, they're getting taken out one after the other. Reaper Bot 2 is going to try and chime in. As Skylightz Gaming, oh my god, they're putting a full stop to the players of Dex. Gyante, he needs to be alive. And Chante too needs to be alive. But unfortunately, Chante now being found out. Gyante is going to be the last man. And Dex, they might just be wrapped up in this lobby.
Well, yeah, they're going to be finished off. Gyante is going to be the last player, as you mentioned, and I think that is just going to make things a lot more easier for JyanMaara, who are still present in this matchup and have also gone on to secure 3 eliminations already.
Oh my god,
doing so well for themselves. Skylightz Gaming, AJ getting shot in the back, will react, turns around, and well gets taken out.
Oh, Dax saved! Dax got saved! Oh my god! That's like another lifeline given away to Dax to try and work things around. And Savage Esports just helping the players of Dax unintentionally. Dax, they should be able to get the reset in because the rest 3 players, they've managed to crawl inside the next zone. Oh my god, I can't believe Dax, they're alive.
Well, yeah, they are still there inside the matchup, and let's see how long they're going to be there as one after the other. The players of Dax are going to be back in the action, are going to be back in the contention of this match. Stalwart Esports, can't say the same about them as the last player top has been spotted out swimming in the water, and well, I think we're going to see a lot of swan dives in this match, Necro, since even now there's like 50% of the circle just in water, and that's just gonna mean this is going to be a desperate opportunity for a lot of teams to seize for themselves. And one of those desperate teams, one of those desperate bunch of lads are the players of JyanMaara, who will do whatever it takes to secure their spot for the finals. I think this has to be the player of the match from JyanMaara. This is a Hail Mary that they're going for. What? Reaper just burned himself.
You did, and Venom Legends, look at that. Dedicator right there. He's going to be right underneath that building. Barely alive, though. Utilities tossed in. Molotov making sure that DRS aren't really going to be feeling that comfortable in that compound. And Rules OG gets taken out all the way in the outskirts. What? And now DRS, they're handicapped big time. 2 players to try and hold things off. Next to impossible to try and counter the Venom Legends attack. Oh, they're going for the res. Oh no, Dax.
To get it, it's going to be incredible. Let's see Dax in front of us. Utility exchange. Hershey is going to fall back a little bit, but Eisenberg finds Octopus. Dax again in a world of hurt. Now, this is not looking easy for them. Venom Legends on the other side against the players of DRS. Ooh,
oh my god.
Oh, Gyante, no! Misses up the spray again, the last survivor for his team, but this time I don't think they're gonna make it.
Please win this!
Could be done. He wins 1 fight, gets 1 knock, dodges the nade. Eisenberg is gonna go for another one, but will Gyante be able to be the man, be the game changer for the players of Dax?
Oh my god, he finds another one!
With a nade. Dax so close to winning this one, but he does go for the finish, and well, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch the other fight. DRS get eliminated. Venom Legends win this. It's okay, but what is happening to the players of Atrax?
Sanhok, last man
against Savage Esports.
Oh my god, win it, Dax, come on, please. You guys need to stay alive. You guys need to take it even closer. Savage Esports, they're currently getting dismantled as 2 of the players got taken out. We did see Sanhok was the only man left alive, and he's also able to get the rest back up on the fallen man. Sanhok now trying to close in some distance. Oh, Savage, it's donezo for them. Dax, those are 2 confirmed elimination points for themselves. And look at JyanMaara. They're kind of screwed over. They go for the opt-out to use the waterways. And Venom Legends, he's going to spot out Sanhok too. Sanhok took a little shots on himself. Sanhok is not completely healthy. He's also damaged a bit right there. He's straight up going to book it right underneath. He wants to go for the rest of the fallen comrades. And he will lob in some smokes.
Well, the smokes might just be helping him out, but Gyante, let's see what are his intentions along with Chante right next to him. The 2 final players from the side of Dax, they've made it into the top 6, but it's still not over. JyanMaara are still in this matchup. And Top, he sees them. He has a few pixels to stand upon. Snipe YT, the same is about him. But JyanMaara, they find the slope on the hill. And now Top, he's in a world of trouble. Gyante going with a Molotov being lobbed towards the players of Savage Esports. Will disconnect? It connects right on one lad. Hershey is going to be knocked out again, and the shots on Sanhok are going to be additional pressure for him to deal with. Chante, he sees him out in the open.
Oh my god.
That's the end of Savage Esports. Dax, they have secured 6 eliminations. They are in the top 4, but JyanMaara, they are also here, and they have finished off Stalwart Esports now. So the fight is still on. It's on till the break of dawn, Necro, between these 2 teams, and it's a fight to be in the top 16. But I don't think Dax, they can secure enough points at the end of the game now.
We never know, man. We never know, because JyanMaara, look at him. JyanMaara might just be those fishes that Dax needs. And Dax might just be that fisherman collecting all these points. But Gyante instead opting out to play a bit safer. I mean, if Dax do win this game, then maybe potentially Dax might just be able to take the lead over to us. Ball, Dax! Oh, Octopus catches a lot of bullets. Please make it safely. Yes, it does. In the compound. Dax, this is the fight for the survival. Even for the JyanMaara and Dax, these two teams are getting way too close for comfort, man. And I just can't wait because my heartbeat is pumping.
Well, I mean, everyone's heartbeats are going to be racing right now. This is not going to be an easy game to watch at this point. Venom Legends, JyanMaara, Dax being in this fight. And oh no, that is not going to be good for Chante as he has gone for a swan dive. Alex is going to be spotted out. Gunner right in front of him. And Alex is going to be finished off in the next few seconds. The last player of IHC. And after that, we will be in the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. JyanMaara, they have found solid footing for themselves. And will they be able to survive till the end game? Now that is all they have to do. But Alex could be the game changer. Well, no, he's going to be finished off. An extra point for JyanMaara finally getting taken out. Ale is going to be the one finding the knock. And well, Dedicated from the flank is looking to see if he can finish off Chante. Chante trying to protect himself. In the meanwhile, on the shoreline. Oh boy.
Is Chante going to be able to wrap up these points? Is Chante going to be able to 1v4 the entire existence of JyanMaara and just wipe him out the game? All by himself in the little edge lines. All eyes on Chante now because Chante is right up top. Trying to play for the win. The next circle too will be falling right on top of the players of Dax. Another glimmer of hope to try and secure this one. The stars are indeed aligned. Dax, they are coming through from a lot of thick and thins in this game. And hopefully they also are able to secure this win in the back, because if they're not able to, then JyanMaara, they have all their players up and they will also be able to run away with the win and also the 16th spot. This is getting way too close for comfort. A nail-biter competition. This is what you call it.
I mean, exactly as you said, this has turned into a nail-biter all of a sudden. Earlier on, we just felt like the teams were just going up against each other, just running out in the open, going for blind fights, but not anymore. It's a very important match for Dax and the players of JyanMaara.
No.
Look at... Oh, no.
He messed up.
He's out. He's out.
It's all down to Chante now.
No heals. Oh, the man has no heals, Necro. This is done unless Venom Legends, they just get taken out themselves. And before getting taken out, they wipe out the players of JyanMaara. This is JyanMaara moving into the top 16.
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Finds one. Oh, he's trying to spoil the sport over here. Venom Legends can be the saving grace of Dax if possible. But again, Dax, I mean, winning this game is going to be next to impossible. Chante will need to try and secure this elimination point and at least go for the second spot too. But we do see Ale closing on in. Chante, just make sure you're in cover because Ale is right on top. And oh no, Dax, they get eliminated. That means JyanMaara, they're going to be on the second spot. Good job, JyanMaara, securing that second spot. But still, Dax, man, what a respect that they've created in my heart for themselves. Yeah. Respect JyanMaara and respect Dax indeed. Hashtag respect Dax in the chat. I want to see it just spam all the way.
Well, definitely these two teams have done an incredible job just fighting till their end in the last game. But it was Venom Legends who walked away with a chicken and a win and $1,000. But I think, again, Dax and JyanMaara, as you said, Necro, a lot of respect to these lads. Fighting under a lot of pressure is not easy, but they delivered a phenomenal final game. Dax, I mean, it's going to be quite unfortunate that we are not going to see them moving on to the finals, but still, I think I've enjoyed what I've seen so far, and I want the team. I know they are going to be back the next season.
Oh, man, I'm pretty sure next season they're going to be back even better and even stronger. Man. Yeah. Respect for Dax, but Venom Legends, they get a chicken dinner. Great way to close things off. But yeah, as I said, hashtag respect Dax. One of the dark horses coming inside this, one of the underdogs, if you'd like to call him, and also doing so great in the end. A fight for the survival, do or die moment. Dax, they almost show up to the mark, but unfortunately, man, so close, but so far.
I mean, it was a close game, yeah. I just want to see what the point difference is going to be between the two teams. That is what I'm going to be looking forward to. And I know we have to look at a lot of other stats before we move on to the rankings, the overall rankings and stuff like that. But, oh, what a final game. What a final game we witnessed. I hope every single match... No, I don't hope every single match was like this, because Stalwart Esports, IHC, DRS, all the big names. Basically, all the teams at the top just like completely turned off, and they were like, let's just go YOLO. Let's just see what these lads are going to do. And they just ran out in the open, just sacrificing themselves. IHC on the other side, I think Alex was just try-harding till the very end, trying to secure points one way or the other. And I think like it was a valiant effort from his side as well. But JyanMaara, once they got that cliff shore where they could stand and shoot comfortably, I think that was the moment there where Dax's opportunity to just be in the top 16 was done and dusted.
Well, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back because we still need to take a look at the overall rankings. Welcome back, lovely chat and lovely audience, and every single person that is currently watching this PMPL. Man, it has been a nail-biting competition indeed, a nail-biting final game in the PMPL SA 2022, but of course brought to you by Oppo F21 Pro. Man, we still need to take a look at the MVP and find out which one is going to be one of those players who is going to be standing in the MVP standpoint. So let's find out. I mean, we're probably going to be seeing the most valuable player soon in front of us. And with that being said, though, that game right there, I mean, we still never know, right? Maybe Dax, how many elimination points did they have if you're able to catch that? Because I was just so much in the game.
Think they have quite a lot. I think they have like 5 or 6 eliminations in this game. Or
yeah, and they also got taken out in 3rd spot, so...
Yeah. All right, no, wait. They had 6 eliminations after they took care of Savage Esports, and after that, I think they're going to be sitting at 6 or 7 eliminations in total, and with 10 points, that's 16 in total, so... Ooh, it's no bueno. I mean,
I know one thing for sure is that JyanMaara does not really have a lot of eliminations because they were just moving in from the outskirts. They were avoiding all the fights, so they went for the placement points and they were able to secure the 2nd spot. So MVP of the previous game is going to be Steel Shot from the side of Venom Legends. Look at that pose.
Wow. And that's just a swagger, man. Swag dripping from the lad, but I mean, definitely drops a lot of bodies as well inside of the game. Steel Shot has always been one of the most incredible players from his region. I mean, we all remember who was the man who started shooting inside the water first. It was him. But again, 3 eliminations secured in this game, 1 assist. But no worries, 995 damage dished out in the during the entire presence that he was there. During the entire time he was present in the lobby. And again, I think Venom Legends, they had a very, very nice game in this one. Hopefully we get to see a similar performance from their side during the finals, because in the finals they will have to be very consistent with their matches.
Yeah, top players in front of us, and Dax, they're going to find themselves in there. Gante got 4 elimination points all by himself. Hershey, too, of course, has to be there from the side of Savage Esports with 3 eliminations and 460 damage points wrapped up. In Cuss there as well, with from the side of ElementriX with 4 eliminations and 369 points wrapped up. And then Rothweth will find himself in there, too. Venom Legends, a decent showing from themselves in the previous game. But again, the main eyes were on the players of Dax and JyanMaara. And unfortunately, I mean, at least from what we think, is that Dax, they haven't really made it so far. So I want to see how things are going to be looking like for them. But for now, let's take a look at the stats comparison between Venom Legends and JyanMaara.
Well, let's see. I mean, with JyanMaara, as you mentioned, Necro, they weren't really a part of a lot of the action, but they still have 5 eliminations secured. So that's just going to be a bonus for them, along with finishing 2nd in the game. But Venom Legends, I think, did a pretty phenomenal job. How did they just get 436 damage? What? Wow, I thought it would be a lot more than that, since, I mean, they were like running into fights head first.
Well, because they're Venom and because they're legends.
Oh,
exactly. Because they're legends. That's why they're called legends, man.
Yeah,
exactly. They didn't take a lot of damage right there. That's the think that just proves their name right there. But yeah, now let's take a look at the match summary. Steel Shot, of course, is going to be there with highest damage. Then highest eliminations, Gante is going to steal that spot this time. Dante, too, from the side of Avon Esports right there with the highest assist. Precious from the side of 7C with the longest distance eliminations. And highest knocks, again, Steel Shot is going to be stealing the cake.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys just like us are waiting to see the overall rankings, just a few more minutes, guys. Just one more minute and they're going to be on our screens. But, I mean, the match summary is here. And again, I mean, it was an incredible game. We saw a lot of teams just step up quite nicely in this one. The other team just playing like a bunch of mad lads and doing, well, quite a lot of interesting things, especially like I think Skylightz Esports getting eliminated earlier on and going for a push for on ElementriX instead of going to the military base position that they usually like to take control of. I think was one of the most interesting things we witnessed. And ElementriX, I mean, we have to give props to the lads. I mean, after losing Mr. Yozu, especially the way that they did out in the open, completely exposed and still managing to win out, and that team fight was just like fun to watch.
Yeah. Indeed, it was really fun to watch. But yeah, the match summary too. Steel Shot just having a game of life in the previous game. And hey, what better to close things out right on a great note. And Venom Legends, I want to see them in a great note, even in the grand finals. I mean, we'll only be able to find out when we do move in there. For now, let's take a look at the match rankings of the Day 3 Match 15 of the final Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's the final match. That means the Super Weekend and the league stages will be concluded, and we're going to be moving on over to the grand finals soon. As we do take a look at the match rankings in front of us, JyanMaara are going to be there in the second spot with 12 placement points and 5 eliminations with total points of 17 on the second place. But Dax in the third one with 16 points. So JyanMaara just 1 point ahead. And yeah, we know Dax didn't make it. Oh, hurts, man.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts, but
So
I mean,
close.
all the love to the lads of Dax. I mean, they played wonderfully, man. I hope there's just one thing. I mean, they shouldn't have any regrets about anything from this match or the league stages. Dax, they tried the level based. I mean, we know they had a slow start, but they did in fact recover quite nicely. And towards the end, I mean, they got very, very close to achieving their goal. But sometimes you win, sometimes you fail, and you got to learn from your mistakes. I think for the future, I'm pretty sure, as I said earlier, we're going to see Dax again in the next season. And I know they're going to be coming back stronger.
This fight, this fight
Yeah, this
right
was-
here, one of the most scrappiest fight I've ever witnessed in my entire casting career right here. And it's fun, you know, it's fun to see these kind of moments because Seal Neo, they're pretty much done and dusted. I mean, it's done for them. They are currently in the first spot, and it's going to be next to impossible for any of their teams to try and even topple them over. So Seal chilling big time like a villain and currently on the top spot. And also, they're going to be the league stage winner over here of the PMPL SA 2022. A big statement from the South Mongolian region.
I mean, definitely. But Skylightz Esports, they will have to be extremely careful because heading into the finals, I mean, there's going to be a lot. The competition is going to get tougher. And over here as well, I think Shifusa just not realizing that 6'9" boy was just standing behind him, I think was a big mistake. And then heading towards the end, Dax trying the level best. JyanMaara securing a few critical points, finishing off the 2 extra players that were with them in the water. Venom Legends Steel Shot, I mean, had he just finished off JyanMaara a little bit, not finished off, but gotten the knocks onto the players of JyanMaara and Dax had picked up those points, I think then that would have been the only case where we could have seen Dax move to the finals, but that did not really happen. And well, celebrations underway for Venom Legends as they have won an incredible game. But look at that, and again, this game was just insane.
Talk about insanity, though. Man, well,
I mean,
dude,
he
I'm
got
happy
eliminated
for.
early. Look
I'm
at that.
happy for.
Yeah,
I'm happy
sorry,
for
go ahead.
JyanMaara, though. But again, valiant effort from the side of Dax. But again, yeah, D got eliminated with only 1 elimination points, and the damage numbers, boy, oh boy, 706. What?
Exactly. Now that's something very interesting. I mean, even Skylightz Esports and High Voltage, those 2 teams were taken out early as well, but still do end up with like 300 damage each. So again, no one just thought, especially not no one, but the teams at the top did not care about their safety at all. They were just worried about running into those fights. And at the end of the league stages, ladies and gentlemen, as Necro mentioned, Stalwart Esports are the only team to cross the 500-point mark of finishing the league stages with 539 points in total, 5 chicken dinners secured, and $5,000 as well. Stalwart Esports are going to be second with $6,000, 6 chicken dinners, and 462 points. So Stalwart Esports definitely had a massive advantage at the very end, but that's not important. What is important is going to be the fact that we have the overall rankings in front of us, and JyanMaara, they move up to the 15th position in the very end with 179 points. ElementriX are going to be on the 16th with 177, and DAX, they end up on the 17th position with 162 points in total. They don't finish in the top 16, so they don't move to the finals. But A1 Esports, now I'm happy for them. I mean, they are not dead last. Even though they just played 1 week, the final week, they're not dead last because of 1 point.
Well, Johnny, I don't know if you're sarcastic about that or...
No, I mean, they were here this week, right? They did quite decent. The only thing I'm upset about is I want them to win a chicken dinner. There are no chicken dinners. I want them to like at least finish with $1,000 in their backs.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Coming inside this PMPL, I had huge expectations from a team like A1 Esports in 1952. Yeah. Because I saw 1952, one of those teams that had a lot of potential, but actually coming inside this year, the performance dropped down by quite a bit, and I don't know what to expect now in the future lines. But again, I'm expecting a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication from these teams to come back even stronger next time. Because again, hey, there's going to be a lot of opportunities. You better not give up. And if you do give up, then hey, giving up is a mentality it's a loser's mentality. So never give up, ladies and gentlemen. But taking a look at vibes over here, the entire team card of Super Weekend Week 3 and Day 3 in front of us was dominated by the team of vibes.
I mean, I don't remember exactly where it was said, but someone used to say it, never give up, never surrender. And I think I completely agree with you on that. But again, Vibes did quite decent this entire day. They had a lot of very wonderful matches for themselves. I mean, 16 eliminations on Erangels, 15 eliminations on Miramar, and then 3 eliminations on Sanhok. So it's just the Sanhok that wasn't really theirs. But even that one, they survived 21 minutes, which is for Sanhok quite a lot. But the other 2 matches, Erangel and Miramar, I think they did a pretty phenomenal job. And Vibes, again, for them, it was important to break into the top 3 at the by the end of the league stages, and they have achieved that. Now, I'm going to be quite hopeful, and I'm going to be rooting for Vibes Esports to do the same in the finals. And I think a lot of the fans are going to be doing the same thing.
Well, I mean, look, I have the certain teams that I'm going to be rooting for, but I don't know specifically I'm going to be rooting for Vibes. But again, they're going to be one of those teams that I will have my eyes on, you know? Vibes is one of those teams because they've been doing so phenomenal in league play, so on the league stages, so at least I'm going to have my eyes locked on them. But the elimination leaders are in front of you guys, as Action's going to be all the way in the first spot with 119 elimination points, and then Top is going to be on the second spot too with 110 points. Demo is going to be there on the third too with 106. It's just the Mongolians on the top 5.
Yeah, it's just the Mongolians, and the only player to represent South Asia is still present in the list. Joker is going to be there. Ooh, just one more elimination in this game, and he would have been on, would have been on the 100 elimination marker. But still, 99 eliminations, 19,000 damage. Good job. And as you said, I think again, out of the top 10, 9 players being from the Mongolian teams, and just 1 player being present from the South Asia. I think again, you were talking about statements, right, Necro, a few moments earlier. That's a statement.
Well, I want to see how things are going to be looking like in the grand finals, though, because there must be a couple of teams who might have just run out of the field, right? Just performing pretty good in the league stages, and then in the grand finals, they're not able to show themselves up. We've seen that happen in the past, and hopefully it's not going to be replicating this time, too. Day summary in front of us. As Skylightz Gaming, of course, they were able to win the first game with great fashion, 209 damage, 700 heals, and 12 elimination points. And then later on, it was just dominated by Vibes. But the Super Weekend summary, though, you can see Stalwart Esports, Train to Kill, and Vibes.
Well, I mean, Super Weekend summary, as you mentioned, Train to Kill, dominating day number 1, Stalwart Esports, dominating day number 2, and we just had a look at day number 3 was dominated by Vibes. But I think Vibes overall being the team that set the benchmark of most points secured in a single day. They did 81 today. Wow. That's impressive. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, just wrapping up 81 points in one single freaking day. That's like more than impressive, because imagine even esports were able to wrap up those amount of points in 1 week or three days. And Vibes, they make it happen in one single day. Qualified for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. These are the teams in front of you guys. The top 16 are now going to move on in to the grand finals. Congratulations for every single team. A huge round of applause for these teams in the chat too, chat. Make sure to support them. Make sure to support even the teams that couldn't make it. Just spread love overall.
Yeah, exactly. Just spread the love. And I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to see these 16 teams in action in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, which will be happening the coming weekend, starting off Thursday, I believe. And it's going to be very exciting to witness the action again. We did not see a few of the names qualify for the last Super Weekend. Phantoms wasn't there. Raw Esports wasn't here. But they'll be returning. So it's going to be all chaos in the finals. And then, again, it's going to be a fight to stay in the top 10, because SA Championships are going to be coming.
Well, there you go. You said South Asia Championship, and now trust me, ladies and gentlemen, the competition level is just going to keep on rising even harder and harder. The level is going to be even difficult and difficult, and every single team will need to try and find a counter for that. And how are they going to do so? Well, just grind, focus more on the gameplay, and just try and overall be absolute best in what you like to do. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like it's now our time to conclude the league stages and also the final day of Super Weekend. Well, has been a phenomenal ride and has been an insane roller coaster of emotions too. Johnny, any last words?
I mean, it is always going to be fun just coming back again and again on the desk of the PMPL, because every single time we see something new. And I'm hoping this time, again, we have a new set of players just popping up quite nicely in the finals. I mean, Vibes have been very impressive. I knew this day would come where Vibes were just going to be one of the best, and not just the best of the rest, because that is what the situation used to be up until last year. But this time, I think things are definitely looking different. The Titans from South Asia have fallen. There are new teams coming in. The Mongolians are being challenged. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch the finals.
Well, I mean, it's time for us to close out the final nail-biting day on the league stages, ladies and gentlemen. Seal are going to be your champions for the league stage. Of course, we're in a dominating fashion. See, one of the most consistent teams to look out for in the grand finals. But hey, time to close it out, right? League stages are going to be in the end. See you guys in the grand finals. It's going to be me, Necro, and Johnny taking an exit leave. Peace.
go.